till the days went bad. Every mile promised something new. Every mile lied like the last one did. Neon towns and motel prayers, same old faces, same blank stare. I gave my youth to the asphalt black, but the road never loved me back. I kept moving to outrun the pain, but the distance just learned my name. The road never loved me back. It took my time, it cracked my back. Every turn just led lost. Another dream I couldn't cross. I gave it all, that's just a fact. But the road never loved me back. I traded home for a restless heart. Thought leaving meant a brand new start. But ghosts don't care where you lay your head. They ride shotgun till the tank runs dead. Every sunrise felt borrowed time. Every sunset crossed a line. I followed hope till the trail went black. But the road never loved me back. Some escape, said just longer chains. Painted freedom, same old pain. The road never loved me back. Just took my faith and let me crack. No finish line, no open arms, just miles of quiet harm. I kept believing in the map, but the road never loved me back. If I'd known what the miles would steal, I might have stayed and learned to heal. But I chose motion over rest. Now I live with what's left. The road never loved me back. No one return, no welcome mat. Just worn out boots and a name half gone. Still driving when the hope is done. If I disappear off the map, no, the road never loved me back. The road never loved me back. The road never loved me back. The fire came fast, took what it could, left me standing where a home once stood. Ash in my hair, blood on my hands, everything burned that I tried to plan. They said walk away, start again, but the past don't loosen its grip on me. I watched my world go up in flames, learned how to breathe through pain. When the dust fell and the sirens died, I was still here, nowhere to hide. I'm still standing in the smoke, lungs full of truth, heart still broke. No clean win, no second chance, just a man who learned to stand. If the fire wants another choke, I'm still standing in the smoke. Every scar tells a half-told lie about the nights I didn't cry. Friends turned quiet, doors stayed shut. I learned who stayed when times got rough. Hope's a word folks like to say when they don't know how to stay. I buried dreams without a sound, let the silence burn them down. Ain't no medals for holding on, just another day you don't give up on. I'm still standing in the smoke, eyes burn red but still awoke. No applause when you survive, just proof you're still alive. If the weight still tries to choke, I'm still standing in the smoke. Let the ashes settle slow, they don't own me anymore. If the past comes back to claim, I'll meet it wrapped in flame. I'm still standing in the smoke. No white flag, no gentle close, just boots on ground, breath held tight. Walking out of another night when the world thinks I should be broke. I'm still standing in the smoke. Yeah, still standing in the smoke. The porch lies dead, the door won't creak. Dust on the floor where love used to sleep. I called your name into the air, but silence answered cold and bare. A photograph still on the wall, two smiling faces before the fall. I traced your shadow on the floor, but it don't belong here anymore. The road took years out of my bones. I carried hope like broken stones. No one waited when I came home. No warm hands, no familiar tone. Just empty rooms and a fading flame. Even the walls forgot my name. I walked through hell to find my own, but no one waited when I came home. The kitchen clock still ticks in time, like it's waiting for a different life. Your coffee cup still by the sink. God knows how long I stood and stared. I traded nights for whiskey rain, paid my dues in blood and pain. I thought forgiveness lived out here, but forgiveness never stayed. The road don't care who makes it back, it only counts the souls it cracks. No one waited when I came home. No song my share of hell. Tell the preacher I tried my best, but grace don't come for the restless. No one waited when I came home. No open arms, no place to roam. The fire's out, the truth is known. Some roads are meant to walk alone. I laid my sins in the open road. No one waited when I came home. I shut the door, I turned away. Some hearts don't get a second stay. I came back less than skin and bone. No one waited when I came home. Out here, the wind carries two things: dust and consequences. Red sun sinking on a jagged line, smoke still rising from a former shrine. Boots heels grind on cursed ground, every step shakes the sound. Railroad kings and oil-stained hands built their empire on stolen lands. Silver tongues and loaded lies, but even vultures know when something dies. Hear that low drum in the heat, that's judgment marching down the street. You can lock your doors and pray, but storms don't turn away. There's fire in the Badlands tonight. War drums calling for the fight. Steel strings scream under blood-red skies. You can see the truth in my eyes. Let the skyline burn and fall. I don't flinch, I don't crawl. When the dust devours it all, there's fire in the Badlands. Barroom deals in whisper tones, truth buried under broken bones. Sheriff's badge and a crooked grin, law can't wash away your sin. I've seen gold turn red with shame, seen proud men choke on their own name. You can build your throne up high, but smoke still climbs into the sky. Feel the ground begin to crack. There's no mercy coming back. You can run into the night, but flames don't lose their sight. There's fire in the Badlands rising. War drums thunder, no disguising. Storm in my chest, steel in my hand. I was born of this burning land. When the last false empire stands, I'll be there in the sands, through the smoking broken plans. Fire in the Badlands. No halo over me, no chains to set me free. If I fall, let it be loud, unbowed. There's fire in the Badlands tonight, dark horizon lit by fire. I walk alone through ash and flame, not for glory, not for fame. When the desert claims this land and silence takes command, they'll remember where I stand in the fire of the Badlands. Sunrise cracks on a rusted plane, boots still wet with last night's rain. I spurred this horse till his lungs gave out, still couldn't shake what follows me about. Sheriff's stars and a woman's cry, two kinds of ghosts you can't outride. I aim for freedom, northbound lines, but guilt don't care for state or time. I thought the road would set me free, but the road just learned my name. Oh, my sins ride faster than my horse. My sins ride faster than my horse. No matter south, no matter north, I run till bone turns into dust. Still they catch me every dusk. It fades to gone without remorse. My sins ride faster than my horse. I left a man bleeding in the mud, left a promise in whiskey blood. Swore I'd come back, swore I'd change, but lies grow sharp when they're left in chains. Every town feels colder now. Every mirror asks me how. I trade my sleep for moving ground, but mercy's never been around. I pray while riding through the storm, but prayer don't outrun what you swore. My sins ride faster than my horse. My sins ride faster than my horse. They track me down without a course. I hear them breathing in the dark, feel their spurs against my heart. If hell's a trail, I've stayed on course. My sins ride faster than my horse. If I stop now, they'll take my name, hang it high with all my shame. If I ride on, I'll just delay the price I owe at Judgment Day. My sins ride faster than my horse. I feel their hands, I hear their force. No clean escape, no hidden door, just miles of dead I can't ignore. If I fall here, let it be known, I try to ride past what I done wrong, but the truth stayed on my course. My sins ride faster than my horse. My sins ride faster than my horse. horse gives out, I'll stand alone. Face the dead I've always known. No more running, no more force. My sin drive faster than my horse. Than my out here, the wind don't forgive, the dust don't forget. And when the iron calls, you answer. High noon hanging like a loaded sky, buzzard circle waiting on a lie. Boot heels grind on a crack main road, every step's a heavy load. Posters nailed to splintered wood, saying I ain't no good, but I've seen saints with dirt on hands and devils owning half this land. Hear the low steel hum in the heat, that's fate dragging down the street. You can pray behind closed doors, but iron settles all the scores. When the iron calls, I rise. War drums thunder through the skies. Steel and shadow side by side. I don't run. Church bells rang, but not for me. Just hollow sound in an empty street. My name was dust on a courthouse wall. Forgotten sins, nobody called. I left my shadow by the county line. Sold my youth for borrowed time. Every promise learned to lie. Every goodbye meant survive. I waited on the mercy of man, but mercy never showed again. No one came to mourn me, no tears fell from the sky. So I stood there in the silence and I mourned myself that night. No flowers on my coffin, no prayers left to say. If no one came to mourn me, then I mourned myself away. Mama's voice is a fading hymn. Daddy's hope wallpaper thin. I learned my faith from broken bones and lonely roads I walked alone. There's a bar where my ghost still drinks with toggle regrets and shattered dreams. Bartender knows my sins by heart, pours forgiveness by the dark. I beg forgiveness on my knees, but even God looked past me. No one came to mourn me, no candle, no goodbye. Just the moonlight on my shoulders like it knew the reason why. No hands upon my casket, no choir left to pray. If no one came to mourn me, then I'll mourn myself away. I carved my name in weathered stone just to prove I once belonged. If heaven's gates won't let me in, I'll rest with all the things I've been. Let the crows sing harmony over what's left of me. I ain't asking to be saved, just remembered for one day. No one came to mourn me, no echo of my name. So I lit a fire in the darkness and stood inside the flame. I laid my past beside me, watched it slowly fade. If no one came to mourn me, then I mourn myself and walked away. And walked away. The bells rang once, then went quiet again. They called it a warning, I called it a promise. When the black had something always falls. Dust rolled in like a funeral there. Town went quiet, even fear looked pale. Footsteps heavy on Judgment Day. I don't knock, I make my way. Ships start trembling in the sun. He knows the reckoning's just begun. Church doors swinging on broken faith. Every saint here dug their grave. Whispers run through the play fair. Every lie carved in this land gets erased by my right hand. Smoke curls slow from a smoking gun. Another false king comes undone. They built their throne on stolen gold. Now they face the outlaw cold. Feel the ground begin to shake. Every sinner starts to break. You can run, but you won't outride what's been waiting on the other side. It's the Black Hat prophecy, the curse of our legacy. Steel and fire in my veins. I was baptized in the flames. Where the sirens start to scream, I become their final dream. When the dust won't let them breathe, that's a Black Hat prophecy. It's the Black Hat prophecy, not a myth, it's history. I walk alone, I stand unchained, through the fire, through the rain. When the last false ruler flees, and the silence fills the breeze, they'll remember what they see. The man in black, the prophecy.
Truck incoming! Identify yourself. Ah, someone here. I got you covered! Enemy sighted!
I stood alone beneath the courthouse light. Chains on my wrists, cold steel too tight. They call me guilty, but they never knew the hell I walked through for the truth. The law was blind, but I could see the devil smiling in the jury seat. A righteous man pushed to the edge, swore on blood in a holy place. And this is the price I paid for justice, and a memory that cuts. I buried friends to keep my word, fought the war no one else had heard. If heaven sees what they all missed, this is the price I paid for justice. They took my home, they took my name, left me standing in the burning flame. I chased the truth through the smoke and dust, with nothing left but iron and rust. Every outlaw knows how far to bend, but I crossed the line I couldn't mend. When you fight the wolves who wear a crown, you're either praised or you're gunned down. And this is the price I paid for justice, with blood on my hands and hands that trustless. I lost the love I couldn't say, put in a grave. If heaven sees what they all missed, this is the price I paid for justice. So mark my name where the canyon cries, where the wind tells truth and never lies. When the sun falls red across the steel, tell 'em I died for something real. Yeah, this is the price I paid for justice. Every scar a witness to the fight I touched. I'd do it again through all that pain to clear her name and break those chains. When the thunder splits like righteous fists, remember the price I paid for justice. Bury me deep beneath the black oak tree, with the chains you forged to silence me. Throw the dirt and say your last goodbye, but don't you dare believe I'll die. 'Cause the thunder knows my name too well. I walked through fire and I've lived through hell. 'cause no grave can hold me down. I'll climb back up from underground, through the dust and through the stone. I'll fight my way back home when the dead stop making sound. No grave can hold me down. I felt the cold kiss of a sinner's fate. Watched the reaper waiting at my gate. But I'm still breathing with a burning chest, a cursed heart that never rests. There's thunder rolling where my bones should lie, storm clouds tearing open the sky. The earth shakes when I try to stand, blood and dirt in my trembling hands. 'Cause no grave can hold me down. Break the stone and shake the ground. You can chain my dying breath, but you'll never chain my death. I'll rise up when the drums resound. No grave can hold me down. Yeah. When the lightning splits the night, I'll ride again, dressed in white. Tell the world the dead return with eyes of fire and veins that burn. 'Cause no grave can hold me down. I'm coming back to take my crown. Through the smoke and through the fear, I swear I'll make my vengeance clear. When the lost are finally found, no grave can hold me down.
Four, Tango 4, Lima, Echo, 4, Kilo, 4, 5, Echo, 4, Kilo, 4, 5, stand by, Lima, Echo, 4, Kilo, 4, 5, stand by, Holly. Four, 5, Charlie, Mike, Zulu, Echo, Whitney, Foxtrot, Golf, Bravo, Delta, Whiskey, Victor, Mike, 4, Alpha, Mike, Uniform, 5, Golf, Uniform, X-Ray, Alpha, Sierra, 7, 4, 5, 4, Tango Force, 4, Tango Force, Lima, Echo, 4, Kilo, 4, 5, Charlie, Monk, Zulu, Echo, Whiskey, Foxtrot, Golf, Bravo, Delta, Whiskey, Victor, Mike, 4, Alpha, Mike, Uniform, 5, Golf,
If I'd known what the miles would steal, I might have stayed and learned to heal. But I chose motion over rest. Now I live with what's left. The road never loved me back. No one return, no welcome mat. Just worn out boots and a name half gone. Still driving when the hope is done. If I disappear off the map, no, the road never loved me back. The road never loved me back. The fire came fast, took what it could, left me standing where a home once stood. Ash in my hair, blood on my hands, everything burned that I tried to plan. They said walk away, start again, but the past don't loosen its grip on me. I watched my world go up in flame, learned how to breathe the pain. When the dust fell and the sirens died, I was still here, nowhere to hide. I'm still standing in the smoke, lungs full of truth, heart still broke. No clean win, no second chance, just a man who learned to stand. If the fire wants another choke, I'm still standing in the smoke. Every scar tells a half-told lie about the nights I didn't cry. Friends turned quiet, doors stayed shut. I learned who stayed when times got rough. Hope's a word folks like to say when they don't know how to stay. I buried dreams without a sound, let the silence burn them down. Ain't no medals for holding on, just another day you don't give up on. I'm still standing in the smoke, eyes burn red but still awoke. No applause when you survive, just prove you're still alive. If the weight still tries to choke, I'm still standing in the smoke. Let the ashes settle slow, they don't own me anymore. If the past comes back to claim, I'll meet it wrapped in flame. I'm still standing in the smoke. No white flag, no gentle close, just boots on ground, breath held tight, walking out of another night when the world thinks I should be broke. I'm still standing in the smoke. Yeah, still standing. porch lies dead, door won't creak. Dust on the floor where love used to sleep. I called your name into the air. The silence answered cold and bare. A photograph still on the wall. Two smiling faces before the fall. I traced your shadow on the floor, but it don't belong here anymore. The road took years out of my bones. I carry hope like broken stones. No one waited when I came home. No warm hands, no familiar tone. Just empty rooms and a fading flame. Even the walls forgot my name. I walked through hell to find my own, but no one waited when I came home. The kitchen clock still ticks in time, like it's waiting for a different life. Your coffee cup still by the sink. God knows how long I stood and stared. I traded nights for whiskey rain, paid my dues in blood and pain. I thought forgiveness lived out here, but forgiveness never stayed. The road don't care who makes it back, it only counts the souls it cracks. No one waited when I came home. No soft prayers, no flesh and bone, just memories dressed in blame and a heart too tired to complain. I crossed that line alone, No one waited when I came home. If I die tonight, don't ring the bell. I've already lived my share of hell. Tell the preacher I tried my best, but grace don't come for the restless. No one waited when I came home. No open arms, no place to roam. The fire's out, the truth is known. Some roads are meant to walk alone. I laid my sins in the open road. No one waited when I came home. I shut the door, I turned away. Some hearts don't get a second stay. I came back less than skin and bone. No one waited when I came home. the ground, every step shakes the sound. Railroad king and silver tongues and loaded lies, but even vultures know something died. Hear that old drum in the heat, that's judgment marching past. You can lock your doors. here anymore. The road took years out of my bones. I carried hope like broken stones. No one waited when I came home. No warm hands, no familiar tone. Just empty rooms and a fading flame. Even the walls forgot my name. I walked through hell to find my own, but no one waited when I came home. Kitchen clock still ticks in time, like it's waiting for a different life. Your coffee cup still by the sink. God knows how long I stood and stared. I traded nights for whiskey rain, paid my dues in blood and pain. I thought forgiveness lived out here, but forgiveness never stayed. The road don't care who makes it back, it only counts the souls it cracks. No one waited when I came home. No soft prayers, no flesh and bone, just memories dressed in blame and a heart too tired to complain. I crossed that line alone, No one waited when I came home. If I die tonight, don't ring the bell. I've already lived my share of hell. Tell the preacher I tried my best. But grace don't come
Shields
for
up.
the rest. Waited when I came home. No windows, no place to roam. The fire's out, the truth is known. Some roads are meant
Eyes on target.
sins in the open road. No one waited when I came home. I shut the door, I turned away. Some hearts don't get a second stay. I came back less than skin and bone. No one waited when I came home.
Fire in the hole!
Night is heavy on my broken soul. I've been chasing ghosts I can't control. The bottle shakes inside my hand, trying to drown a pain I can't withstand. Moonlight cuts through the silent land, watching whiskey tears on the desert sand. Every memory burns like fire in my chest. There ain't no peace, there ain't no rest. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, falling from the eyes of a broken man. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, mixing with the blood
to the slave pits. I only escaped because I knew the boundaries of a slaver better than anyone. I survived 2 years in a hardened slave pit before escaping, and I have the ink fight scar to prove it. I'll die before I go back. But don't be taken alive.
Sounds like mercy dressed in pain. I chased the past till it gave up. Left me empty, left me numb. I begged the fire to let me stay, but fire don't bend, it takes. Ashes fall where my name once left the ground. Remembers what they did, and I wrote my truth in sweat and rust. Now it's gone like all of us. If memory's cruel and time's a thief, ashes fall where my name once lived. If I vanish, don't look back. I already slipped through every crack. No headstone marks the man I was, just scattered remains of broken trust. Ashes fall where my name once lived. No second chance, no last minute him. I stood my ground till it gave way. Now even shadows walk away. If this is all the world can give, ashes fall where my name once lived. When the rain comes down like truth, it don't bring back what it removes. I walk on light, I walk on wind, past the place my life had been.
I see so now.
Eyes on target.
The sun is burning. The bones ain't never boots heavy with the weight of my sins. Another ghost calling out in the wind. The desert's whisper cutting through the night, telling me I ain't gonna die without a fight. I left my past in ashes and in pain, but every mile just bleeds me out again. Dust, blood, and broken spurs, that's all that's left of the man I once was. Dust, blood, and broken spurs, riding through the storm with a heart full of scars. spurs carved my story in the earth and stone. Blood and broken spurs, I'll die riding, but I ain't dying alone. Blood and broken spurs, my soul rides on when the fires burn through dust. Blood and broken spurs. Blood and broken spurs. Boots dragging, heart still beating. The desert won't forget my name. Blood and broken spurs. I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt with blistered hands and a bag. No preacher here, no words to say, just a shovel full of blame. Cicadas sang like they knew my name. Moonlight watched me shoulder the shame. Every sin I tried to outrun came back heavy as a gun. I thought I'd find some kind of peace, but peace don't come that easy. I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt, paid for my love and blood and hurt. No one pushed me, no one lied. I chose a road where angels died. If heaven's closed and hell's at work, I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt. Mama prayed I'd make it home. Daddy said, boy, you're on your own. I learned the truth between the lines. Good intentions don't stop time. I left a woman crying slow. Promised her things I couldn't hold. Every mile just carved my name
Eyes on hostile.
into the dirt and shame. So far from who I was, I knew what I'd done. I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt. Every kiss another curse. I drank my faith till it went dry. Watch my better angels die. If this life's a lesson learned, I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt. If you hear thunder when I'm gone, that's me saying I was wrong. Don't bring flowers, don't bring grapes. Just leave me with this empty plate. I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt. Not looking back, not claiming her. Some men fall, some men burn, some dig holes they never learn. If mercy's gone and truth still hurts, I dug my own grave in Tennessee dirt, 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 dirt. dug my own grave. The sun bleeds red across the open sky. Another day to live, another night to die. My boots are worn, my soul is torn from every battle I've survived before. And whisper sins I can't deny. Every mile I go, I hear the angels cry. I buried brothers where the dust runs deep, their names carved in the bones I keep. 'Cause hell follows where I ride, fire burning right behind. Every hoofbeat shakes the ground, every ghost still hears the sound. No forgiveness left to find. Hell follows where I ride. There's blood still drying on my hands tonight, a shadow stretching in the pale moonlight. I tried to run from the man I became, but every trail ends the same. A silver bullet with my name engraved, waiting quiet for the life I saved. If the devil's watching from the canyon high, he's laughing every time I try. 'Cause hell follows where I ride, flames chasing at my side. Every breath tastes like smoke, every vow I ever broke, no redemption left inside. Hell follows where I ride. If I fall tonight beneath this blood-red moon, don't cry for me, it's ending soon. Burn my saddle where the ashes lie. Let my sins fade into the sky. Hell follows where I ride, and I'm done trying to hide. Lay my bones where the outlaws stand, carve my name in the desert sand when the thunder splits the night. Hell follows where I ride. Ashtray full, but I don't care. Your name still rings in every glass like a song I can't outlast. Same old stool by the broken wall. Bartender, don't ask it all. He pours my sins just like before. Says, son, you've been here once some more. I swore I left you in the past, but ghosts don't fade. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar, in every laugh, in every scar. I see your eyes in whiskey lights, still watching me every night. I drink alone, but not that far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. Jukebox cries an old sad tune. Sounds like June before we broke. Your lipstick stain on memory burns worse than cheap bourbon smoke. They say time heals what love destroys, but time just sharpens all the noise. I left your ring on that back shelf, couldn't carry it all myself. I tried to run, I tried too hard, but pain knows where you are. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar, in broken songs and rusty guitars. I feel your breath when the lights go low, like you never let me go. I'm never drunk enough to outrun far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. If spirits bleed, then mine's on tap. I trade my soul for one relapse. One last lie, one last slow dance, one last doom. Second chance, your ghost still sleeps in this bar, between the truth and who we are. I toast to love that fell apart and stabbed me slow straight through the heart. I'll die here trying to get far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. When they close the doors and kill the lights, I'll still be here with you tonight. Wood and smoke and old guitar. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. to wash my hands clean, but the stains stay darker than they've ever been. This is a prayer carved in rusted steel. For everyone that could never heal, blood on my soul, dust. On my faith, running from judgment, I can't escape if heaven's listening through the wheels. Hear a prayer carved in rusted steel. If I fall before the dawn breaks red, burn my name where the outlaws bled. Let the wind carry what's left of me and bury the rest beneath the Joshua tree. This is a be my final will when my heartbeat finally fails. Remember a prayer carved in rusted steel. Carved in rusted I used to speak before I thought, spill my heart, paid the cost. Every truth I tried to say came back sharp or came back gray. They don't want you when you're young. Words can weigh more than a gun. Somewhere down that loop road, I learned quiet carries load. Every shout just fed the flame. Every plea still felt the same. I learned silence the hard way. When talking never kept the pain away. No one listens when you're wrong. So I build walls and learn the law. Now my mouth stays locked tight. I learned silence. The hard way.
There's been corral and plant around the baby ever since the French were gone.
applause for holding on. Just another dawn I'm walking on. If I make it through tonight, I learn silence. The heart always. Yeah, silence don't betray. The porch lies dead, the door won't creak. Dust on the floor where love used to sleep. I called your name into the air, but silence answered cold and bare. A photograph still on the wall, two smiling faces before the fall. Trace your shadow on the floor, but it don't belong here anymore. Took years out of my bones, I carried hope like broken stones. Waited when I came home, no warm hands, no familiar tone, just empty rooms and a fading flame. I walked through hell to find my home, but no one waited when I came home. The kitchen clock still ticks in time, like it's waiting for a different life. Your coffee cup still by the sink. God knows how long I stood and stared. I traded nights for whiskey rain, my dues in blood and pain. I thought forgiveness lived out here, but forgiveness never stayed. The road don't care who makes it back, it only counts the souls it cracks. No one waited when I came home.
All stations, this is Stanwick. Stanwick, break. 4 Soil 37. 4 Soil 37. Lima, Echo, 6, Zulu, Sierra, 6, standby. Lima, Echo, 6, Zulu, Sierra, 6, standby. Lima, Echo, 6, Zulu, Sierra, 6, standby. Message follow. Lima, Echo, 6, Zulu, Sierra, 6, Whiskey, India, 2, Yankee, Golf, 3, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, 7, 3, 7, X-ray, Papa, Lima, Charlie, Alpha, Juliet, Foxtrot, Mike, Echo, Bravo, Echo, Papa. I say it again. 4 Soil 37. 4 Soil 37. Lima, Echo, 6, Zulu, Sierra, 6, Whiskey, India, 2, Yankee, Golf, 3, Oscar, Bravo, Alpha, 7, 3, 7, Anchor, Pause, Lima, Charlie, Alpha, Juliet, Contra, Mike, Echo, Bravo, Echo, Papa, Dismal, Stanwick, out.
Porch lies dead, the door won't creak. Dust on the floor where love used to sleep. I called your name into the air. The silence and cold and bare. A photograph still on the wall. Two smiling faces before the fall. I traced your shadow on the floor, but it don't belong here anymore. The road took years out of my bones. I carried hope like broken stones. came home. The night is heavy on my broken soul. I've been chasing ghosts I can't control. The bottle shakes inside my hand, trying to drown a pain I can't withstand. Moonlight cuts through the silent land, watching whiskey tears on the desert sand. Every memory burns like fire in my chest. There ain't no peace, there ain't no rest. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, falling from the eyes of a broken man. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, mixing with the blood running down my hand. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, crying out a prayer the Lord won't understand. Dying slow in a lonely wasteland, with whiskey tears on the desert sand. Wind howls low like a widow's cry, counting every friend I watched die. Their names carved deep in my weary bones. Their voices echo every time I'm alone. The desert knows what I can't confess. Love and death both leave a mess. If my story ends where the vultures stand, let the dust take back this shattered man. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, falling from the eyes of a broken man. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, mixing with the blood running down my hand. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, crying out a prayer the Lord won't understand. Dying slow in a lonely wasteland, with whiskey tears on the desert sand. And if tomorrow never comes again, tell the world I fought until the end. Let the dust cover all my sins, and the wind erase where I've been. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, pour another dream from a shattered can. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, bury my soul where the dust began. Whiskey tears on the desert sand, I'll ride till the darkness takes command and fade away like a ghost unmanned, with whiskey tears on the desert sand. Oh! One last drink beneath the iron sky. One last breath before goodbye. was a house that burned out, where they used to say my name with pride. Windows stare like they remember who I was before the embers. I caught my dreams in old pine wood. Swore I'd stay, swore that I would. Now the wind just speaks for me through what's left of memory. I didn't leave, I just outlived everything I thought I was. Ashes fall where my name once lived. No hymns remain, no words forgive. What I built turned into dust. What I loved forgot my trust. If history's all that's left to give. Ashes fall where my name once lived. The church still rings for someone else. My face been boxed on a broken shelf. They paved the road I bled on. Said move along, what's done is done. Your laughter echoes down the lane. Sounds like mercy dressed in pain. I chased the past till it gave up. Left me empty, left me numb. I begged the fire to let me stay, but fire don't bend, it takes. Ashes fall where my name once lived. The ground remembers what they didn't. I wrote my truth in sweat and rust. Now it's gone like all of us. If memory's cruel and time's a thief. Ashes fall where my name once lived. I left town, nothing to say, just a tank half full and a tired face. Every sign pointed somewhere else. Every mile I race myself. Dust on the dash, ghosts in the seat. Old regrets riding shotgun with me. Radio hums like a prayer in vain. This is where the road forgot my name. Try to outrun who I've been, but the mirror kept letting me in. I'm where the road forgot my name. No past to claim, no one to blame. Just a line of asphalt and fading flame. I kept driving through the shame. If I disappear tonight, it's no road. stay where I'm from. I stitch my heart with wire and bread, put steel in my chest. If it hurts, I don't confess. Pain just hardens what's left. I got steel in my chest, fire in my bones, built to stand when I'm standing alone. No soft prayers, no easy rest, just scars where my faith used to rest. When the night tries to crush my breath, I lean on the steel in my chest. Love too hard, paid the price. Trust cuts deeper than a knife. Every goodbye left a mark. Another spark swallowed by dark. They said forgive, you'll feel okay, but forgiveness don't pay the way. So I carry what I can't forget with steel in my chest. Mercy's thin in a town like this. Strength's the only thing that fails. I got steel in my chest, rust on my hands, still breathing through the worst I've been. No clean roads, no safe beds, just a backbone built on regret. If the storm don't show respect, I answer with the steel in my Let the wind taste what I am. I won't fold, I won't beg. If the past comes calling again, it'll break before I bend. I got steel in my chest, weight in my name, still walking through the cold and flame. No crown to win, no debt unpaid, just a man who learned to stay. When the world hits me at my best, I meet it with the steel in my chest. Steel in my chest. That's what's left. Neon hums like a tired prayer. Ashtray full, but I don't care. Your name still rings in every glass like a song I can't outlast. Same old stool by the broken wall. Bartender, don't ask it all. He pours my sins just like before. Says, son, you've been here once or more. I swore I left you in the past, but ghosts don't fade. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar, in every laugh, in every scar. I see your eyes in whiskey lights, still watching me every night. I drink alone, but not that far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. Jukebox cries an old sad tune. Sounds like June before tried too hard, but pain knows where you are. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar, in broken songs and rusty guitars. I feel your breath when the lights go low, like you never let me go. I'm never drunk enough to outrun far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. If spirits bleed, then mine's on tap. I trade my soul for one relapse. One last life, one last slow dance, one last doom. Second chance, your ghost still sleeps in this bar, between the truth and who we are. I toast to love that fell apart and stabbed me slow straight through the heart. I'll die here trying to get far. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. When they close the doors and kill the lights, I'll still be here with you tonight. Wood and smoke and no guitar. Your ghost still sleeps in this bar. The fire came fast, took what it could, left me standing where a home once stood. Ash in my hair, blood on my hands, everything burned that I tried to plan. They said walk away, start again, but the past don't loosen its grip on me. I watched my world go up in flame, learned how to breathe the pain. When the dust fell and the sirens died, I was still here, nowhere to hide. I'm still standing in the smoke, lungs full of truth, heart still broke. No clean wind, no second.
All stations, all flights. This is Teamway 3. 3, 7, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar, Papa, stand by. 3, 7, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar, Papa, stand by. 3, 7, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar, Papa, stand by. Message follows. 3, 7, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar, Papa, Tango, Whiskey, Golf, Juliet, 2, Echo, Alpha, Charlie, Lima, Uniform, Victor, November, 5, Victor, Papa, Golf,
smoke.
حدوث هذا الاتصال ونقاش المسؤولين السعودي والأردني للتطورات الجارية لهذه الحرب، لهذا الاستهداف الذي تتعرض له أراضي المملكة، فضلا عن اتصالات أخرى أجريت أو تلقاها وزير الخارجية وكذلك وزير الداخلية من قبل نظيره في باكستان. وهذه بالإضافة إلى الأحداث الأبرز وهي هذه المسيرات، هذه الصواريخ التي تشن على أراضي المملكة والتي تتصدى لها الدفاعات الجوية السعودية وتعلن سقوطها، تعلن اعتراضها وتدميرها كما كان الحال قبل لحظات، كما كان الحال كذلك قبل نحو ساعتين من الآن. إذن الأمور تسير على ما سارت عليه خلال الأيام الماضية، هجمات بالمسيرات وبالصواريخ على أراضي المملكة واعتراضات وتدمير كما تعلن ذلك وزارة الدفاع.
شكرا جزيلا لك بابا ولد رئيس الجزيرة من الرياض. الآن ننوه للخبر العاجل. وزارة الدفاع السعودية اعتراض وتدمير 8 مسيرات بعد دخولها المجال الجوي. أيضا الداخلية البحرينية تتحدث عن إصابة شخص ووقوع أضرار بمحالة تجارية جراء سقوط شظايا صاروخ في الشارع العام في العاصمة المنامة. الآن سنناقش كل هذه التطورات هنا في الاستوديو. نرحب بالضيوف في الاستوديو الدكتور علم صالح، أستاذ دراسات إيران والشرق الأوسط في الجامعة الوطنية الأسترالية. معنا في الاستوديو أيضا مارك فايفل، مسؤول الاتصالات السابق في البيت الأبيض ونائب مستشار الأمن القومي السابق للاتصالات الاستراتيجية. معنا في الاستوديو هنا أيضا الدكتور صالح المتيري، رئيس مركز المدار للدراسات السياسية. في الاستوديو أيضا الدكتور محجوب زويري، الأكاديمي الخبير بسياسات الشرق الأوسط، وأيضا العميد حسن جوني هنا الخبير العسكري والاستراتيجي. أهلا بكم جميعا. الحقيقة قبل أن نبدأ هذا النقاش سيد فايفل، دعني فقط أنوه إلى أن الرئيس ترامب خرج بتصريحات قبل قليل يعني لافتة. أولا قال إنه لا مؤشرات على أن روسيا تساعد إيران، وقال إن الإيرانيين يسعون للتسوية، وربما هذا أمر بات مكرر الآن، يسعون للتسوية ونحن كأمريكيين لا نسعى للتسوية. وقال إنه يرفض الإفصاح عن شروط إرسال قوات برية إلى إيران، وقال إنه لا يريد إشراك الأكراد بريا، الأمور معقدة بما يكفي. وأخيرا وهذا كان لافتا جدا، لا يمكنني تأكيد خارطة إيران بعد انتهاء العمليات التي بين قوسين الحرب التي لا يسميها حربا، يطلق عليها مصطلح الهجمات والعمليات، ومن المرجح أن لا تبقى الخارطة الإيرانية كما هي. دعني أبدأ معك من آخر تصريح. إلى أي مدى الأمريكيون معنيون فعلا بما بعد الحرب بالنسبة لإيران؟
أعتقد أنه يجب أن يكونوا معنيين، وهذا يجب أن يكون ضمن حساباتهم. يجب أن يكون لديهم استراتيجية خروج لإنهاء هذه العملية أو الحرب أو التدخل مهما كان اسمه، فهذا سوف يضر بإيران وكذلك بالشرق الأوسط. لقد تحدث عما يريد إنجازه بالنسبة للبرنامج النووي وبرنامج الصواريخ الباليستية، أيضا تمويل أذرع إيران وتدريب ووقف قمع الإيرانيين الذين يعترضون على أداء النظام. هذا وقال إنه يريد تحقيقه. كذلك يطلق حربا جوية بشكل غير مسبوق بالنسبة لعدد الذخائر التي تسقط على إيران، ويعزز من ذلك، يزيد من حدة الضربات، يتوغل في إيران ويحاول إسقاط قدراتها الدفاعية وأيضا قدراتها التصنيعية. ولكن لابد من وسيلة للتوصل إلى تسوية معينة، إما بتغيير في القيادة الإيرانية، وهذا أمر ضروري مع مجلس الخبراء، وربما يتم تعيين شخص أو نأمل أن يتم تعيين شخص يكون لديه منطق يمكن ترامب من التعامل معه. ربما هذا سيكون الهدف أو المخرج الأول. المخرج الثاني هو أن هذا تهديد وجودي لإيران، وسوف تستمر بذلك وسوف تستمر بأكثر من مجرد 5 أسابيع، وهذا شيء يكره ترامب أن يقوم به، ولكن حاليا لسنا أكيدين، لأن العدو أي إيران لديهم قدرة على الرد وعلى التصدي. أيضا لننظر إلى الاقتصاد، سوف يتحرك سريعا. أسعار النفط ترتفع أكثر من $90 للبرميل الواحد. هناك صعوبات اقتصادية للدول، إما التركيز على بيع المنتجات النفطية أو تلقيها من أجل الاستمرار بالاقتصاد، بالإضافة إلى الوضع الداخلي في الولايات المتحدة.
طيب، وهذه ضغوط على الولايات المتحدة ربما سترسم ملامح أيضا المخرج من هذا الحرب إن أرادت إدارة ترامب فعل ذلك، أليس كذلك؟
نعم، هو يذهب بهذا الاتجاه، استراتيجية خروج أو إنهاء محتملة. تحدث عن تسوية، ولكنه يتحدث الآن عن التدخل، مثلا أن يكون هناك شخص في الحكومة من المجتمع المدني يمكن العمل معه، أن يبني معه علاقة. التحدي برأيي هو صراع في السلطة أو على السلطة بين الحرس الثوري الإيراني والجيش ومجموعة الثلاثة الذين يديرون إيران حاليا. وإلى حين أن يقرر ترامب مع من سوف يتفاوض. هناك أمل بأن يكون هناك دبلوماسية صامتة ومفاوضات سرية. أعتقد أن هذا هو الأمل، بأن يربط ذلك من خلال مثلا المبعوث الخاص للشرق الأوسط ستيف ويتكوف أو جاريد كوشنر أو الوزير روبيو، شخص لديه قدرة على التواصل من القنوات الخلفية مع إيران من أجل إطالة المفاوضات لإيجاد مخرج.
وسأعود إليك لاحقا في نقطة كوشنر وويتكوف، لكن دكتور دويري، حقيقة هذه المعطيات بما فيها حديث الرئيس ترامب عن تعيين قائد جديد لإيران، بما فيها الحديث عن أن ترامب فوجئ باعتذار إيران واعتبره نصرا. أولا، هل تملك إدارة ترامب تعريفا واضحا للنصر في هذه المعركة؟
شلون هذه الإدارة في واشنطن لا تعرف أبجديات الثقافة السياسية عن إيران، وهي لا تعرف الشخصية الإيرانية، وهذا الجهل والغباء السياسي يجعل مدة هذه الحرب تطول يوما بعد يوم. ببساطة متناهية، الإدارة الأمريكيون في الدورة العميقة يعرفون أنه كلما تكلموا عن المشهد السياسي الإيراني الداخلي كلما زاد تعقيدا وكلما زاد العداء بين البلدين. فتخيل الرئيس الأمريكي يتحدث عن اختيار الشخصية الأولى اللي هي شخصية فقهية اجتهادية ذات منصب ديني وسياسي في بلد هويته إسلامية، وبالتالي هذا يزيد تعقيد. يعني أنا باعتقادي العميق أن حالة التطرف في المواجهة اللي حصل خلال 14 ساعة الماضية سببه الأساسي التصريحات من واشنطن. الحرس الثوري بطبيعته وبتكوينه الأيديولوجي والعسكري والعقيدة العسكرية بالنسبة إليه، الولايات المتحدة هي العدو الأول بالنسبة له، وأي شيء يصدر بالنسبة له عن النظام في إيران هو بالنسبة له خط أحمر. ولذلك كل ما نشهد الآن من تعقيد الأساسي هو جهل جهل المسؤولين السياسيين الأمريكيين في الثقافة السياسية.
هل هذا الجهل هو ما ينعكس على الغموض أو الضبابية في تعريف النصر؟
نعم.
هل يملك الأمريكيون تعريفا واضحا للنصر؟
هذا يأخذني لأنهم الولايات المتحدة لا تعرف كيف تهزم إيران. عندما يتحدث الرئيس الأمريكي الآن عن تغيير الحدود، دعني أذكر حدود إيران لم تتغير في 500 سنة الماضية إلا ببضع كيلومترات باتفاقات مع دول. فيتحدث الرئيس الأمريكي الآن عن أنه يستطيع أن يغير الخريطة الإيرانية. هذا لن يتلقاه العسكريون الإيرانيون ولا المواطن حتى الذي لا يحب النظام تلقيا إيجابيا. لذلك عدم القدرة على تعريف النصر، نشوان الأمريكيون لا يعرفون هل مقتل المرشد هو النصر؟ هل حالات الضرب التي يقومون بها الآن 3000 هدف ضربت في طهران هل هي النصر؟ ثم الآن استهداف المنشآت النفطية. هذه استهداف المنشآت النفطية سيدخل الحرب في مرحلة جديدة. ماذا؟ وهي تدمير البنية الاستقرار المجتمعي في إيران، وعليه سنتوقع ردودا أكثر فيما يتعلق بقصف إسرائيل كذلك.
طيب دعنا فقط نتابع هذه الصور من السليمانية وردت قبل قليل لمسيرة تستهدف مقرا أمنيا في السليمانية، سنعرضها أيضا بعد قليل. لكن بما أنك تحدثت عن استهداف الطاقة، وهنا العميد دعني نشرك جوني، ما الغاية من هذا الاستهداف المتكرر؟ طبعا الحسبة الاقتصادية واضحة، يعني مضيق هرمز، ما يحدث، عمليات نقل الطاقة، استهداف منشآت الطاقة، الآن بدأت من الطرفين، بمعنى أن هنالك محاولة للتأثير على إنتاج الطاقة. كيف يلعب هذا العنصر دوره في هذه المعركة؟
هذا نمط جديد من الاستهدافات الآن بدأنا نراه، وهو فعلا يعني سيسعر الحرب أكثر ويرفع تكلفة الحرب على الطرفين وعلى الجميع، يعني جميع المحيطين بهذا الأمر. ولكن في هذا السياق أعتقد أن الخسائر الإيرانية ستكون أكثر إيلاما نظرا للقدرات الأمريكية في الاستهداف والتدمير، والإسرائيلية بطبيعة الحال، ونظرا لضعف المقدرات الإيرانية التي لا تتحمل الكثير من الضربات، ولا تملك يعني إيران مقومات كافية للصمود في هذه الحرب بما يتعلق بالموارد الاقتصادية والبنية التحتية، أو الموارد يعني موارد البنية التحتية التي تتعلق بصمود الشعب والقدرات التي يعني
سنتابع هذه الصور من السليمانية الآن، وردت قبل قليل لاستهداف مسيرة لمقر أمني. سنتابع مع محمد حسن مراسلنا الموجود حاليا في السليمانية. محمد، أترك لك الكلمة لوصف المشهد، هذا المشهد قبل قليل، طبعا الصور ليست مباشرة.
3 هجمات متزامنة وقعت خلال نصف ساعة في مدينة السليمانية ومحيطها. كان آخرها تفجير وقع على هذه البناية البيضاء بالقرب من هذا الفندق في مدينة السليمانية. نشاهد هنا سيارات إسعاف وسيارات أمنية قدمت إلى مقر أو إلى هذا الفندق. لم يؤكد بعد حتى الآن فيما إذا كان التفجير قد وقع بمسيرة قد تكون إيرانية أو قد ربما يكون صاروخ. هذا الأمر ليس مؤكدا حتى الآن، لكن بطبيعة الحال أيضا في غرب مدينة السليمانية كان هناك قصف بمسيرات. تقول مصادر كردية هنا أنها مسيرات إيرانية استهدفت مقرات لقوات البيشمركة على طريق كركوك. قبل ذلك بحوالي أيضا نشاهد الآن مضادات أرضية، طائرة مسيرة. إذا نشاهد الآن هجوم، وهناك الآن هجوم. نشاهد الآن قصف كثيف الآن في مدينة السليمانية. نشاهد الآن إطلاق كثيف للرصاص في مدينة السليمانية. بالتأكيد بالتحديد في هذه النقطة التي نحن متواجدون فيها. حقيقة هناك الآن إطلاق كثيف للنيران في مدينة السليمانية. سمعنا بوضوح طائرة مسيرة قصفت هذه البناية التي تبعد عن هذا الفندق حوالي بضعة أمتار. بعد ذلك أيضا شاهدنا نوعا من المضادات والتي رصدت والتي أطلقت النيران على تلك الطائرة. إذا نشاهد الآن أيضا عدد من القوات الأمنية. نلايفا نشاهد الآن تسجيله. نشاهد الآن أيضا القوات الأمنية تقوم بالقدوم إلى هذه النقطة بكثافة. يبدو أن هناك انتشارا كثيفا للقوات الأمنية. أيضا قاموا بتحذيرنا وضرورة الابتعاد عن هذه النقطة. ربما قد تكون هناك هجمات أخرى أيضا على هذه المنطقة. نشاهد أيضا يتم إخلاء هذه المطاعم أيضا في مدينة السليمانية.
إذا كان هذا تسجيلا لزميل محمد حسن، والذي تابع هذه الأحداث لحظة وقوعها في محيط السليمانية بالقرب من مدينة السليمانية كما أشار في استهداف واضح. عميد حسن جوني، تابعت هذه المشاهد، ودعني أذكرك هنا مرة أخرى بأن الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب رفض فكرة مشاركة الأكراد وقال أن الأمور معقدة بما يكفي، لكن يبدو أن العنصر الميداني هو ما يحكم أن يكون هذا الطرف أو ذاك فاعلا. إلى أي مدى ثم تخوف من أن ينتشر الصراع العسكري إلى هذه الرقعة تحديدا في إقليم كردستان؟
هي هذه الرقعة دخلت في حسابات المواجهة بشكل كبير عندما تم الحديث عن تحضير مجموعات كردية لتدخل إلى إيران من تلك المنطقة، وبالتالي دخلت في حسابات المعركة. الآن يعني لا يوجد تبني لهذا الخيار.
هل تمثل استنزافا للأمريكيين أيضا؟
لا يوجد تبني لهذا الخيار من قبل الأكراد، ولا يعني إعلان الموافقة على الدخول. هناك حذر من هذا الأمر. السلطات العراقية أيضا ترفض، الأكراد بشكل رسمي يرفضون، ولكن الميدان الآن يريد يعني الإيراني من هذا توجيه إنذار ناري إذا صح التعبير إلى الفصائل الكردية، إلى المنطقة الكردية، إلى هذا الإقليم، بأن تورطكم في هذه الحرب إلى جانب الأمريكيين في هذا المشروع المقترح أو الذي يتم الحديث عنه سيكلفكم غاليا وستدخلون في دائرة النار. وبالتالي هذا أعتقد هو الهدف من خلال متابعة هذا الاستهداف إلى أن تستقر الأمور بشكل، لأنه اليوم تصريح الرئيس ترامب يأخذ الأمور باتجاه آخر، يحاول إبعاد هذه المسألة عن الحسابات وإبعاد الأكراد عن هذه المواجهة، ولكن الأمر يحتاج إلى تأكيد وإلى يعني فترة زمنية معينة لإعادة الأمور إلى وضعها الطبيعي وسياقها الطبيعي بما يتعلق في العلاقة بين كردستان وإيران.
طيب لنفهم هذه العلاقة دكتور علم، ما الذي يمكن أن يمنع طهران من أن تستهدف الأكراد ككيان كردي، سواء كان في إقليم كردستان العراق في شمال العراق أو حتى في بعض المناطق الكردية، إن لم تقم هذه القوات أو الميليشيات أو المجموعات المسلحة الكردية بفعل أي شيء عمليا؟
بديكي كالرسمية ليبيا هاي إستا صوت على
Not gonna lie, I love the CRAM. I just had to play that video twice because I love it so much. Hey, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got massive strikes that are taking place across Iran right now as we speak. Expect oil prices after what I show you guys today to definitely skyrocket if they weren't going high enough already. I got a feeling even gas companies use this as an excuse for anyways. But over 30, the word is 30 plus, oil refineries, stations, storage tanks, etc. have been struck all across Iran. And it also looked like earlier today that Iran was going to stop firing at its neighbors, but it chose not to. It chose to continue to fire at their neighbors. And because of that, it looks like the UAE has said they entered the war. I did see a video earlier on, can't find it, of them firing a freaking HIMARS outside of Dubai up over into Iran, allegedly as a target. So they're vowing retaliation now. Iran officially made probably like one of the biggest mistakes they ever did. We'll talk about that here in just a little bit. I suppose we can talk about that here in just a little bit. Before I get into that, I want to let you guys know that today we had the dignified transfer. Okay, this would be the welcoming home for the 6 U.S. service members who were killed overseas. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tatjans, Sergeant First Class Nicole Armour, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, and Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzin. They all came home, and as you can see, you have pretty much the entire command staff that has greeted them over there along the runway at Dover Air Force Base. It's just a sad day when you end up seeing that. And I'm going to be honest, man. Like, I remember back when they were trying to tell us that you know, those images and stuff shouldn't be shown, and that's something that I wholeheartedly agree with, because one of the things that a lot of people don't know as that's going on is that's actually the first time that the family members get to see their service members as well. So for that reason alone, I wanted it to be protected because it was a solid moment with the family members. Over there at Dover Air Force Base, there's actually kind of like a hangar area for the families, and so the officials that end up showing up have a chance to go over and speak with the families. And so I always thought it was kind of weird afterwards that we ended up allowing press and media to go over there. And I get the idea of, you know, needing to have transparency, but it's just something that always just bothered me deep down in my soul. How are you guys doing on this Saturday, man? I hope you guys are ready for this as we go to kick the show off a little bit early, but wanted to make sure we got one in today. Iran, according to Donald Trump, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. That did not age well. The promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, "Thank you, Mr. President." I have said, "You are welcome." Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East, and will be for the many decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Today, Iran will be hit very hard under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior. Are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that information ended up coming out today. Well, let's see how well that ended up holding up. Maury says, Matt, members only should start with friend for life as an intro. I agree with you. I made the mistake of stating that this was a members only video. It's not a members only video. Everybody can jump in here as we go about it. So let's just go ahead and keep on keeping on here down in the stream. Now, next thing that we ended up seeing out of Donald Trump was him stating that the UK, United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump. So me personally, I would have liked to see the Brits get involved just because, I mean, at least they would be dropping bombs and then we wouldn't have to and so on and so forth. But nope, didn't actually go that way. Well, here you go. Here's the UAE getting hit. It was probably only like 2 hours after Trump ended up making the announcement about Iran promising not to attack anybody that they just started launching drones over in frickin' Dubai. Smashed into these freaking hotels and whatever the hell else they could get their hands on. So because of that, Dubai actually ended up coming out and shooting back at them today. They actually declared war, so it's time. Fox McCloud says, looks like all the surrounding Arab countries are working on filling in that power vacuum and possibly growing their territories. I would certainly hope so. I mean, I wouldn't mind, let them go over and freaking take those bastards on. Danny Lyon says, Trump coming out threatening tertiary ass whooping. Yeah, I mean that's basically what he did. Tertiary butt whooping, even after all of this. But the butt whooping really, I mean, I don't want to say we took it too far today because I don't think that there is such a thing as overkill when it comes to warfare. I think anybody that thinks that needs to go get in a war and then figure out what overkill might actually be. I think more violence used up front and used appropriately makes things end a lot quicker. But the idea of having a proportionated response, hell no, that's not the purpose. The purpose of killing people is to have an overwhelming response. I don't care if we blow their bodies to the point where you don't even recognize them anymore, but we should be pushing them back on their ever-loving heels to make them not want to mess with us again. And that's just simply how it's going to be. And quite frankly, that's kind of what it looks like that's happening over inside of Iran right now. You guys are going to believe some of the video footage that's actually coming out. Video number 1. Here you have your very first oil refinery that's on fire. Now this one, it doesn't look too bad. Now I can go over and I could lay out the different names of all these different refineries, but at the end of the day, when we end up going over and looking at the last one, the last video of these refineries I have on fire for you is actually 360 degrees circling all the way around over inside of Tehran. You can see the entire place just getting lit up like it's nobody's freaking business. Like the amount of bombings that have taken place over the last 12 hours are very, very substantial. Now, this next video is going to have volume, so I'm going to go ahead and give you guys an ears warning, and it's taken from a lot closer up. It's a very short clip, but this is how intense it is. Again, we're just looking at oil refineries. We're not even looking at like IRGC targets at this point in time. Incog Faraday, you have to now 5 Speak the Truth memberships. He in the house. Yo, Oh, and for the comment down there that says I can't even read, I want you to know because I'm looking at this screen and I didn't bring my glasses, which I probably should just start wearing and bringing down in here anyway, but I'm like squinting to try to like read them on this screen. I do have them up on another screen that's off camera that you guys can't see, but I mean, it's kind of a danged if I do, danged if I don't situation. Just for kind of how I have everything set up. Maybe I need to set it up for like old man eyes, you know what I mean? Like just so everybody can kind of see it. But check that bad boy out, baby. Yeah. Woo! You guys ready for this?
الو نه ترس هم اینجا خوبه هم بار نفت زد نه ترس بیا خونه ماما آره نه ترس خداحافظ یه دقیقه بذار وایسته نه ترسید از آسانسور هم نیاد مامان از آسانسور نیا بیا بابا بلند شو بیا یواش بیا بلند شو بیا خدا خانم نه ترس چی عجب گرمایی داد عجب گرمایی داد یا خدا سبین لطفاً یه بزن بده من سبین جان یه دقیقه بده من بی مطلبش نه نازی هیچی نیست نازی هیچی واسه بده من گوشیو
It is. It's my birthday, man. Thank you guys for remembering. It's my birthday today, just like it is every single day. Every day it's Matt's birthday when Iran's on fire. That just makes me smile so deep down within my soul. And I don't care if you call me a neocon or whatever word Tucker Carlson taught you. You're an idiot if that's how you feel. This is a very good thing. Now, while I leave this video up and burning here for a minute, I learned something brand new today. That the UAE is actually responsible for providing the banking system for Iran. So Iran just made a very, very crucial mistake by striking them today. Because if the UAE chooses to cut off their banking systems, it is going to be a massive monetary blow to the world's greatest nation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the untouchables, where you can't be an Ayatollah for a day without dying. Incog Faraday came in gifting out 20. It just says, big boom, big boom, big boom. Yes, it was a big boom. So, UAE, that is a very big deal. Them entering in the conflict. What that basically signifies, if we end up getting that information, that the UAE actually comes out and cuts off their monetary supply, that's going to put Iran in a really, really bad position. Because without the monetary supply coming over from the UAE, their ability to rebuild is like slim to none. Like that's where the bulk of their stuff is tied up. That's how they've been going around a bunch of sanctions and everything else. Not saying that, the UAE is sanction dodging for Iran, not accusing them of anything like that. But what I'm absolutely saying is that Iran's going to be SOL here at the end of the day. That's huge. And the fact that we're taking out all of these commodities right now that you're seeing, the oil. And what's funny is people are looking at this and they're going, well, yeah, you're taking out his oil, but doesn't that actually affect the economy? Doesn't that actually hurt the people? You know what it really affects is the freaking war machine. That's what it affects. It is going to greatly affect the Iranian war machine. Once you shut down those refineries and you blow them to hell, those vehicles, they need oil. Those are legitimate military targets, whether any of the freaking pacifists like it or not. So we ought to be blowing every single one of these things to smithereens. And every day that goes by that we open up a new target on new amounts of infrastructure, it completely and totally degrades their ability to rebuild any further, which is going to put pressure on the regime once they realize that they're not going to be able to rebuild afterwards, especially after their crucial mistake of pissing off the UAE today, now that they entered the war. Yeah, I just read a comment that said, who is wearing their birthday suit in honor of Matt's special day? You want to know what, like, one of the worst things about being a streamer is, and, like, really actually thinking about it? The amount of guys and gals at home that just look at you, that might like you, and it doesn't matter if you're ugly, if you're really good looking, etc., that probably do that. And that, like, it's so concerning to me, I think, that there's actually people that are watching this. There's probably some of you guys watching this right now in the toilet. Probably some of you guys watching this laying naked in bed. There's probably, I mean, just the amount of crap that's probably going on the receiving end of this always gives me the heebie-jeebies when you actually, like, put it into thought. And I really don't want to put it into thought, but I mean, I just kind of had to, I guess, for the sake of sake. All right, another video coming at you. Hey, there is some of you guys that take doo-doos while you watch this. I am quite for certain of it, like very quite for certain. I love that comment that I just saw from Just Cause. He says, hey man, I'm at the fire department working. Like, are you just sitting there like now? Like, you're probably not creaming yourself over me sitting here on the stream. You're probably creaming yourself at all these freaking fires, being like, if only I could drag a hose and get close to that bad boy. Could put on my mask and run into the blaze and put out fire. I'd squirt my fire hose all over it. I could see you doing that. You guys are all the same. You're all the same. Check out this view right here. Look at that bad boy on fire. I'm telling you guys, everywhere in the skyline over inside of Iran right now is completely and totally lit up. It's out of control. Old Man Weiss, so what are we actually hitting? Just suspected target or like ammo depots and launch sites? So we have been going after launch sites. We have been going after their factories that produce the drones, that produce the ballistic missiles. But it seems like the campaign today, like the main focus of the campaign, at least in the last couple hours, has been taking out all of their petroleum production facilities. and their reserve facilities, their holding tanks, etc. That is why everything appears to be on fire right now, and that is why I said that you can expect the oil and gas prices to just start skyrocketing here, because, you know, never pass up a good tragedy to make some money in the oil and gas industry. Blue collar colonizer, what about to dump? Now I feel, was about to dump. Now you feel guilty. Don't feel guilty, man. That's what, you know, listen, if my voice relaxes your colon and your anus and your sphincter, and you're able to just have one of the best ones of your life because you're paying attention to war footage, like, go for it, bro. Like, you know, do you? No pun intended. You know what I mean? All right, so here's some more of it that we got up. This is just another view. I believe this one's from Tehran. Prepper says, don't worry, Matt. We all give you one for the team. Heck yeah, man. We'll all give you one for the team. Well, I'm always taking one for the team, apparently. So, yeah, I don't mind at all. Look at that one, though. Woo! That is one hell of a fire. Again, you know, we're talking about the petroleum holding facilities that are over there, the production facilities, all of that, man, on fire. Somebody's saying, oh my God, WTF am I watching? You are watching Speak the Truth, sir. We are heavily covering on conflicts. You have a bunch of veterans in here, ran by a veteran itself. And so every now and then somebody will make a comment. I'll see a comment. I will respond to said comment. And then sometimes it might turn to discussions about poo while we're watching war footage. It's just the way it goes. I was explaining to everybody how some of you are sitting at home right now as I speak, out of the over 2,000 of you watching this stream, that are likely taking a dump while you watch it. And while some of you might not admit it, we have had people in the chat that have openly admitted it. So that's what you walked in on, my friend. That's what you walked in on. Oh, that's good. Troy's let me know that him and his wife are both fully clothed in the TV room like decent human beings. Woo! We got some good folks in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We got some good folks in the house. Well, while you might not have, you know, a fireplace up on your wall, maybe this will keep you and your wife warm. Grab a blanket, roll up next to it, get cozy, because here's some more Iranian oil refineries on fire.
پالایشگاه شهرده امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند شنبه اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرده.
It also makes me smile that now I know I have a happy couple at home curled up on the couch with the TV on and a blanket, just watching the world burn. Just like, oh, America. Oh, what a great time we live in as we continue to go about this. You guys always make me smile. All right. So again, like I said, you got about 30 major oil refineries that are on fire right now. Zach Hudson says, Matt, how do you think China is feeling about the oil infrastructure being taken out in Iran? I think they're shaking in their pants, to be perfectly honest with you. That is a solid question. I think China is very, very upset about this. Upwards of 40% of Chinese oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and a huge supplier of them happens to be Iran. And so with the Strait of Hormuz, you know, we still have traffic. We could pull up maritime traffic right now and show you. There's still traffic that's moving, but it's not what it normally is. And if China is being restricted now on oil coming out of Iran, I also want to remind you that they're also being restricted on oil coming out of Venezuela. That is going to put a huge strain on the Chinese economy. And this goes back, and I really appreciate this question. It's like, Zach, it's like you wanted to get me on a roll. This goes back to what I said about how Russia and China are tied into this, and their support mechanism happens to be Iran. Iran supplying the oil, Iran supplying the munitions, China supplying, material support to Russia to fund their war machine and keep that sucker moving. Obviously, they're charging for it. But if Russia doesn't have oil, guess what? Then all of a sudden their production capabilities are cut back. And when their production capabilities are cut back, that means the Russian war machine slows down. And when the Russian war machine slows down, ooh, that's bad. Now, when you start talking about like the financing leg being cut out from underneath Russia and the financing leg being cut out from underneath the IRGC, we got a whole other set of problems on hand.
And so now my next point that I'm looking for is Russia and China getting pissed off. I told you guys before we went to Venezuela, as soon as Venezuela pops off, you better believe we're going to have to start worrying about Iran. And then Iran pops off. Now I'm telling you guys, how this thing turns out is going to depend on how pissed off Russia and China get because of all of that backside story. Don't get caught off guard. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You guys are going to need it. Eagles fan Clark says China has stopped harassing Taiwan reportedly. Yeah, you probably know why. Because what we're showing up on the screen right here is actual leverage. This is leverage. Believe it or not, when you talk about like the global geopolitical strategic implications, this is leverage against Iran, and this is leverage against China, and this is leverage against Russia. That's just how it goes. And so if China decide they're going to back off Taiwan, this is probably why. Fox McCloud says the great monitoring the situation will continue. Ah, yes. Continue to monitor the situation at home on your johns in your bed. Snuggle up next to your wife as we continue to roll through these videos. Mike Merrill. Yo, Matt, thanks for being hilarious and spreading straight facts. No printer. Oh, you and the children. I love the White House media and their posts recently. I'm not going to lie. I don't care for a lot of it, what the White House puts out. And I feel like their press conferences are kind of turning into like a propaganda machine. Like I want facts. I don't want to hear if they don't do this, then we're going to decimate them even further. No, I want to hear today we knocked out this, we knocked out this, we knocked out this. If they do not comply, we will knock out this, we will knock out this, we will knock out this. If that doesn't work, you know what I mean? Like that's what I want to hear. Old Man Y says, we did take strikes during prayer. Savage. Yeah. We did the strikes during prayer time. Of course we did. Why would we not? War doesn't wait for Islamic prayer time. It's just the way it goes. M4 Kron, what's your thoughts on Trump talking about taking over Cuba? I think he's bolstering, to be honest with you. I think he's just kind of like puffing his chest out. I know Cuba's a pain in our butt, but I don't think we want to deal with Cuba like that. I think economically would be the best way to deal with Cuba in the meantime. Mr. Guy. Cost gas to harass. That is why they quit playing chicken. Yeah, I would think so. The amount of fuel is kind of where it's at. Oil, believe it or not, has a lot of strategic implications. We're going to be going over this. Stuff squash. Did you hear about the bomb threat made on the Southwest flight Nashville to Fort Lauderdale last night? It diverted into Atlanta. The guy looked Middle Eastern. Yes, I did hear about that flight. It did divert mid-flight, landed over in Atlanta. Atlanta SWAT ended up hitting the airplane. No shots were fired. Everybody had their heads down and their hands up. Looks like the guy was actually sitting in his seat. And from what I heard or what I read, if I remember correct, it was like it wasn't like I'm going to bomb the plane. It was like a slight that he was going to blow the plane up. And so they diverted anyways just for that very reason. And that's why he remained in his seat. And then they ended up hitting it. Scott Chassel says, just appreciate your coverage over the last few years. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Tom Bones, cousin thinks that what Trump is doing in Iran is deplorable and evil just to take people's attention away from the Epstein files. So I made a joke back when this whole thing first started that maybe, just maybe, Iran had intel on the Epstein files. He had the unredacted Epstein files, and they were threatening to release him, and that is what caused Trump to go to war. I thought I was joking. Turns out there's actually conspiracy theorists out there that believe it. Mighty Spatula, I'm late and haven't caught up. Anyways, pants check. Mighty Spatula, believe it or not, man, I already ran my pants check. It's already been run. Promise you. All right, let's get this sucker rolling. Now, if you guys think that you're going to make me stand up for a pants check, you are dead wrong. I'm calling an end to the pants check era. Far too long we've been playing pants checks games. I'm calling an end to the pants check era. But I do appreciate your donations. Unless you donate like $500, I'm not going to turn down a $500 pants check. It's just, I won't do that. But anyways, here we go.
صبح شد من دم پنجره بودم پنجره شد صبح شد گفتم
Dude, I love that your guys' comments aren't anything about like the absolute scene of destruction, but it's that the guy that's filming is out of shape. Like, you guys are freaking brutal. Incog Faraday tried the Wintergreen Bravo. Pretty good. No, I love the Wintergreen, man. That's honestly my fave. Big fan of the Wintergreen. Yeah, they're freaking amazing. I absolutely love the Wintergreen. Those things are amazing. I love the Wintergreen. Yes, sir. All right, moving on to the next video. Let's get that sucker up and execute. Look at the fire. Ooh. Oil refineries, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at oil refineries. We have been burning them down. Somebody says this is like an iPhone 4. Man, you're looking at the Middle East. You're looking at Iran. Like, I don't know what you expect as far as like cell phone technology overside of there. Not to mention like the Iranian rial has been crashed. Like, their currency has crashed. It's now like $1.5 million to US dollar. Back in December going into January, it was like $1 US to like 600,000. So it just continues to like rise. Nobody's buying cell phones right now, man. Nobody. And if they even did have access to cell phones, I guarantee you that sucker might even say made by Nokia, but maybe in, I don't know, Pakistan. I no idea. But what I do know is that they don't have a lot of money. They've been very, very like upset, very, very poor by all of this. This is a beautiful skyline view. If you're that married couple that had joined in earlier and said that you guys are snuggled up on a blanket, here's another great oil refinery on fire. D-Rock says, I hate you at this point, Matt. Your info is good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you hate me, D-Rock. Thank you. Thank you for hating me. I will pray for you also.
چیکار داره میکنه پشمام نزدیک پالایشگاه شهرلی امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15 اسفند چند اسفند زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرلی.
All right, everybody calm down. Bass Bucks Outdoors decided to invoke the name that should not be mentioned, Tucker Carlson. And he asks, I know you stated your opinion on Tucker Carlson, but in one of his latest videos, he stated how our missile stockpile is basically at an all-time low. What's your take on this? Heck said otherwise. Well, I'd start off with Tucker Carlson and his source on our missile stockpiles here in the United States of America. It'd be really great if he could actually name, who his source is. I think it's a little bit more believable that I probably have a better source than Tucker Carlson when it goes to the defense industry, international stockpiles, and what we actually have. As far as bombs and missile goes, not a concern. Not a concern. We have been stacking them up for freaking days and years, actually. We were producing bombs at a very good rate, and we were continuing to drop them for years over inside of Iraq and Afghanistan. Didn't slow us down one bit, not to mention other places inside Africa and around the world, not to mention all of the bombs that we're producing and arming other countries with. We don't have a problem with that. Not to mention the United States also has strategic stockpiles of certain munitions all the way around the world. So for him to sit back, and in the United States, and if you've never been inside like a military supply bunker where all of this stuff is stored, it would blow your mind the amount of ammunition the United States has. It would blow your mind. Everybody knows who has the, you guys know who has like the US's largest, or I'm sorry, the world's largest Air Force, right? Does everybody know who possesses the world's largest Air Force? The United States, right. Now, who possesses the world's second largest Air Force? Anybody? Anybody at all? That would be the United States Navy. So to sit back and pretend like we don't have enough cruise missiles and bombs is probably one of the most retarded takes ever. I don't even know what to tell you about that. Like, I don't know why people listen to him. It blows my mind to this day. I get he's entertaining, but he's also like, I know I come off as arrogant sometimes. Like, I get that, but it's more or less confidence in what I'm saying. His is just like penis on the forehead, like arrogance. Poonbanger coming in and gifting out a Speak the Truth membership. What up there, Poonbanger? J Dog 001. Do you think that this coalition forces will last and join the Abraham Accords after the war? Yes, I actually think that is a big thing that we're looking at getting out of this following the strike. Particularly of all the countries that we really want to push back to the Abraham Accords would be Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia originally was doing really good with it, and then they started backing out of it quite a bit. And I think now we're going to start seeing that push to get them back, towards the Abraham Accord. So I do think that that's actually going to come through. That's a good question. And I'm getting a hi from Panama City Beach, Florida. Stay safe, everyone. Heck yeah. Everybody should be staying safe, including your little pooch that you got over there in your thumbnail. Alrighty. Matt forgot the third largest Air Force, United States Marines. Hey, listen, man, there's only so much bragging you do, and then it just sounds really, really mean,
16 اسفند سوهانک انتهای لاله.
CJ Banksful says, you may not know who I am talking about, but they may need the new Red Adar to put out those fires in the oil fields. Red passed away in 2004. Unfortunately, CJ, I do not know who you're talking about. And it could be a joke or it could be a serious comment. I'm torn on this one. I don't know how to respond respectfully, so I am going to just read your comment and encourage everybody to look into it. All right, here we have the Sauron Oil Depot. So, a little short one, not as good as like the other raging fires that are over there. But this one, you guys ready for this? I want you guys to be ready for this one. Be ready. It's going to play. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, execute. What do you guys think? That one's so good, I think we got to play it twice. All right, Chris Coons says, I shouted you out on Timcast. Hopefully they reach out to you, and I hope you have already reached out to them. Best of luck, brother, and look forward to seeing you there. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it, man. I look forward to being there as well. I mean, I've got lots of interviews and stuff like that that are coming up in the near future. And oddly enough, I am being requested to go out and do these other interviews. Things like Timcast and all of these other ones. I know you can VTC, but a lot of the time they want you to actually show up. And when we got situations like Iran going on, not necessarily where I want to be at the time, but I'm okay taking maybe a day off a week, fly, as long as I can same day that sucker, day off, fly out, fly back in, good to go, maybe an overnight with back here so I could do a stream the next day. But I really don't want to miss 2 days in a row of work as we have all of this stuff going down. But I'm always there for him, always there, always there. All right, let's keep them rolling, baby. Let's keep them rolling. All right, this for you guys at home is showing all of the different strikes around the Middle East. And I still want to point out the amount of strikes that have taken place over in Western Iran. Now, this isn't showing, in my opinion, the density of said strikes, right, that are taking place over here in Western Iran up over near the Kurdish territory. But what it is showing is that they have shifted even closer and closer to the Iraqi border. And that's pretty amazing, because what we've seen is targeting of the ports, right? We've seen targeting all the way over here. Not a lot of targeting over in Eastern Iran. Lots of targeting up inside of Tehran itself. But then from there, it's like Tehran due west. And once you start going due west, you're entering in Kurdish territory. We do have fights, airstrikes, fast movers, things like that are taking place up over inside of northern Iraq today. It was reported that U.S. troops were actually in contact with Iranian-backed militias on the ground over there. I did see an Apache earlier this morning when I woke up that was raining some hell down over there, and what sounded like 40 Mike being launched, honestly, inside the video as well. So all of that's going on over on the Iraqi side of the border. It looks like they're trying to knock out these Iranian-backed militias on that side of the border, and then again just crushing Kurdish territory. So that should tell you that you know, we've got some stuff that's going to be coming up in the future. I still think that that's the most likely course of action moving forward from here, the moment we start degrading those targets. I want to take you guys real quick over to Israel. I told you guys about Hezbollah and their pain in the butt, and they're still shooting rockets at Israel. Pretty insane, in my opinion, that they still have that many left over time, and it goes to show, right, the amount of funding, backing, like networks, etc., that were over inside of the Middle East, and how, you know, the IRGC was getting these things in, or not the IRGC, Hezbollah was getting these things in for so long. I remember tracking these and showing you guys this, you know, about like a year and a half ago, up over on the map, and I could probably still remember the routes, but I do remember them generally speaking where they were going. So you're looking at cross-border fire over here in that last video in between Israel and Lebanon. But when we had all of the fighting taking place in Syria, you had aircraft and whatnot that was landing all the way up here, Homs and above, and they were bringing these weapons down. Or I'm sorry, they were landing in where? Aleppo. I'm sorry, they were landing in Aleppo, and then they used their RAT networks and their tunneling networks to basically shoot straight down through Homs, transfer over, going into Damascus, and then start working their way into northern Lebanon right up here. Or they were also working their way down south a little bit, and then jumping over and cutting in, you know, to get their butts over into, what do you call it, over into Lebanon. So they had like some pretty big routes that they were running over there. But yeah, you know, what we were just talking about with all of the bombings and stuff over along this area of Iraq, north of Baghdad, Sulaymaniyah, all of that crap. North of that, around Erbil, Mosul is where we are hearing some of that fighting is taking place up over there. And then you have all of the bombings up over along the border. So we've got that going on as well. And I predict that that is going to go down sometime in the near future. I don't think strategically it's going to work out very well for Iran whatsoever. I understand that this is probably one of the quickest updates that I've given you guys in a really long time. Fox McCloud says, let's send Matt to Israel again. Oh, you want to send me to Israel? So the problem is I'm still working on flights. I have no problem getting on the ground. I'm not going to lie. Probably about 2 weeks ago, I was sitting down and going, I know they're about to get the shit bombed out of them. I just need to book a flight over into Tel Aviv, like a one-way flight, and I'm over there until this thing ends. Like, I don't know how long it's going to be. I could get stuck over there for a very long period of time, but I just need to go over there to cover the ballistic missiles, you know, and all of that other crap. And then I started thinking, okay, well, how am I going to be producing videos and streaming material for you guys as well while I'm over there? And so like I had this like back and forth, but I still reached out and I said, I am looking at coming back in. I want, like, you know what I'm saying? And all of that crap. And unfortunately the war kicked off by the time I reached out. It was just too late when it actually went down. Yvonne, Matt, I'm sitting on my couch. Well, good. That's what I need to do. That's what I want to do after I take a shower. I want to go sit on my couch. Well, actually, no, what I want to do is I want to eat and I want to go to the gym. I want to go crush weights today. That's what I'm going to do as long as nothing bigger comes out. Russia's going to be pissed. Make no mistake about it. And I think we'll start hearing more and more coming out from them as well. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bid you adieu on this Saturday afternoon. If something big comes out, I will be back here this evening, but I wanted to give you an update, show you guys that Iran's on fire, all right, that all of their oil fields are currently burning to the ground.
Intensive airstrikes in the south, particularly around the city of Tyre, but a number of other locations. Dozens of places have been hit, including the Bekaa Valley. And as you were mentioning, the raids in the Bekaa killed more than 40 people when an Israeli helicopter, a number of them actually, landed near the Syrian border, dropped off a load of commandos and sent them into a Lebanese village. Now, the Israeli military says that the purpose of that operation was to recover the body of a man who went missing in the 1980s. He was a navigator on a plane that was downed over Lebanon, and that they were looking for his body. But once Hezbollah engaged them on the ground, the Israeli military started bombing heavily in order for their forces to get out. And as a result of those airstrikes, more than 40 people were killed just yesterday here in Lebanon.
Heidi, thank you so much. Heidi Pett there joining us from Beirut. Now, Iran has fired another salvo of missiles at Israel. Interceptions lit up the sky over the central and northern part of the country. There have been no reports of damage on the ground so far. Iranian strikes over the past week have caused extensive damage to Tel Aviv. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will continue the war with, quote, all our force. Now, Rory Challant is following developments from Amman, and he joins us live from there. Now, widespread attacks, but we don't know how much damage is actually being done on the ground, do we, Rory?
No, because the Israelis are keeping a very tight lid on the information that they allow to come out into the public sphere. They ask people to not share videos, not reveal the extent of any damage. What we do know is that today, since morning time, there have been at least 9 or 10 volleys of Iranian missiles. Now, that is a bit more than previous days, although when you compare that to the early days of the conflict, the Israelis feel like things have eased off. Today's strikes or attacks have been focused on the northern part of the country, particularly around Haifa, where the Iranians say that they've been targeting an Israeli oil refinery there in retaliation for the Israeli targeting of oil infrastructure inside Iran. We don't know of any confirmed damage, though, to the Israeli oil refinery. Now, one thing we do know is, or this is being talked about in Israeli media, is that the warning time that Israelis now have for incoming missiles has gone down to about 4 minutes. And that is because of pretty widespread damage to American radar warning stations in Jordan, where I am, and in other parts of the Gulf that have been damaged by the Iranians, which suggests that there has been a pretty successful campaign from the Iranians to degrade essentially the US eyes across the whole region, and that has an impact on how long Israelis have to run to a shelter. One place where they have no time to run to shelters at all is way up in the north along the Lebanese border, where they're so close to the Hezbollah launchers when they launch these rockets, and they have been a lot recently, that they really don't have any time at all to get to any sort of safety. And the Hezbollah has been warning Israelis to get out of various towns on that northern border, which the Israeli government says they're not going to be doing. Elsewhere, we've heard that the Israelis have extended a state of emergency for another couple of days, although several days ago that state of emergency was relaxed a little bit so that you now can go back to your workplace, and there are groups of, people can congregate in groups of up to 50 as long as they are close enough to a shelter. That's the imperative, being close to shelters.
Thank you, Rory. Rory challenged there for us in Amman. Now, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has issued multiple statements today discussing Iranian attacks on Gulf countries, and this was his message early on Saturday.
Here I feel it necessary, regarding neighboring countries that were attacked by Iran, to apologize on my own behalf. Because of the vicious assault on us, we lost our supreme leader, our compatriots and loved ones. Our armed forces put their lives on the line to defend our territorial integrity. When the commanders were no longer there, acting on their own initiative, our armed forces carried out all the actions that were necessary, and they conducted the operations that were necessary and protected our country with strength. We do not intend to conduct an assault on neighboring countries, but like I've said before, they are our brothers. We have to be hand in hand with our brothers in peace. And the Interim Leadership Council approved a decision yesterday. That decision was relayed to our forces that they should no longer attack neighboring countries unless there is an attack on Iran staged on their soil.
And now Pezeshkian followed up his video message with a post on X saying the Islamic Republic of Iran has always emphasized the maintenance and continuation of friendly relations with regional governments based on good neighborliness and mutual respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity. This does not negate Iran's inherent right to defend itself against military aggression by the United States and the Zionist regime. Let's get over to Axel Zemovich now, who's right here in Doha. So those comments from Pezeshkian have been quickly walked back by other officials, and whatever he said, it hasn't worked because the attacks have continued.
That's right. We're seeing a lot of attacks across the region. We reported earlier that Saudi Arabia, they intercepted a drone coming to the capital, Riyadh. Now we're getting updates from Qatar regarding those explosions we heard earlier today. According to officials, 10 ballistic missiles and 2 cruise missiles were launched from Iran towards Qatar. And according to the Defense Ministry, 6 of the ballistic missiles were intercepted. 2 of them fell into Qatar's territorial waters, and 2 of them landed in a remote area, and there are no casualties reported. We also reported that the United Arab Emirates, there were some ballistic missiles intercepted there. Fighter jets were intercepting incoming drones. And we're hearing that falling debris hit a car over there. 1 person was killed, a Pakistani national, but also shrapnel and other parts of debris landed on a residential building in the Dubai Marina area. So, despite all of this, despite assurances there's not going to be any more attacks, we're still seeing that Gulf countries across the region are still experiencing a lot of incoming missiles entering their airspace.
What have they been saying then? What are these Gulf countries, the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Qataris and the Kuwaitis saying?
There are some diplomatic activities. We heard earlier from a Qatar State News Agency that Sheikh Tamim held a telephone conversation with the U.S. President Trump. What we understand from the call, and it was reported by the state agency, that they were discussing about the situation on the ground, but also what's in terms of the Iranian attacks in the region. And on that call, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani said Qatar would not hesitate to take all necessary measures to protect its safety, sovereignty, and national interest. Earlier, we also heard from the UAE president. He said that his country is in a good shape right now, despite the fact it's facing a conflict, and they are hoping to emerge even stronger from everything.
Thank you so much, Axel Zemovich, there joining us here from Doha. Turkey's Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has warned the United States and Israel against involving Kurdish groups in the conflict with Iran.
It has been the intention of Israel for many long years. They have always sought to exploit and use the Kurdish factions. Now, Israel is conducting the same with the Kurdish factions in Iran. However, is the American position in line with the Israeli strategy, and how? Are they aligned with each other in this area? We are continuously monitoring this matter. This is the wrong approach, and we stand against the involvement of any element or introducing any new scenarios.
Loud blasts also been heard throughout the day near the U.S. military base in Erbil, of course, in Iraq. Anti-aircraft eyes also been reported there, and it comes just hours after a strike killed one person in nearby Nineveh at the headquarters of a group which is apparently linked to Iran. And we're talking about the Popular Mobilization Forces. President Trump has taken to social media to criticize the UK Prime Minister. He claims that the UK was, quote, thinking about sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. He went on to say, that's okay, Prime Minister Starmer, we don't need them any longer, but we will remember we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. This was a post to Truth Social, and it does come UK air bases for operations against Iran, and they do include the Royal Air Force base on RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire and the Diego Garcia base, which is on the in the Indian Ocean. Well, that's it from me. I'm Rashad Salam. You can, of course, get more details on all our top stories by visiting our website. Up Front is next, and Darren Jordan will be your host.
Hello, welcome to Up Front. I'm Rita Chadman. Has Israel and the United States war with Iran increased or decreased the global nuclear threat? Former U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton has been calling for regime change in Iran for decades. This week on Upfront, I'll challenge him on why he backs a long war in the Middle East and what the consequences would be for the U.S., the region, and the wider world. Ambassador Bolton, welcome to Upfront. Now, in the past week, we've seen leaders from around the world calling for de-escalation, restraint, and a diplomatic solution to the war between U.S., Israel, and Iran. In a recent interview, you said that a diplomatic solution would be a mistake. Why?
Well, we've seen for 25 years the government of Iran attempt to continue to pursue its objective of getting deliverable nuclear weapons, while promising all kinds of steps to do exactly the opposite. We've also seen it consistently refuse to talk about its support for international terrorism, its own state terrorism, and its ballistic missile programs. So when you have this extent of experience and could see even in recent days that the government was doing everything it could to simply buy time to avoid what has now happened, that there's no question here of negotiating in good faith with this government. The government itself is the problem. It threatens innocent people in the region and around the world. It threatens its own people. And I think the course that's been launched upon is a legitimate exercise of the inherent right of individual and collective self-defense. And I think we'll see how long it takes, but that is the course we're on, and I think that's the course that we'll stay on.
You have argued for military action against Iran for decades now, yet the U.S. administration briefed Congress that it had no intelligence that Iran planned to strike the U.S. first. I may add that the UN watchdog says it sees no structured nuclear weapons program. So if it is not an imminent threat, why is the United States bombing Iran?
Because we're not required to wait until it's an imminent threat. There may be a lot that's going on that we don't know about, and even more that's going on that the IAEA doesn't know about. We also know that for 3 decades or more, there's been cooperation between Iran and North Korea, both on nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. And so it's entirely possible that Iran could get nuclear weapons simply by purchasing warheads from North Korea. Iran is the proximate threat to peace and security in the Middle East, and until that regime is overthrown and the people of Iran have a chance to govern the country, there's no chance for lasting peace and security in the region.
So you're arguing that it does not need to be an imminent threat, but it is not irrelevant that the President of the United States is saying this week that Iran was 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. What I'm trying to get at is that the basis of going into Iran is that it posed an imminent threat. You have the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that, well, we struck Iran because we had information that Israel was going to strike first. There is no coherent story. Are we back there again where the basis of going to war with another country is a lie?
Well, the administration may be confused, but I'm not confused. I think the threat is very real, and it doesn't matter whether it's a threat that of some remove or closer. But I would say again, Iran's real distance from nuclear weapons is about 72 hours. If it sends a bank transfer to Pyongyang, the central bank of North Korea, and gets a nuclear warhead in return.
So are you saying that the president is lying? Do you concede that the president was lying to the American people?
No, look, I'm not a defender of Donald Trump, as you may know. I think he's trying different pieces of logic. He said as well that there obviously is a threat. But he's worried about dissent from within his own political base. I think the strategic arguments on behalf of the United States are real. I think it's a mistake that Trump has not made those arguments more effectively in the United States with Congress and internationally. But the case itself is very, very real.
So why strike a country that was at the negotiating table? You insist that Iran posed an imminent threat, but we do know that negotiations have been going on. Donald Trump said in February, we likewise had very good talks on Iran. Iran looks like it wants to make a deal very badly. And we have Oman also saying we're just moments away from a peace deal. Are these negotiations then that the United States keep having performative?
There are performances on the part of the government of Iran. I said earlier, and I'll just say it again, there's no need to say there's an imminent threat from Iran. There's certainly no imminent nuclear threat. One could argue there's an imminent terrorist threat from Iran in the United States, in Europe, in the region through what's left of their terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. I think the record of negotiation over the past 25 years has been that it's Iran that has strung these out, that has made commitments it hasn't honored, and that it's their record of deception that provides a more than adequate basis to conclude that they continue to want to have deliverable nuclear weapons. In fact, I would say there is literally no evidence whatever that Iran has ever made a strategic decision to stop its efforts to get nuclear weapons.
Iran was at the negotiation table and the leaders get killed during that time. It sounds like it is the United States that is approaching this crisis in bad faith.
No, I don't think so at all. I think when you're dealing with people who are in effect committing fraud, acting as if they're serious about negotiations, but who are not, that doesn't pose any obstacle. We're not required to be at the mercy of the theological fanatic regime that runs that country.
But you are required to act within the confines of international law, are you not? If there is an argument and the UN is putting on the table that it sees no evidence of a nuclear program, why does the US insist that there is?
I don't think that's what the IAEA is saying, and in any event, it doesn't bind the United States. It may occur to you that we have other sources of information.
So the United States can just set the tone and set the agenda in a multilateral world, taking a region to a war. Should you not be consulting even with your allies who are today calling for restraint and are not supporting this decision?
Well, I think we should have done more to consult with the allies. I'm not defending the Trump administration's approach to this, but I think the response from Iran is really quite revealing of what kind of government they've got, notwithstanding that the 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council themselves launched no hostile action against Iran. It is Iran that has fired missiles and drones at civilian targets. I think that tells you everything you need to know about that regime.
Okay, we can concede that Iran's approach as well has been problematic in some instances, but let's just go to the war itself. In the first day of the war, we saw that more than 165 schoolgirls and staff were killed by the airstrike. We've seen mounting civilian casualties. We've also seen the global economy on a downward spiral. And as you said, the conflict is escalating to the region. Is there a certain threshold of death and destruction at which you would say this is enough and needs to stop immediately?
Well, let's be clear. I don't think the United States can be accused of targeting a girls' school deliberately. We don't know what the circumstances are there. It could well be that it was an Iranian missile that hit that school. We do know the girls' school is right next to an IRGC naval base, not the best place for a girls' school to be. I think that the casualties that have been suffered in Iran so far are almost exclusively government personnel, many of them military, but many of them civilian leaders, including the supreme leader, who, after all, represented national command authority. If the regime itself weren't so bloodthirsty, it wouldn't be in this problem. There is credible evidence that in January, the government, to put down the protest demonstrations against its authoritarian rule, machine-gunned innocent civilians in the streets of cities and towns across Iran, and by many accounts, killed more than 30,000 people. That, again, is compelling evidence of the nature of that regime.
Respectfully, Ambassador, the claim that this was an Iranian missile that hit the school has been debunked numerous times.
I think it's being investigated. I think nobody should speak with certainty what caused it. It's a tragedy that innocent civilians like that were killed. But as I say, putting a girls' school near a naval base headed by the Revolutionary Guard was not good planning, at least. Whether it was put there to be camouflage is another question that's worth investigating.
Well, one would think that if the United States and Israel are going to hit a school, that they would make certain that the intelligence is credible. Iranians don't want to be burying their children.
I don't think there's any evidence at this point that the school was targeted by Israel or the United States. It's a tragedy that it happened. There's no doubt about that.
Well, the reality is that 165 elementary school children are dead, and it's not something that we can be flippant about.
And several thousand Israeli civilians were killed by Hamas, which is an agent of the Iranian government.
We are now in the realm of whataboutism. We are dealing with a school that was targeted this week, and that's what I'd like to speak about.
And I'll say it one more time. You can keep repeating your question. I don't think the U.S. or Israel targeted that school. If it was hit by an American missile that misfired or was mistakenly targeted, I think the United States will apologize and provide recompense. That's what we do.
Let's move on to something else, a broader strategic objective about this war. In a recent interview, you said that in this war, the strategic thinker is Bibi Netanyahu beyond doubt. Let me ask you this directly. Who is setting the strategy here? Is it Washington or Netanyahu? Is Israel effectively leading U.S. foreign policy?
No, I think this is a joint mission. I think the two countries agreed to it. I've known Netanyahu for many years, and I know he has recognized the threat that everybody in the region, including all the Gulf Arab states, face from Iran.
Can I just ask you about what you said about Donald Trump? You have not hidden the fact that you think he's not competent to lead this nation. In fact, in your book, you say that he has no political philosophy. Searching for policy coherence is fruitless since he cares almost exclusively about his own interest. That is a scathing indictment on the President of the United States. How do you reconcile supporting such a historic decision like going to war and leave such a weighty matter under a commander-in-chief that you have described as incompetent?
Because I think it's the right decision, and I think you have to make your judgments based on what you think the right policy is on behalf of the United States. And I thought we should have removed this regime in Tehran for at least 20 years.
You say that making decisions on behalf of the United States, but the polls are starting to come in. The recent poll, most U.S. citizens are not in favor of U.S. strikes on Iran. You are advocating for regime change, I take it, a strategy that could mean a long, drawn-out conflict costing billions of dollars. If Americans don't want this war, why are you doing it?
Because I don't base my opinions on public opinion surveys. I base them on what I think is in the best interest of the United States. I think Trump made a mistake in not preparing the public for the conflict in advance. He may yet be able to make it up. And I think ultimately, if we are successful in overthrowing the regime, that it will demonstrate to people who will then support it why it was in our best interest to do so.
But can you really bomb a political future into existence here? We have experiences in Libya.
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I think the objective here is to destroy the instruments of Iranian state power that threaten the United States, threaten the Gulf Arab states, threaten Israel, threaten much of the world, and threaten its own people. And by destroying those assets, demonstrate to other figures in the regime, including in the regular army, not the Revolutionary Guard necessarily, but in the regular army, that the days of the regime are numbered, and that they would have to make a decision whether they're going to go down with the ship or whether they will transfer their allegiance to the people of Iran, who overwhelmingly reject the rule of the Ayatollahs.
It didn't work so well in Iraq and Afghanistan. I mean, regime change has a deeply troubling record. Let me finish. When imposed from the outside, I mean, the Taliban is back in power. Taliban is back in power. With Iraq, there was a vacuum,
and the United States left under the Biden administration. That was the mistake.
But it proves the point that the United States destabilized the region, and you didn't achieve the goals that you promised the people. Iraq and ISIS.
Here's the goal I want to achieve. I want to eliminate Iran's nuclear weapons program. I want to eliminate its ballistic missile program, and I want its ability to carry out terrorist operations and support terrorist groups eliminated. And I think we're well on the way to doing that.
Ambassador Bolton, thank you for your time.
Thank you. It was great.
As the United States and Israel's war with Iran continues, President Donald Trump reiterated this week that Iran was close to obtaining a nuclear weapon. But did Iran ever pose a nuclear threat? And could this war spark a new wave of global nuclear proliferation? Joining me to discuss this is Joe Cirincione. He's a national security analyst, former advisor to the US State Department, and author of the book Nuclear Nightmares: Securing the World Before It Is Too Late. Joe, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. President Trump said recently if the U.S. had not attacked Iran, then, quote, within 2 weeks, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon. Again, you would have had a nuclear war and Iran would have taken out many countries. Just lay out the facts here. Were Iran's nuclear capabilities posing a threat to the U.S. and the world?
No, it's simply not true. Iran was close to a nuclear weapon. They have been developing nuclear capabilities for some time, but as far as we know, they abandoned any effort to get a nuclear weapon back in 2003. In fact, the U.S. intelligence services repeatedly, every year, say that Iran does not have an ongoing nuclear weapons program. The president is simply confused. I don't think he understands the difference between nuclear material, which Iran has, and a nuclear weapon, which it doesn't have. It's very simple. Iran has the capability to take some of the enriched uranium that they have already produced in gas form and to take some of that, particularly their stockpile of 60% enriched uranium, and feed it into the centrifuges they already have. But that's just the material. Making the material is the hardest part of a nuclear weapon, but it's just the beginning. You then have to take that gas and turn it into powder and then turn it into a metal. That's going to take you several weeks. And then if you want to take that weapon and turn it into a deliverable weapon that you could put on the nose cone of a missile, that's going to take you months and tests of that warhead design, something that we would see Iran doing.
So it's quite a process. They wouldn't have been able to do it in secret.
Absolutely not. They could probably enrich the uranium in secret. We probably wouldn't see them doing that. But every step after that, it would be observable, particularly because we now know that Israel has penetrated the Iranian nuclear program very deeply, clearly has some human sources in that program. So no, they couldn't hide this effort.
So just one day before this war started, Oman's foreign minister, who was mediating these nuclear negotiations, said that a deal was within reach. And Iran's foreign minister said exactly that we have no interest in developing a nuclear weapon. So why strike now? And what are the implications for the future of nuclear negotiations?
Right. Again, the president of the United States is confused. He said in his State of the Union address, Iran has refused to say the magic words, no nuclear weapon. That's simply not true. They've said it repeatedly. There's even a fatwa denouncing nuclear weapons as immoral, something that many religious leaders have said. So what the president seems to have, and they have taken the excuse that Iran was not agreeing to take steps in the negotiations. Again, untrue. We know that because the Oman foreign minister, the mediator in the talk, flew to Washington last Friday specifically to brief the vice president of the United States because he wanted to make sure that this administration and congressional leaders understood that there was a very good offer on the table. Briefly, Iran was proposing that they stop all enrichment of uranium, all of it, something they hadn't agreed to before, for a period of time, 3 to 5 years. And then they would agree that even when they resumed it, they wouldn't stockpile any gas. So you'd eliminate that breakout opportunity that we just discussed. That's a pretty good deal. That is not at all what Witkoff said the Iranians had offered. And this is why the Oman foreign minister felt that he needed to go. He didn't trust Witkoff and Kushner to convey the actual proposal, and it seems that he had good reason not to trust them.
And in his final public address, the supreme leader, who has now been killed, Ayatollah Khamenei, said, we must have deterrent weapons. If a country does not have deterrent weapons, it will be crushed under the feet of its enemies. So here's the question. Could this attack on Iran and the killing of its supreme leader end up bolstering Iran's ambitions for a nuclear deterrent?
Yes, absolutely. I think this attack has probably accelerated Iran's program. I read Ali Khamenei's remarks there to mean missile programs, because the other thing the United States was demanding was an end to the missile programs. Well, Iran doesn't have an air force. The missiles are its air force. It was using them to deter other countries, Saudi Arabia, Israel, the U.S. from attacking it with these missiles. Obviously, that deterrent failed, but we're never going to give that up. But now, if you're Iran, and after the U.S. and Israel stopped their attacks, and you're still standing, what conclusion are you going to draw from this? That you need a bigger deterrent, that you need a nuclear weapon. And it won't just be Iran who's thinking that.
France has already vowed that it would increase its nuclear warheads, and there are several European countries that have signaled that they support a wider French-led nuclear deterrence strategy. Are we then likely, or are we witnessing the start of a new era of nuclear proliferation?
We absolutely are, and it's mainly because of the United States. It's not something that's happening to us. We're causing this. Why is France making those statements? Why are countries like Germany and Japan and Poland and Finland starting to talk about their nuclear options? Because the President of the United States has signaled and actually told them that he might not be committed to their security. So they no longer trust the United States to back up their security. And if you're the UAE, if you're Saudi Arabia, you got to be thinking the same thing now. So it's not just Iran after this war that's going to be thinking about getting a nuclear weapon. It might be some of the Arab states as well. And so now this war is fueling a trend that was already ongoing. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
You have called this actually the most dangerous period of nuclear age. Why?
Because of the policies of the United States. We are dismantling all the arms control agreements. With Vladimir Putin of Russia, the United States under Trump has been pulling out of the arms control agreements, most importantly the New START agreement, the last remaining strategic arms control agreement between the United States and Russia. It's tearing down the nuclear guardrails, not replacing them with anything, and instead both the United States and Russia are building up their arsenals. Others see that, like China, they follow, and now you have countries thinking they need to get their own nuclear weapons because they can no longer rely on the United States. We're back to the nuclear mania of the 1950s and 60s. It's probably the most dangerous time we've had since the height of the Cold War.
I'm really fascinated by something that you've said. You've recently stated that, quote, it's far more likely that this war will accelerate regime change in America than it will accelerate regime change in Iran. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. The goal of regime change in Iran is one that's long been sought by many hardliners in the United States and in Israel, but it's impossible to do that with a campaign alone. No war in history has ever toppled a government just with air power. It takes an invasion. And the Iranian regime is not like that of Saddam Hussein in Iraq or Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. It's not a one-man rule. It's a deep, decades-long revolutionary mechanism that's been put in place and has been preparing for this moment for all those decades. That's why one of my great concerns is what Israel's planning to do now. It looks like they're starting to shift to a sustained bombing campaign to ruin Iran's infrastructure. That's why they want this to go on for weeks and months. They want to do a Gaza-like effort on the main power centers in Iran to kill thousands of people, not just the core. Knowing that, I think it's highly unlikely the American government, even under Trump, is going to back that. He's going to quit before we get to anything like that, and it's going to make him look weaker and weaker. So I think this has compounded the already large concerns that the American public has about the President of the United States. The war is unpopular. The President is unpopular. It's more likely to accelerate regime change in America than it is in Iran.
Joe Cirincione, thank you for joining me on Upfront.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Upfront will be back next week. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is the News Hour live from Doha. You're watching.
picture of how it's all going. And yet the war drags on. No idea of when this might end. Last time he talked about it, he suggested maybe 4 or 5 weeks, or we could go as long as it takes. We've talked so much about how he compares this, and he continues to do this, compares this to Venezuela. And you just cut off the top of the head there. That was Nicolas Maduro. Replace him with somebody else in the regime who's far more compliant, like a Delcy Rodriguez. He continues to make that comparison. And there you go. It's most people, most diplomatic and military analysts think it's far more complicated in Iran. In fact, he was also asked aboard Air Force One about that. He said he wants to still be involved in who becomes the next leader of Iran, because he says we don't want to come back every 10 years, apparently, to keep doing this, what they're doing now. So that's his take on all of this. He continues to characterize this as we're going to decide, or I'm going to decide. Again, the question keeps coming up. Does this fall in line with what Israel wants? That's the big question that a lot of people have. The Israeli president said in an interview on Saturday that, in fact, Israel is not going to send any ground troops in there, and he doesn't think America will either. But, Alajan, there's been all kinds of demonstrations all across the U.S., including here in Washington. Protesters who are still happy that the U.S. went in to eliminate, or trying to eliminate, the Iranian regime, a very oppressive regime. Other protests saying, no, this war is completely unjust. In fact, you had competing demonstrations here in Washington today where police had to keep the two sides separated. So lots of mixed feeling. And again, no more today, nothing more concrete as far as how this ends, where this ends, when it ends. We simply don't know.
Iran has hit multiple countries in the last hour as the war threatens to spread. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says it has intercepted 14 drones that entered its airspace. Kuwait, meanwhile, says fuel storage tanks at the country's international airport were targeted in a drone attack. And Qatar's defense ministry said on Sunday that Iran had fired a dozen missiles at the country. In Lebanon, at least 2 people were killed earlier on Sunday in an Israeli strike on the Haret neighborhood in Beirut's southern suburbs. Another strike targeted a hotel building in central Beirut. And there are signs the conflict could even widen further. In Iraq, strikes have been reported near a military base as well as close to the U.S. Embassy compound in the capital, Baghdad. And Tehran has also been hit by a new wave of attacks. At least 3 fuel depots in the capital city have reportedly been struck, marking the first known attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure since the beginning of the conflict. Reporting from Tehran, Reza Hatemi has more on the massive explosions that rocked the capital late on Saturday.
We have seen an escalation in Israeli and U.S. offensive on Tehran during the past couple of hours. We have heard multiple massive explosions. They continued for about 2 hours after brief lulls. Yes, an oil refinery has, of course, not the oil refinery itself, but the oil depots close to the refinery has been hit in the south of Tehran. But this has not been the only depot to be targeted in Tehran tonight. In total, 3 oil depots were struck by Israel and the United States simultaneously, almost simultaneously. Another depot is in the east of the capital, which is on fire, and the second one, the third depot has been hit in the city of Karaj to the west of Tehran. So a coordinated attack on 3 oil depots in and around Tehran this evening. But these have not been the only targets of this latest wave of Israeli and U.S. attacks. We are not sure exactly what other targets have been hit, but we know that many IRGC compounds, military zones east of Tehran, and police headquarters and many other targets have been hit by Israel and the United States, but it takes time for us to confirm what targets have been hit. And of course, an internet shutdown, communications restrictions, and a slow coverage by state media makes it more difficult for us journalists to report with accuracy and confidence. and speed. But what we can say is that multiple targets have been hit and loud explosions have been heard. We are getting reports of more explosions to the south of Iran in Qeshm Island, which has come under repeated attack. Today, we know that most of the attacks that happen in the south of Iran are conducted by the United States, as U.S. aircraft carriers and bases are located not far from Iran's south. Qeshm Island is an island near the Strait of Hormuz, and today Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that U.S. strikes had hit a desalination plant in that island, leading to disruption in 50 villages. And in the same area, in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's armed forces have attacked at least 2 oil tankers. We know that Iran is trying to hamper the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is attacking and has threatened to attack vessels and tankers affiliated and linked to the United States and Israel. Iran is trying to raise the stakes for this conflict by affecting the energy prices. So we are expecting more strikes to come during the night until morning, because this is what I've experienced during the previous days, and it seems that for the past couple of days the strikes have been more intense.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country will carry on the war with Iran with full force. He added that Israel, with the help from the United States, has gained near total control of the skies over Tehran. Netanyahu has also addressed Iran's Revolutionary Guard, saying they will not be harmed if they lay down their weapons. Meanwhile, anti-war protesters demonstrated in Tel Aviv to demand an end to the war with Iran. The gathering led to several minor clashes with those in favor of the war. At least one person has been arrested.
We all know that Israel and the United States launched this aggression against Iran with no real reason. They tried to pretend as if it was for the Iranian people, who are indeed under a terrible oppressive regime, or it is because, like they call it, preemptive war, which is to prevent an attack against Israel. That's a sheer lie. The real reason is the imperialist intentions of Trump's administration and the personal and political messianic, insane intentions and interests of Netanyahu and his gang.
Let's bring in Zeina Tahan, who joins us now live from occupied East Jerusalem. Zeina, good evening to you. We've been talking about it, you and I, this last hour as well, but I want to get a little bit more insight into what this member of the Knesset was saying in terms of what Israel's real intentions are. Does that sort of echo what the majority of the people in Israel are feeling as a result of this ongoing war?
Not at all. Alijan, Ofer Kasif represents a very fringe part of Israeli society, a very, very small part. I'll just note that in a very recent poll conducted in the last few days by the Israel Democracy Institute, 82% overall of Israeli society support this war, overwhelmingly support this war. Now, as part of that 82%, that also includes Palestinians, but when Israeli Jews were asked, you have the number at 93%. A very, very high, overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews are in support of this war. And you see that on social media. You see that when speaking to people on the ground. Now, Israelis before this war were very against their government. There were huge, massive protests that rocked the country and even put the economy at a halt sometimes when protesters closed roads and disrupted everyday life. But as soon as any kind of issue that's related to what they see as security or what they call a so-called existential threat, they fall in line, they support their government. and there is very little pushback. Now, among this poll, some 57% said they want this to keep going until the goals or the stated goals from the Israeli government are met. And also a large number say that they feel protected among Israeli Jews. Among Palestinian citizens of Israel, however, you have very few shelters inside inside Palestinian towns. So the majority of Palestinian citizens of Israel said they do not feel protected. It's a very a huge disparity in the numbers of shelters. If you look at them, Alijan, you're talking around 11,000 shelters, more than 11,000 shelters, including private and public shelters in Israeli areas, whereas less than 40 shelters exist in Palestinian areas. So you can also see that a part of the society feels protected and a part does not. They do not have places to go and hide or be protected from these attacks. These numbers are really shocking, and they come right after, as I said, the protests in Israel against the government, against Netanyahu specifically, and they were during the war on Gaza. They were not anti-war protests, they were anti-government protests. So the fact that they've fallen in line just shows how much fear there is really in the Israeli public, Alijan.
Okay. Senator Hunt reporting for us from occupied East Jerusalem. Thank you very much for that. Meanwhile, evacuation warnings issued by the Israeli army for Beirut's southern suburbs continue. According to Lebanon's Social Affairs Ministry, in just this past week, nearly 500,000 people have been displaced by the escalating conflict. Officials have urged people fleeing the violence to register for government aid as the humanitarian crisis deepens.
The total number of displaced people today has reached 112,525 across 514 shelters, while the total number registered on the website has reached 454,000.
Rescue teams in Mafadun in southern Lebanon are searching for casualties after an Israeli strike killed at least 5 people on Saturday. The attack follows a week of intense fighting that has claimed nearly 300 lives.
When the strike happened on Mafadun, around 3 ambulance crews present at the area moved, as well as a rescue and firefighting team. The death toll is not final, but there are 5 martyrs and the number could increase because the destruction scale is big and we're still on the rescue operation to check if there are any more martyrs.
The Israeli military says it has struck more than 500 targets in Lebanon this week alone. The country was drawn deeper into the widening Middle East conflict after Iran-backed Hezbollah launched attacks on Israel. That was in response to U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran that killed its supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. TRT World's Priyanka Navani has more on the evacuation orders issued for Lebanon's capital.
There are new evacuation/displacement orders over Beirut's southern suburbs, and this follows the same evacuation notice that came just 2 days ago. And following that notice, we saw probably the most violent night and following day in the southern suburbs that we have seen in a very long time, probably since the last war. So it is to say that it is probably going to be another very loud and very violent night over Beirut's southern suburbs. I would say that we're not necessarily seeing the same amount of panic that we saw the last time around, the last time that these orders were issued. And that's number one, because the majority of people have already left the area. And number two, because I think people have just already resigned themselves to the understanding that this is the new reality in Lebanon, at least for the time being. We have a new statement from the head of the Lebanese Armed Forces, Randolph Hakail. And what he said is, number one, he described really what happened last night in Nabishit when we talk about that Israeli commando operation where the Israelis infiltrated in order to try to recover the remains of a missing Israeli airman who's been missing since 1986. They didn't succeed in retrieving his remains or indeed get any closer to finding out where he is, but the Israelis did ultimately kill more than 40 in the process, displaced many people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people after issuing an evacuation order on the area prior to the start of the operation. They were forced to withdraw when they were met with Hezbollah personnel as well as locals. But the head of the army is just describing, the head of the Lebanese armed forces is describing how exactly the Israelis were able to enter Lebanon. And he said that they did so by being dressed up as Lebanese army officers. And he said that they entered in ambulances. So just to give you a sense of really how difficult this situation is becoming.
All right, let's bring in our next guest, Mohammed Ayash. He joins us now from Calgary in Canada. He's a professor of sociology at the Mount Royal University. Mohammed Ayash, good to have you on the show. You know, much of the conversation around this conflict is focused on military developments, but I'm wondering if I could take your perspective, a sociological perspective. How should we understand the broader structures of power and violence that are shaping the narrative of this war?
Thank you for having me. I mean, what you have to start with are these brutal images and videos and accounts that we're seeing from Iran and Lebanon, especially this last week. It is immense destruction, immense suffering, immense pain. We're talking about thousands of innocent people killed of all different ages, from very young children to very elderly people, men, women, people from all kinds of backgrounds in terms of ethnicities and religions and socioeconomic class. We're talking about, at least 500,000 people in Lebanon alone displaced, hundreds of thousands displaced in Iran as well. We're talking about the destruction of infrastructure, of schools, of buildings, of all the things that people hold dear, things that make their surroundings familiar and comfortable. To see all of that destroyed, to see all of this death and destruction is not something that leaves people's political consciousness very quickly. In fact, it ensures that people's consciousness will be shaped by these scenes, by these videos, by these stories for generations to come. And that means that there will be a completely justified hostility. And I will reiterate that. It is completely justified hostility towards the Israeli state and the United States as a result of all of this death, violence, and destruction they're visiting. When we compare this reality with the fanciful and deceitful discourse of Israeli and U.S. politicians and leaders, this sort of separation between reality and discourse is something that also sticks to people not just experiencing this violence, but people witnessing it and observing it. The consequences of this will be felt for decades to come, I'm afraid, not just for the individuals who have suffered immensely, but for policy and for politics and for the future of the region and life really across the world.
I'm fascinated about the way that you described it, and I'm interested to hear more about how people are going to be affected. Because you've written extensively about how violence operates, not just physically, but also politically and symbolically. I'm wondering if you could elaborate just a little more on the narrative surrounding this conflict and how it specifically influences the people across the region, the men, the women, the young children that you just mentioned, in terms of how they understand what is happening to them.
So the first things first is that none of them are buying these idiotic, they're idiotic statements from Trump and Netanyahu that they're bringing peace and freedom. None of them are actually, thinking this way. Also, none of them are being subdued. Their will to resist is in fact born as a result of these kinds of violences. It is not going to be subdued. So whichever way Netanyahu and Trump want to spin this, whether this kind of overwhelming kind of power will, be welcomed by the people being killed, or that this kind of immense power will subdue them and force them onto their knees, and following the U.S. and Israeli path that they have, decided should be theirs, both are not reflected in reality. And the reality of the situation is that people who experience this violence are going to now understand this world as one where their lives don't matter, that the current structure, the current system of the world order is designed to hurt them. It is designed to eliminate them. It is designed to destroy their aspirations for a dignified life. I mean, I'd like to just underline this point. This is all that the people in the region want to do. Palestinians, Lebanese, Iranians, Iraqis, Syrians, Egyptians, they want to live a free, sovereign, dignified life. It is their inalienable right. It is something that all humans hold dear and want to accomplish. And when that is taken away from them through this much violence, they're not going to just bow down and say, oh, I guess I'm going to live in chains my entire life. They're going to fight back, and they're going to find ways to fight back. And the fight back, by the way, doesn't always mean armed resistance. They're going to find other ways to challenge the legitimacy of this world order, the legitimacy of institutions that have come to shape a global life, political and social and economic life and legal life for the last 40, 50, 60 years, and they're going to try to challenge those and change those in some fundamental, radical ways. So what this really does is set them on the path of resistance and a path of trying to radically transform this brutal world that has taken everything away from them.
Let's talk about challenging orders from a different perspective, because you've studied movements that emerge in response to violence as well as political pressure. Do you feel that conflicts like this tend to suppress political mobilization, or can they actually generate new forms of resistance and activism?
So this is actually you asked a very difficult question, a very complex one. It's difficult to give it in a short amount of time, but this is what I will say. We have to understand that history moves along historical timelines that are much bigger than our own lifespans. We tend to look at things like, did this lead to political mobilization in the next year, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we kind of look at it in those short-term temporal units, time units, because that is our lifespan. We tend to think 4 or 5 years is a long time for us in terms of our life plan and so on. But you have to look at historical forces and political forces as something that takes a really long time. So some things might take 30, 40 years to develop into full political mobilization. But I've said this before, and I will say it again. Whenever there's going to be mass political mobilization in the region for radical change, and even beyond it for radical change in the international system of states, I strongly believe that it will start, the messaging will start with the genocide in Gaza. The messaging will start with, how did we let this happen? How did we let this expand into a regional war? How did we let a rogue state like Israel and the U.S. imperialism to unleash this much death and destruction on so many millions of people, not just Palestinians? And that will be a rallying cry for that moment of political mobilization whenever it happens. It might not happen in the immediate future or in the intermediate future, but for the long-term future, it seems to me inevitable.
All right, Mohanad Ayyash, I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you very much for coming on.
My pleasure as always. Thank you.
Ashish Prashar is the former advisor to the Middle East peace envoy, and he says that the U.S.'s justification for an escalation against Iran has not yet been convincingly defined.
it's more important than ever. But I mean, the problem in this occasion, a lot of people have asked me to compare this to how the build-up to the Iraq War in 2003. The thing that's missing here, obviously, is our leaders in the West, at least, made the case. Now we know it was illegal. Now we know it's based on a lie. But they made the case to the public about the invasion of Iraq, right? They created the whole WMD story. They said Saddam could hit Europe in 45 minutes, all this stuff. Now that was missing completely here. It's like they basically decided that they will present a different reality of how everything is happening on the ground. And you can see that even in Western coverage of this. The leaders have basically decided they're going to say anything about this, what they originally called, a regime change operation. Now it's potentially a government change operation. Maybe there's boots are not going on the ground, but there's been no consistency in this messaging. The only thing that is consistent, and I think this is a really important thing for people who are maybe not in America to understand, is Americans, who are the primary force here, are not seeing what the rest of the world is seeing, what you're presenting, what you're showing on this show now, even frankly what the Europeans are seeing, everything from Spain to Norway, are all seeing these images, even in Israel being shelled. The THAAD missile system is being taken apart, but the Americans aren't seeing that. So Trump can say, or the US government can say what it wants, believing that most of the Americans will just buy that line because most of the news outlets are saying it. So they haven't made any case like they made with Iraq. And that's what's really different between that and the narrative control of what's going on today. Now, the only thing that's different is, I think the problem they have is since Gaza, since the genocide, people are not getting all their information from traditional media outlets in the West. They are turning to social media. They're turning to broadcasters from Turkey, from South Africa, from everywhere else that is presenting the truth on what's going on in the Middle East. And it'll be really interesting in the coming days as people see more American failure in this illegal attack on Iran, what the public in those countries is going to do in response to that.
I want to sort of go deeper into this with a slightly different angle. I mean, after sort of 2 decades of wars across the region, across the Middle East, I think it's fair to say that many Western publics are wary of new conflicts. How much does that war fatigue limit the options of leaders today?
I 100% agree with you. I think, but I think again, it's split by continent, right? I think in Europe it is a no-go, and you're seeing the language of Europeans and the pushback that Trump's been getting everywhere from obviously Spain being really public, joining other nations across the world condemning this, but also even Italy, who've been tried to be drawn into this, positioning themselves as the mediator here, being the line to Tehran. So they want nothing to do with any offensive push. The UK, will do anything traditionally, whatever the US wants, has been tentative at best to stick its in. And the only one who've been trying to create consent with their public for joining this has been Germany. If you watched Merz's press conference with Donald Trump, he was hammering the point home that this is a barbaric regime and that they shouldn't be covered by the same international law that covers the West, trying to almost create a consent lane for the German public to get on board with a regime change operation from a wider European Union to join the Americans. We're not seeing, I think America is fatigued with war. I think the biggest thing that Trump faces is actually a challenge from his own side of the aisle on this issue. It feels like the Democrats have gone all in on this, similar to Gaza. But I actually believe the biggest pushback Trump's getting is from his base, from presenters, from commentators in that space who were promised no more wars, were promised no more American blood being spilled for other people's wars, in this case, Israel's war. Why are we sending American money, blood, oil to go protect another nation? Again, kill hundreds, if not thousands of civilians in Iran. And I think that's where he's going to feel the pushback. And that's where his narrative control, why he's posting so rigorously right now on what's actually happening. And I'll tell you the biggest thing, what's really important for people to see, this whole story of only 6 US personnel have died. You've seen statements from the Iranian government that says, it's hundreds, potentially. and that they've also captured a couple. Now, by the way, previous American administrations can and this one could disprove that, and really importantly, would disprove that to show their strength in an operation. And the fact that the State Department and the Department of Defense has not pushed back really is worrying for the Trump administration, because that means those numbers might be right, might be accurate. And those are the things they're trying to keep away from the American public right now. And focusing a lot of what you're seeing, the coverages on the Middle East, on the damage to even accepting that the THAAD system is gone, they're focusing on that rather than American lives being lost on the ground, which will bring up memories of Afghanistan and Iraq, which was the first graveyard for this empire.
Security sources in Iraq are reporting a drone has struck a UN building in the city of Sulaymaniyah. It comes after Katyusha rockets targeted the U.S. embassy in Baghdad on Saturday, the first such attack in over 2 years. Strikes have been reported near a military base in the capital. It's not yet clear if these latest attacks caused any casualties or significant damage. TRT World's Yunus Demiroğlu is in Erbil in northern Iraq with the latest for us.
We don't know anything more from the details on the attack in Baghdad. I would like to mention that the U.S. and Israel are still carrying out attacks in Mosul as well as Baghdad on what are the Popular Mobilization Forces, and that's the umbrella organization for the militias that are carrying out these attacks. It is militias inside the Popular Mobilization Forces, which is mainly Shia, most of which are Iranian aligned, that are carrying out these attacks on the embassy, as well as some attacks that we've seen personally right behind me on the Erbil International Airport, inside of which there is a U.S. military base. And it seems like actually that there was one successful hit, at least one successful hit on that U.S. military base in Erbil, although these have not been confirmed and probably will not be confirmed in that regard as well. But we don't know the extent of damages in Baghdad. Again, we probably will not know the extent of those damages. However, these sorts of strikes have become a frequent occurrence here in Iraq, especially regarding these past week or so. But the city of Sulaymaniyah in northern Iraq, another part of the Kurdish-controlled region, has come under heavy attack on Saturday night. Now, this area does not have any sort of air defense, unlike Erbil, which enjoys that security. And because of that, there was a hotel that was hit consecutively, the Titanic Hotel, as well as a Peshmerga, which is the military branch of the Kurds, that reportedly has been killed. And that is going to be a big stain, and it's going to be a big cause of concern for the Kurds, even if it is only one life. They've tried to stay away from being involved in this conflict, and yet the conflict is coming to their doorstep. It's banging on northern Iraq, the Kurdish-controlled region's door. But at the same time, Mosul and Baghdad are spiraling into some sort of chaos, because these Iranian-aligned militias are going out of the authority of the Baghdadi government and carrying out these airstrikes simply because they have more of an allegiance to Iran than they do Baghdad. And it's no small force, but Iran does seem to be playing its cards slowly. It's not mobilizing all of its military assets in the Middle East at the same time, but we are seeing these forces become more vocal and carry out more attacks, not just on U.S. military institutions, not just on U.S. oil refineries, but on places like hotels and parts of the Kurdish military establishments as well.
Oman's foreign minister has met with a group of ambassadors from non-EU European states to discuss the war. Qatar's emir has also held a phone call with President Donald Trump aimed at de-escalation. And the UAE's Minister of State for Defense Affairs held talks with his counterparts. The president of the UAE says the country is facing a time of conflict, but remains strong and prepared. In his first public remarks since the war began, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan said the UAE will defend itself and will not be an easy target. Fiona Nicole Mee has more for us from Dubai.
Last Saturday, when we first saw those initial missiles launched into UAE airspace, there was a little bit of trepidation, I must say, among residents and tourists alike. And I think really over the past week, we have seen the UAE being incredibly communicative with residents and tourists alike here in ensuring that people are kept up to date and reassured that the defences are doing everything in their power to protect residents and tourists alike here. I must say the President of the UAE has paid tribute to people across the country, citizens and residents, and he has also paid tribute in the last 15 minutes or so to the defence forces who are in the skies above the country continuously. They're monitoring what's the situation, you know, and I think there is that real sense of camaraderie and a community over here, I would say. And yeah, things are obviously incredibly difficult, incredibly volatile. In the last few minutes, Anna, and I just heard over beyond, kind of heading inland from where I am at the moment, reports of some debris reaching the ground here, thankfully intercepted by air defences. But yeah, Al Barsha, which is not too far from where I join you now, the Dubai Marina, where we've seen a lot of activity earlier in this war, has, you know, it's shifted in recent days to down towards the airport. And then earlier today we did see the debris of a drone be landing in the perimeter of Dubai International Airport. So it's a really, really tricky time, I would say, for many over here.
In the United States, protests are underway in Los Angeles over the war in Iran. Martin Markovitz joins us now live from the city. Martin, good to see you. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, there was just now a protest, probably attended by 500 people, against the bombing of Iran. This included a cross-color of people from Los Angeles. We have to remember Los Angeles is a very political, progressive, activist city. This is where major protests against the ICE immigration enforcement of Donald Trump. There's also been major protests against the Gaza war. People I spoke to here said that what Trump did was an illegal act, that there is a big problem of social services in Los Angeles, homeless problems, people not getting paid as much as they used to, that all of this money could be going into that. They also say, a lot of people said that, you know, one of the reasons they think this is happening is because of oil. Trump, you know, after invading Venezuela, is trying to gain control of the oil reserves across the world. And also, a lot of people said that this was a diversion for Trump's name in the Epstein files. Many people say that he was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and that this was a tactic to divert the public instead to focus on war. Back to you.
All right. Martin Markovitz live for us in LA. Thousands of people have also been marching in London against the ongoing U.S. and Israeli bombardment of Iran. Protesters want Britain to avoid getting further involved in the conflict after the government lifted its veto on U.S. aircraft using British military bases. An American bomber arriving at one such base is due to be operational imminently. TRT World's Victoria Innes reports from the protests.
Outside of the US Embassy in central London, the message from demonstrators is quite clear. They say it is a no to war. They have seen over the course of the last week how the situation in the region has escalated so far. Many of them here are Iranians. They have family members, friends back home who are extremely fearful, extremely concerned. They say they are powerless as to what happens next, and all they can do is come here in order to show their solidarity. Many of them said that this is not about the nuclear threat, for example. It is simply about bringing about regime change. Many of the people here are the same people who have marched time and time again in defense of Gaza and the people of Palestine. They tell me that it cannot be the case that the US and Israel can try to reshape the region through force. They call it a so-called doctrine of domination, and they are against it. They condemn it in the strongest possible terms. They want more action from the British government. They want to see more pressure on Washington and Israel before things escalate even further.
We can't accept
any other foreign governments, they come, they bomb our people, and they just kill our people.
The first day of the war, they attacked an elementary school. They killed 165 girls, 7 to 12 years old.
Stop appeasing Trump into World War III, and let's make sure we have peace in the world and not yet more wars. They've learned nothing from the war in Iraq. They've learned nothing from Afghanistan.
The UK has been quite clear since the beginning of this conflict. Neither was it involved in those initial US-Israeli strikes in Iran, nor are its actions in the region offensive. The British government would argue they are purely defensive. They say it is about protecting British personnel, British civilians, British interests in the region and those interests of their neighbours. But over the course of the last few days, there has been much more of not only a US military build-up at British bases, including an American bomber capable of carrying 24 cruise missiles, but also a build-up of British military assets in the region itself. So the overarching concern of people here as they march past the American embassy is the fear of escalation and the fear that Britain and Europe as a whole could easily be drawn into this conflict.
Several organizations in South Africa have also been protesting at the American consulate in Johannesburg, calling on the U.S. as well as Israel to stop their war on Iran. The protests have warned if the two countries don't immediately withdraw from this war, their actions could plunge the entire region into an unnecessary, devastating war. Tusa Kumalo was at the protests in Johannesburg.
These protesters are chanting anti-American and Israeli slogans condemning the U.S. and Israel's attack on Iran. To many of these protesters, America and Israel's actions are simply a dangerous act of violation of international law that must be stopped.
They anointed their operation with a massacre of between 150 to 180 children, girls particularly under the age of 12. This is how you begin your operations. They boast about their precision munitions. They know exactly where everything is. They knew where the Ayatollah was and 48 members of the IRGC, and yet they targeted this girls' school, and to date, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, could not give us an answer. These are the crimes of the United States.
The protesters want America and Israel to be held accountable for committing war crimes in Iran.
And we call on the world to take the strongest possible action against the United States of America and Zionist Israel. The United Nations now has to come together, both in the General Assembly and in the United Nations Security Council. No more stories of vetoes from any other nation.
The protesters have described Trump's demand for Iran to surrender and for him to be involved in the selection of the new Iranian leader as bizarre.
We need a new world order. We simply cannot rely on the current one because it doesn't work. In fact, international law has become a fiction. The United States has rendered international law a fiction. The United States, the United Nations Security Council is useless at this point, and then nobody can depend on it.
The Department of International Relations and Cooperation in South Africa has described this war as a breach of sovereignty and a threat to global security. President Cyril Ramaphosa has called it an act of madness that must be stopped to give room to diplomatic dialogue.
And in the last few minutes, Norwegian police say they've heard a loud blast near the U.S. Embassy in the capital, Oslo. No injuries have been reported so far. Of course, we'll bring you more information to that as soon as we get. And of course, if you're tuning into our rolling coverage of the war in Iran here on TRT World, here's the latest developments for you. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says it's intercepted at least 14 drones that entered its airspace, while Kuwait's reported fuel storage tanks at the country's international airport were targeted in a drone attack. Qatar's defense ministry said on Sunday that Iran had fired a dozen missiles at the country. In Lebanon, at least 2 people were killed earlier on Sunday in an Israeli strike in Beirut's southern suburbs. U.S. President Donald Trump has told reporters on Air Force One that he's not interested in negotiating with Tehran. The president raised the possibility of the war ending only once Iran no longer has a functioning military or any remaining leadership in power. Well, earlier I spoke to Henry Enscher, who is a former U.S. ambassador, and he says that a U.S.-Iran diplomatic breakthrough is essential to resolving the ongoing war. I'll be back shortly with you at the top of the hour with all the latest developments on the Iran war.
I think ultimately wars end through negotiation of some sort, short of, an outright conquest, a drive on a capital. And actual conquest of a capital and destruction of a regime. That's not what we're going to see here. There will be some form of negotiation. So, yeah, I do think that both sides are making it as difficult as possible for the other side to get its maximum requirements. When the U.S. president, when President Trump calls for unconditional surrender, what he's really saying is that the Iranians must comply with U.S. demand, okay? And then when the Iranians say that they're prepared to fight to the end, well, what that means is that they are not going to just simply comply, and they're certainly not going to surrender the the Islamic Republic. Mm-hmm. So I actually think that we will see negotiations, and both sides are trying to shape the political situation through military action. And that, by the way, is why I think Iran continues to fire missiles at the Gulf, because they want the Gulf states involved and pressing the American government to come to some negotiation.
Ambassador Enscher, I mean, besides Washington, over the past few days, we've seen what appear to be mixed signals coming from Tehran. What should we read into these seemingly contradictory messages from the leadership?
So look, the Iranians have been under tremendous stress for a long time. Their leadership has been decapitated after almost 40 years. So I can easily imagine, in fact, I'm sure that there are different power centers inside the Iranian regime, and they are not speaking now in a coordinated manner. So I think what that means is that nobody really is in control of everything all the time. In fact, early on, I noticed that the Iranian central government had devolved some authority to state governors. So I think that means that state governors are acting somewhat on their own without communication from the center. Likewise, there are military units that are acting on the basis of pre-existing order. So I think that mixed messages from both sides, frankly, will continue to occur.
Iran's leadership has historically tried to sort of project unity and also project a posture of strength, especially during times of crisis. If those signals start to look inconsistent, as you've just been mentioning, does that tell us anything about the level of strain that the Iranian government may be facing internally?
Well, it's a kind of a matter of logic, right? That if they are getting pounded day and night and the leadership cadre is being killed down to the third or fourth level, then of course there's going to be a lack of coordination. Does that mean that we're on the track to a total breakdown, a complete civil war? No, not yet, I wouldn't say. When I've seen civil war up close in Iraq or Afghanistan, for example, what that means is that you have individual military units moving against each other without any other central control. And we're not seeing that yet, are we? The security forces still seem to be acting to, on the one hand, they're projecting power overseas, I mean the missiles into the Gulf, and on the other, they're still protecting the regime. So the unified forces, which are getting smaller all the time, are still doing their missions in a unified way. But they are in increasing danger, I would say.
Let me ask you this question from a different perspective. Perhaps I'm playing the devil's advocate here, but from a diplomat. Could they be part of a deliberate strategy to create some sort of ambiguity, perhaps to keep the other side guessing?
Well, look, it's clear that the Iranians really want to try to project strength first and foremost, right? You mentioned earlier unity has been important to them. So I think, look, in a situation of tremendous stress, anybody, including a regime like Iran, they fall back on first principles. And so that means projecting strength, projecting unity, even if it's not well coordinated. So on the one hand, it's been part of their strategy for a long time to have more or less peaceful relationships with their neighbors. And so maybe that explains the president's requirements or the president's statements. But on the other elements of the security forces, the IRGC want to be able to continue to strike as a means of demonstrating that they're still in the fight, one, and because the IRGC and perhaps others in the Iranian regime want to believe that that is the best way to achieve a diplomatic outcome favorable to them. Look, if I may say, in the Iranian position, make the problem bigger, right? Get others to put pressure on the United States and indirectly Israel. And the only way that they can really do that is to cause pain in the Gulf. So I expect to see more of that.
Okay. Looking ahead, what sort of key indicators should you or we be looking out for to sort of better understand whether or not Iran's leadership remains in control or whether this conflict is beginning to put real pressure on the stability of the regime itself?
So look, it seems like if we see the number of voices speaking on behalf, allegedly on behalf of Iran, if those start to multiply, all right, so we have the president, we have Ali Larijani, if already speaking on behalf of the government. If we start to see that change and grow, if there start to be more people who say that they are speaking on behalf of Iran, then I would start to think that there's a breakdown in authority and others are grasping for power. Similarly, I would even say that if military units begin to take action seemingly on their own, let's say, for example, using heavier ordnance or launching different kinds of missions into the Gulf or elsewhere, then I would start to be thinking about that the regime might be falling apart. I noticed that there was an attack in Azerbaijan. That's opening a field. Now, immediately the Iranian regime came out and said, no, that wasn't them. But maybe that's an example of a military unit hearing what the orders are or having a propensity to action and acting more or less on their own. If there was more of that, then you'd start to think that the regime is losing control. Or inside Iran, if people start to attack the regime in different ways in different places, then of course that's another indicator.
An old rivalry, a new threshold. No more proxies. Strikes, counterstrikes, missiles crossing borders, drones over cities. The United States, Israel, Iran. Official targets, military infrastructure. But the consequences may not be contained. Civilians in the crossfire, families in shelters, a region in flames. Energy routes, global markets, all exposed. Diplomacy is active, but leverage is limited. Deterrence or escalation, precision or miscalculation, short campaign, or open-ended conflict. No borders for the fallout. Middle East on edge. Continuous coverage on TRT World.
Some truths linger in the ashes.
Some truths are discreet.
We trace the world where stories fold into the silence. A lot of people screaming here.
After a week, pro-Palestinian protests.
They say they will be here for as long as
to stop the advances of the Russian army headed towards. Dolphin has been reported.
We're going to try, yeah.
Is that okay for sound gallery?
Okay, Q.
We are here to hold the moment, not to write the ending.
Beneath what is visible, beneath what is spoken, there lies a quiet, unanswered call. Not every truth shouts. Some truths linger in the ashes, clinging to what refuses to fade away. Palestinian neighborhood. What we carry isn't truly ours. It belongs to those that don't have the chance to speak.
Israel has killed an unparalleled and unprecedented number of civilians, with the full knowledge of how many civilian lives each bomb will take.
Hello and welcome back to TRT World's continuing rolling coverage of the war in Iran. We're live from Istanbul. I'm Ali Can Ayanar. U.S. President Donald Trump has told reporters on board Air Force One that he's not interested in negotiating with Tehran. The president raised the possibility of the war ending only once Iran no longer has a functioning military or any remaining leadership in power. Donald Trump also denied responsibility for a strike on a school in the southern Iranian town of Minab that killed at least 150 people. President Trump blamed Iran for the deadly strike, saying their munitions lack accuracy.
We've accomplished more in 1 week than anyone thought possible. We've wiped out their Navy, 44 ships. We've wiped out their Air Force, every plane. We've wiped out most of their missiles. You see, the missiles aren't coming much anymore. We've also hit their manufacturing areas where they make the missiles very hard. Their drone capacity is way down. And we've hurt them where it hurts, including about every form of leadership you can have, we've wiped out.
They said we have the inalienable right to enrich. They bragged about having 60% enriched fuel, enough for 11 bombs. They told me and Jared, we're not going to give you diplomatically what you couldn't take militarily. So, you know, I think they're going to need a change of attitude.
Our correspondent Eddie Rosen has been following the developments for us from Washington.
Among the things he said, a bit of a contradiction here. He was asked about Russia. Multiple reports saying that Russia has been helping Iran target U.S. interests in the Gulf states, military bases, and economic interests as well. Trump was asked about that on Friday, and he bristled at the reporter who asked them. He never answered the question. He insulted the reporter. However, on Air Force One, he did address it. He said no indication that Russia is helping Iran. And the Middle East White House envoy, Steve Witkoff, was also on board, and he added that he has communicated to Russia not to send targeting information and other assistance to Iran. So there is that. Also, on that girls' school that was bombed, that was interesting because he's blaming Iran for poor accuracy, that they did this. A New York Times investigation found that it was likely a U.S. missile, in fact, was the one responsible for that bombing of that school. Officially, the Defense Department is saying it's all under investigation, so nothing officially coming from the Defense Department, but Trump himself saying, no, it was all Iran. He often does that. He often gets ahead of whatever the official line is. And so beyond that, you know, he really is, again, defending all day today how well all this is going. He talked about how the Iranians are going to get hit very, very hard this week. In a social media post, he called the Iranian regime losers. He basically mocked them for saying that they are apologizing to Gulf states for striking them, although reportedly those strikes have continued. And he says that they've knocked out 42 naval ships. They've destroyed the Iranian Air Force, knocked out their communications, says they're still trying to communicate somehow. So he's painting this really optimistic picture of how it's all going. And yet the war drags on. No idea of when this might end. Last time he talked about it, he suggested maybe 4 or 5 weeks, or we could go as long as it takes. We've talked so much about how he compares this, and he continues to do this, compares this to Venezuela. And you just cut off the top of the head there. That was Nicolas Maduro. Replace him with somebody else in the regime who's far more compliant, like a Delcy Rodriguez. He continues to make that comparison. And there you go. It's most people, most diplomatic and military analysts think it's far more complicated in Iran. You know, in fact, he was also asked aboard Air Force One about that. He said he wants to still be involved in who becomes the next leader of Iran, because he says we don't want to come back every 10 years, apparently, to keep doing this, what they're doing now. So that's his take on all of this. You know, he continues to characterize this as we're going to decide, or I'm going to decide. Again, the question keeps coming up. You know, does this fall in line with what Israel wants? That's the big question that a lot of people have. The Israeli president said in an interview on Saturday that, in fact, Israel is not going to send any ground troops in there, and he doesn't think America will either. But, you know, Alajan, there's been all kinds of demonstrations all across the U.S., including here in Washington. Protesters who are still happy that the U.S. went in to eliminate, or trying to eliminate, the Iranian regime, a very oppressive regime. Other protests saying, no, this war is completely unjust. In fact, you had competing demonstrations here in Washington today where police had to keep the two sides separated. So lots of mixed feeling. And again, no more today, nothing more concrete as far as how this ends, where this ends, when it ends. We simply don't know.
The U.S. president has also lashed out at UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying the U.S. doesn't need his help. On Truth Social, Trump wrote, the United Kingdom is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer. But we will remember, we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. Iran has hit multiple countries in the last hour as the war threatens to spread across the region. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says it has intercepted at least 14 drones that entered its airspace. Kuwait, meanwhile, says fuel storage tanks at the country's international airport were targeted in a drone attack. And Qatar's defense ministry said on Sunday that Iran had fired a dozen missiles at the country. In Lebanon, at least 4 people were killed earlier on Sunday after an Israeli strike targeted a hotel building in central Beirut. And there are signs the conflict could widen even further in Iraq. Strikes have been reported near a military base as well as close to the U.S. Embassy compound in the capital, Baghdad. Tehran has also been hit by a new wave of attacks. At least 3 fuel depots in the Iranian capital have reportedly been struck, marking the first known attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure since the beginning of the conflict. Well, reporting from Tehran, Reza Hatemi has more on the massive explosions that rocked the Iranian capital late on Saturday.
We have seen an escalation in Israeli and U.S. offensive on Tehran during the past couple of hours. We have heard multiple massive explosions. They continued for about 2 hours after brief lulls. Yes, an oil refinery has, of course, not the oil refinery itself, but the oil depots close to the refinery has been hit in the south of Tehran. But this has not been the only depot to be targeted in Tehran tonight. In total, 3 oil depots were struck by Israel and the United States simultaneously, almost simultaneously. Another depot is in the east of the capital, which is on fire, and the second one, the third depot has been hit in the city of Karaj to the west of Tehran. So a coordinated attack on 3 oil depots in and around Tehran this evening. But these have not been the only targets of this latest wave of Israeli and U.S. attacks. We are not sure exactly what other targets have been hit, but we know that many IRGC compounds, military zones east of Tehran, and police headquarters and many other targets have been hit by Israel and the United States, but it takes time for us to confirm what targets have been hit. And of course, an internet shutdown, communications restrictions, and a slow coverage by state media makes it more difficult for us journalists to report with accuracy and confidence and speed. But what we can say is that multiple targets have been hit and loud explosions have been heard. We are getting reports of more explosions to the south of Iran in Qeshm Island, which has come under repeated attack today. We know that most of the attacks that happen in the south of Iran are conducted by the United States, as U.S. aircraft carriers and bases are located not far from Iran's south. Qeshm Island is an island near the Strait of Hormuz, and today Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that U.S. strikes had hit a desalination plant in that island, leading to disruption in 50 villages. And in the same area, in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has attacked Iran's armed forces have attacked at least 2 oil tankers. We know that Iran is trying to hamper the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is attacking and has threatened to attack vessels and tankers affiliated and linked to the United States and Israel. Iran is trying to raise the stakes for this conflict by affecting the energy prices. So we are expecting more strikes to come during the night until morning, because this is what I've experienced during the previous days, and it seems that for the past couple of days the strikes have been more intense.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country will carry on the war with Iran with full force. He added that Israel, with the help from the United States, has gained near total control of the skies over Tehran. Netanyahu has also addressed Iran's Revolutionary Guard, saying they will not be harmed if they lay down their weapons. Meanwhile, anti-war protesters demonstrated in Tel Aviv to demand an end to the war with Iran. The gathering led to several minor clashes with those in favor of the war. At least one person has been arrested.
We all know that Israel and the United States launched this aggression against Iran with no real reason. They tried to pretend as if it was for the Iranian people, who are indeed under a terrible oppressive regime, or it is because, like they call it, preemptive war, which is to prevent an attack against Israel. That's a sheer lie. The real reason is the imperialist intentions of Trump's administration and the personal and political messianic insane intentions and interests of Netanyahu and his gang.
But despite the protest, most Israelis remain in support of the war, as our correspondent Zainat Tahan explains from occupied East Jerusalem.
In a very recent poll conducted in the last few days by the Israel Democracy Institute, 82% overall of Israeli society support this war, overwhelmingly support this war. Now, as part of that 82%, that also includes Palestinians. But when Israeli Jews were asked, you have the number at 93%. A very, very high, overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews are in support of this war. And you see that on social media, you see that when speaking to people on the ground. Now, Israelis before this war were very against their government. There were huge, massive protests that rocked the country and even put the economy at a halt sometimes, when protesters closed roads and disrupted everyday life. But as soon as any kind of issue that's related to what they see as security or what they call a so-called existential threat, they fall in line, they support their government. And there is very little pushback. Now, among this poll, some 57% said they want this to keep going until the goals or the stated goals from the Israeli government are met. And also a large number say that they feel protected among Israeli Jews. Among Palestinian citizens of Israel, however, you have very few shelters inside inside Palestinian towns. So the majority of Palestinian citizens of Israel said they do not feel protected. It's a very huge disparity in the numbers of shelters. If you look at them, Alijan, you're talking around 11,000 shelters, more than 11,000 shelters, including private and public shelters in Israeli areas, whereas less than 40 shelters exist in Palestinian areas.
Meanwhile, evacuation warnings issued by the Israeli army for Beirut's southern suburbs continue. According to Lebanon's Social Affairs Ministry, in just this past week, nearly 500,000 people have been displaced by the escalating conflict. Officials have urged people fleeing the violence to register for government aid as the humanitarian crisis deepens.
The total number of displaced people today has reached 112,525 across 514 shelters, while the total number registered on the website has reached 454,000.
Well, rescue teams in Mafadun in southern Lebanon are searching for casualties after an Israeli strike killed at least 5 people on Saturday. The attack follows a week of intense fighting that has claimed nearly 300 lives. The Israeli military says it has struck more than 500 targets across Lebanon this week alone. The country was drawn into the conflict after Iran-backed Hezbollah launched attacks on Israel following the death of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. TRT World's Priyanka Navani has more on the evacuation orders issued for Lebanon's capital.
There are new evacuation/displacement orders over Beirut's southern suburbs, and this follows the same evacuation notice that came just 2 days ago. And following that notice, we saw probably the most violent night and following day in the southern suburbs that we have seen in a very long time, probably since the last war. So it is to say that it is probably going to be another very loud and very violent night over Beirut's southern suburbs. I would say that we're not necessarily seeing the same amount of panic that we saw the last time around, the last time that these orders were issued. And that's number one, because the majority of people have already left the area. And number two, because I think people have just already resigned themselves to the understanding that this is the new reality in Lebanon, at least for the time being. We have a new statement from the head of the Lebanese Armed Forces, Randolph Hakail. And what he said is, number one, he described really what happened last night in Nabishit when we talk about that Israeli commando operation where the Israelis infiltrated in order to try to recover the remains of a missing Israeli airman who's been missing since 1986. They didn't succeed in retrieving his remains or indeed get any closer to finding out where he is, but the Israelis did ultimately kill more than 40 in the process, displaced many people, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people after issuing an evacuation order on the area prior to the start of the operation. They were forced to withdraw when they were met with Hezbollah personnel as well as locals. But the head of the army is just describing, the head of the Lebanese Armed Forces is describing how exactly the Israelis were able to enter Lebanon. And he said that they did so by being dressed up as Lebanese army officers. And he said that they entered in ambulances. So just to give you a sense of really how difficult this situation is becoming.
Let's bring in our next guest. Rami Khouri is in Boston. He's a public policy fellow at the American University of Beirut. Rami, it's a pleasure having you on the show. All right, if we take a sort of a step back from the daily military developments, I'm wondering
of whether you are center right or center left. Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is losing its oil facilities. Tonight, the Israelis and the Americans have targeted a huge number of oil refineries and all the other sites, sensitive sites to the regime as well. They are losing money, they are losing their resources, and they are losing their personnel. It's not really a good night to be a pro-IRGC right now. We're going to give you guys all the updates and of course the latest videos coming in from Iran, and give you an update on what's going on in the region. The Israelis have been attacked, unfortunately, once again by both from Iran and also Lebanon, Hezbollah and the IRGC. The Arab countries continue to get attacked despite what the so-called president of the Islamic Republic said yesterday. It is currently a midnight in London, where I am, and before we start, I need another tiny favor for those of you who have not joined the dark side yet. We, as you guys know, a few months ago, we recently launched our official account on X, Tusi TV Official. It's at Tusi TV Official. Make sure to follow it, because we are currently on 93,000 followers, because obviously it's a new account. It's only on 93,000. Help us get to 100,000, and then I will do something as a reward. I don't know, might do some sort of topless live stream. All right. Actually, that's going to make some of you guys unfollow the account. Let's talk about what's going on. We have a live feed from Tel Aviv and the rest of the Middle East as well. First, we're going to talk about what the Israelis have been doing. The Israeli Air Force fighter jets have been targeting oil storage facilities in Kuhak, Shahran and Karaj. That's where it started, and then we started getting a whole list of more oil sites getting hit. Let's go to the first video. Absolutely chaotic scenes in Iran tonight. I'll translate this after. They're talking to their relatives saying, don't be scared, don't be afraid, it's okay, everything's fine. They just hit the oil sites. Yeah. Apparently there's they can feel the heat.
سوین جان یه دقیقه بده من بیا مرتبش نه نازی هیچی نیست نازی هیچی قاسم
بده من گوشیو.
Someone got excited by topless comments. What? Yes, so as I said, the translation was they were talking to the relatives. I'm assuming they're probably their parents or someone, saying, "Don't worry, everything's fine. It's just the oil sites. We are fine. They're not hitting the civilians anyway." But they could feel the warmth, the heat coming from the explosion. So, quick clarification on the list of places that were hit. Some of the places that they have been hit in terms of the oil refineries. So we got Nobonyad. Yeah, Nobonyad is one of them. Shahrareh, Shahran, and Artesh. They have all been hit in Tehran and in Karaj. Let's go. This is Artesh. And Nobonyad. And that's Shahrareh from the other side. And that's Shahram. So basically the guy is literally in the middle. You can see all the other sites in greater Tehran. We can also show you the scenes from northern parts of the capital tonight. You can hear people screaming as well. There is also a major update from the IDF or Mossad operatives as well, because there has been yet another assassination that's been carried out by the Israelis tonight. We do have a video which we're going to show you. It was an apartment building, so I'm assuming it's not necessarily a high-ranking IRGC figure, because if they are genuinely staying in their own apartments, that is a terrible idea. I'm assuming this is either a mid-ranking IRGC guy commander or most likely a government figure, so government minister or someone like that. We'll get to that footage in a second, but the regional countries in the Middle East continue to get attacked despite what the president of the Islamic Republic, Pezeshkian, said yesterday when he went on the Islamic Republic State TV and said, "We apologize to the Arabs, so you are our neighbors. We just had a meeting with our council and we've decided we will no longer attack you." And even President Trump said, yep, the Islamic Republic said they're no longer going to attack the Middle East. And tonight throughout the whole day, they've been hitting them, as we showed you in our live stream earlier. Tonight, once again, this time Dubai has been targeted. There was a missile that was intercepted, and but the shrapnel that was dropped, it was dropped on a car and it's on fire.
Машиненин үстүнө түшүп туруп кетип аткан кимдер байкуштар? Возле Mall of Emirates, Lulu, Al-Barsha. Машиненин үстүнө түштү бомба, мына биздин алдыбызда.
And the situation in Iraq, specifically in Baghdad, has been escalating over the last few hours. The US embassy has been getting targeted up to a point where the Americans have had to make new plans for the Iraqi territory. So the US Army's, this CRAM activity was seen over the skies in Iraq, literally on top of the US embassy in Baghdad, as the drones were being launched one by one from the Iranian territory. Let's go to the US embassy in Baghdad. We also have more evidence of cluster warheads being used in Israel, which we'll get to in a second. But there is something from the US State Department on the issue of the Americans in Iraq right now. Their statement is those staying in Iraq must be ready to shelter in place for extended periods. This is the warning to the American citizens who are still in Iraq. Of course, things are getting dangerous over there. More defense capabilities are being sent, and we have the third aircraft carrier, USS George H.W. Bush, also on its way to the Middle East to join the other two. But for now, obviously, there has to be more support. And right now, mostly the French are on their way, but it's mostly the Americans and the Israelis. But the Americans are leading the way in terms of defense of the region. Nothing is coming from the United Kingdom. And the Netherlands are also sending support, which is good. Well done, the Netherlands. Well done, France. But the Brits don't seem to care much. We have the HMS Dragon, which is not going to be sent anytime soon because it needs repair, as we said earlier. And that's going to take some time because the people who are doing the repairs, because of the trade unions in Britain, they only work 9 to 5. Yeah, so during wartime, they literally finish work at 5 p.m. saying, yeah, we're going to go to bed. We'll come back on Monday and we will continue. Let's go to the latest footage from the capital in Iran, Tehran.
نابود کرد.
He's saying they've destroyed it. That's the oil refinery. Yeah, they've been hitting all the refineries in the area. It's crazy stuff that is happening. The Saudi side are now giving a direct warning that their involvement in this war will no longer just be defensive. So Bahrain is now involved, obviously, on a more defensive way, and they're allowing the Americans to launch from their territories, which is good. And UAE are also involved in a defensive way. But Saudi Arabia have said, we're going to get ready. If they continue to hit us, we're going to have to go on the offensive rather than defensive. There has been, as I said, a targeted assassination in Tehran tonight by the Israelis, an Israeli drone. We don't know exactly who it is yet, but I'm going to show you the video to actually, for you to see the image of why I'm going to explain what I'm about to say. So, the top of the apartment building, everyone's outside. It was just one hit, as usual. One drone, one hit. See, one drone, one hit. That is the Israeli signature. And that's why you always see the same thing. People come out of the streets like, oh, what was that? What happened here? And somebody gets eliminated. As I said, it's highly unlikely at this time for a high-ranking IRGC figure to be sleeping in his apartment building, right? So it's either a mid-ranking regime figure or government member. So it could be a government minister or deputy prime minister, deputy minister, or whatever they are. It's probably more a government figure because they have not been targeted properly. You got the president, Pezeshkian, who's still walking around. Arakchi, the foreign minister, still walking around because the main targets until now have been the IRGC themselves, the leadership, the commanders, the generals, the leaders, basically. And a lot of people are waiting for the government. And President Trump did mention earlier, he indicated that there's been a number of targets on our list that we have not hit until now, but we're now considering to give the green light for them to be taken out. Speaking of President Trump, he also posted this about the United Kingdom. This is absolutely brutal, by the way. The United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer. But we will remember, we don't need people that join wars after we have already won. President Donald J. Trump. Trump has always been very tactful when it comes to the liberal-leaning leaders. So whether it's Macron, whether it's Mark Carney, although mostly actually Justin Trudeau in person, every time they met, especially Macron, especially Starmer, he's actually been quite charming, right? President Trump is always like, oh yes, Starmer, good prime minister, Macron is doing, obviously he makes jokes behind their backs, but he's always very charming, right? And this is the first time, well, in recent days, we've been seeing this attitude that the president has had enough. he's not mincing his words anymore when it comes to the British government and Keir Starmer. Let's go back to the situation in Tehran. More videos of the oil refineries being targeted tonight. The oil depots, the whole oil infrastructure is getting attacked. This is going to be brutal. From tomorrow, there is also a big problem here. The main issue here is for the Iranian people, because they are also going to feel this. Petrol stations, or as the Americans would say, gas stations. Don't know why, it's petrol. Petrol stations are going to struggle. There's going to be absolute panic. This is going to paralyze the system, the infrastructure, the economy, and society in general, which will result in the implosion from the Iranian population. And that is the purpose. It is unfortunate that this has to happen. It is obviously unfortunate that the infrastructure has to get hit. Normal people who don't understand wars, and one would ideally like world peace, that's a nice thing to want, right? They would say, oh, but is this really necessary? Well, not in an ideal world, but unfortunately, yes. You have to paralyze the regime. You have to drag them out. You have to drain them. And that is the only way. Yes, there is going to be consequences. It's going to take a few years for Iran to recover. But don't forget that Iran also has massive, massive reserves, both when it comes to oil and when it comes to gas. So as long as they can obviously they do recovery for the actual depots and refineries, that's fine, because they're not losing their resources much. Right now, there's a short-term pain, absolutely. It's going to mess up the prices. It's going to mess up the shortage, the capacity. But you are dealing with what we call occupiers, Islamic occupiers. They're not your normal, they're not even like Nicolas Maduro. That guy was easy to deal with. You just pick him up, give him an Uber lift to New York, and he cries on the way. Say, I don't want to go to New York. Mamdani's in charge. Terrible. Send me back somewhere else. But these guys, you have to make it very tough for them to actually collapse. That's why this is happening. This has been mentioned many times, even during the 12-day war. That was like a very, very gray area that the Israelis and the Americans didn't hit at the time. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return home. And in order for the final battle to be the final battle, you have to go through this pain. President Trump was also asked earlier on, about an hour ago, on I think it was on Air Force One, about the bombing of the school, the Minop school, on the first day or second day of the war. And there's been a lot of fake news on social media over the last few days that the Americans purposefully attacked a school with innocent children, which is the most insane thing ever. Why on earth would they even do that? It's not really the American style in general. And even now, they have not been targeting any civilian areas. We already exposed what exactly happened when the IRGC missile misfired and went down. The president finally tonight also said that the IRGC misfired.
Mr. President, did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Right. Now, a couple of things. Tonight, there's been an incident in London where a couple of our friends, Iranian friends, have been attacked and stabbed by the Kurdish separatists, which is not really a surprise, unfortunately. Firstly, you're dealing with London and you're dealing with the Kurdish separatists. But we're getting more updates on that. I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to show you the footage of what's happened in North London. Also, at the same time, the Israelis have been attacked throughout the night, primarily by Hezbollah from Lebanon. This is the defense system. Actually, first we're going to go to Erbil, the American defense system intercepting drones, and then we're going to take you to Israel. Let's go to Erbil in Iraq. And we don't need music, it's annoying. We can see the footage, and I'm just going to prepare. Right, hang on. It's been a complete mess in London, by the way. Okay. Okay, so Hezbollah. The IRGC's Hezbollah wing have been launching a barrage of rockets towards northern Israel. Injuries have been reported. A lot of them were intercepted successfully by the Iron Dome, but this is what happened. And also they initially obviously launched about 40, and within a few minutes, things were under control until this point. Someone says, Mahajan, where is Larijani? Do you suppose he's giving orders? So he was on TV earlier. I don't think he's sleeping in his own house, because even he's not that stupid. I do wonder where actually these guys are hiding right now, because they can't be in the main bunker, because first it's been almost destroyed. Also, it doesn't really help if you're hiding any bunker, because they get you. The Israelis are trying to hunt him down anyway, so I'll give him a few more days. Moshtaba has been hit. Khamenei, that's Ali Khamenei's son. He's still alive. The guy, that guy doesn't die. But the Prime Minister of Israel made a major speech earlier tonight. He said that we are creating the conditions that allow the Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. The Prime Minister also clarified that we are not in favor of Iran breaking up. We are not in favor of separatism or tribalism. We want Iran to be united and to be a friend of Israel and to be liberated, which of course goes against what some people have been pushing for, separatism, especially from the Iraqi Kurdish side, who are trying to impose their ideology on the Iranian Kurds who want to be Iranian. They want to be part of Iran. Of course, the Kurds in Iraq and in Turkey, they've been having a lot of issues, and they do deserve their own land. They deserve self-determination. And there's a chunk of eastern Iraq and the southeastern Turkey that should be what we call Kurdistan. But people in Iran, they want to be Iranian, and you can't really impose that. And Bibi was absolutely spot on. The president also came out, President Trump, to double down on what Bibi said, saying yes, absolutely, we're not really in favor of separatism. I'll get to that in a second, but let's just go back quickly to Tehran again, and I'm just going to bring the information about what happened tonight in North London as the Kurdish separatists attacked and stabbed our Iranian friends. Watch that. Huge operation tonight, by the way.
رفتم چایی بریزم پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد من دم پنجره بودم پنجرمون شد صبح شد.
Saying I was standing by the window when I heard this.
گفتم
Okay, so I'm just getting things ready for you guys, by the way. Jerusalem, we started seeing more evidence of the Islamic Republic using cluster warheads over the skies of Jerusalem in Israel. Let's go and see that. This is, I think, like the third day in a row we've seen this. Nothing from the United Nations, by the way, because this is a bit of a war crime, but they don't seem to care, which, again, who is actually surprised over here? Let me tell you what the update is from the IDF themselves. The Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir, has said that we are crushing the Iranian terror regime and will seize every opportunity to deepen our achievements. Hezbollah chose to join the campaign alongside Iran and is paying the price. We will seize every opportunity to strike Hezbollah, deepen the achievement there as well, and remove the threat. We will not give up on disarming Hezbollah. This is a great opportunity. Significant work is being done here, and we are preparing for a prolonged campaign. We will do everything to bring about a change in the security situation. The IDF themselves also released this video saying that they have struck major Iranian ballistic missile production sites targeting warhead, engine and missile development facilities to disrupt the regime's missile program. So we can see some of the details which has been now published by the IDF. Of course, they had massive intel in order to be able to achieve this. We're going to go to the Ray City in Tehran, Greater Tehran, and show you the situation over there tonight. Yeah. It looks like the end of the world.
پالایشگاه شهرره امروز شنبه یادم رفت 14-15
That's شهرره or Ray City.
زد نابود کرد ساعت 10 شب دقیقا شهرره.
Now, in Marivan, the airstrikes also targeted the Quds Force organization's headquarters. So the Quds Force is the ground militant force of the IRGC that mostly operate outside of Iran. So if you remember, Qasem Soleimani. He was in charge of operating those guys in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and those places. In Mariban, they have managed to destroy that early tonight. There you go. Bye-bye. Just a quick thing. Hang on. Okay. The Americans have also released a similar video, because yesterday we showed you what the Israeli Air Force released, which was there was a footage from a few moments on one of the fighter jets, and we could hear the pilot speaking. It sent a message to everybody saying we are hitting the targets, we're going to come home soon, and it mentioned Shabbat, because obviously it was weekend. And now we have one from the United States. The US military have released quite a rare footage, because they don't tend to do this, showing the B-2 stealth bombers in action, and we could hear them.
Now we can't hear it properly.
Untargeted group over bullseye. South, declared for 0599, 5000 hot. South, bullseye 059, friendly. South, group over bullseye 0164, hostile 13,000.
Crazy stuff, right? We don't really get this much from the US military, but tonight they're like, we gotta show off. We gotta be proud of our operation against the Islamic Republic. Well done, America. Now, the IRGC, I did say many times over the last few months, probably over the last year or so, as they get more destroyed, basically, they're going to get more desperate. The more they get desperate, they're going to get more dangerous. Over the last few days, they ordered the direct execution and shooting of ordinary people. If they are out on the streets, if they do seem to be supporting the war, if they smile, that's what they said, they will kill them. We now have a massive rally of the IRGC members threatening now to kill anybody who comes out on the streets, saying, if anyone goes out on the streets, we will treat them as Israeli soldiers and we have the right to eliminate them. Watch this. We didn't have time to put subtitles on this, but this is the translation.
توفاله‌های آمریکا و اسرائیل رو اجازه نمیدیم بیان کف خیابون. مرد آشوب کرد. مرد آشوب کرد. ما در حالت جنگیم. اگر کسی بخواهد کف خیابان بیاید حکم سرباز اسرائیلی رو داره و اون حکمی که سرباز اسرائیلی داره که خونش محضور الدمه، کسی بیاد کف خیابان همین حکم داره و ما یک لحظه میدان رو ترک نخواهیم کرد.
We're not going to surrender, basically. I think you know this bit. Allah, that's I don't need to translate that. America, death to America. What? Hang on. Whoa. Go back. Did they just go crazy? Hang on. Wait, we've lost it. Hang on. This is what they're gonna say death to America, the usual thing. Wait. America. Whoa, what? So, they usually say death to America, death to Israel. back in the day, they used to say death to America, death to Israel, and once every 6 months, death to England, right? Just for fun, just throw it in for no reason, even though obviously at the time England helped them, MI6 in 1979. Tonight, they forgot to do death to Israel, so they said death to America, death to England. What did England do? Firstly, Keir Starmer is actually helping you guys, but not helping America, their own allies. I think these guys are a little bit high and drunk at the same time. That's what happens when you do too much opium before you go out to a rally. Now, as I said, let me just quickly go back to our live feed from Tel Aviv. And President Trump also doubled down, as I said. He was on Air Force One and he said, I don't want the Kurds, essentially the Iraqi Kurds, to go into Iran. Same goes with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who earlier tonight clarified he does not support separatism in Iran. He does not support Iran breaking up or losing any chunk of territory. And it seems like obviously all those fears of the last couple of days that some people had needs to calm down. As I've been saying, everybody calm down, it's okay. Saudi Arabia have now warned the Islamic Republic directly. If the Islamic Republic continues to attack the kingdom, a few days ago they said that. They said, we will get involved defensively, and they did. Now they're saying something else. The kingdom would be pushed to respond in kind. So that means that Saudi will be on the offensive if the Islamic Republic continues to attack their country. The Israeli Defense Forces have also said that 16 IRGC Quds Force aircrafts that were used to transfer weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon have now been destroyed. The Israeli Air Force conducted a wave of precise strikes in Tehran targeting military infrastructure at the Mehrabad airport. That's the airport we've been talking about over the last couple of days. 3 days in a row it's been hit. That's the reason, because they've been using that to transport things to Lebanon. They said Mehrabad Airport, a central hub that was used by the IRGC to arm and fund its terror proxies across the Middle East. Several Iranian fighter jets were also struck. That's just a bit of a bonus. And we also have this intel from inside Iran that shows cracks emerging at the top of the leadership of the Islamic Republic. It's only been 1 week since Ali Damaus, or Mushali, has been eliminated and the rest of the minions are falling apart. First, the IRGC leadership, the current leadership, are furious with President Pezeshkian. Yesterday, the president said, we apologize for attacking the Persian Gulf Arab countries. We're no longer going to do it. So the IRGC military doubled down today. They hit them more, and they are angry at the president for saying that. We also had Hamid Rasaj, which is a hardline mental cleric, calling the president's stance unprofessional, weak, and unacceptable. The IRGC are also accelerating the appointment of a new supreme leader. Decision could come as early as today, which is Sunday, the 8th of March, depending on where you're watching this time zone wise. Sunday, the 8th of March, because Mojtaba Khamenei apparently it's not official yet because he's a little bit injured. The Israelis hit him earlier and he's got a paper cut. So he needs to get recovered first. But Mojtaba is currently the front runner. Yeah, if you're going to put some money on holy market, that's the time to do it. He's supported by the IRGC military, but the moderates, yeah, they have moderates. The moderates don't necessarily believe in gay marriage. The moderates mean instead of killing you, they would like to torture you first. So slightly more moderate, right? And the interim leadership right now, they are also split. You got the head of the judiciary, Mohseni Ejei, who directly obviously contradicted the president, saying that the attacks on the Arabs will continue. The rest of them are nowhere to be seen. Nobody is communicating with the Islamic State media. And all we are seeing on the IRIB, the media in Iran, is the government. So we don't know where anybody else is. They're not even showing their faces. So everything's going perfectly fine right now for the Islamic occupation of Iran. Now, as I said, actually, I'm going to show you something fascinating. There's been a lot of doom and gloom as well, because the IRGC have been attacking Israel and the Arab countries. It's been tough, especially for those of you watching this right now from Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, and elsewhere, and Israel. But our good friend, Apostate Prophet, or Ridvan, that's his actual name, a good friend of 2CTV and me personally, he has released a new song. This is quite funny, actually. We need to take a quick break, and I'm going to get your reaction afterwards, and I'm going to tell you what happened in North London. But this is a new song released by Ridvan, Apostate Prophet, called Khamenei is Dead. That's basically the whole song. It's a remix. And I feature in it, by the way. This is also, you can actually see the montage. It shows that perfectly, pictures the mood of the Iranian people. Everything they've been going through for the past few weeks, for the past few months, and for the past few years. There's been ups and downs in this song.
Khamenei is dead.
مرگ بر خامنه مای بر خامنه مای بر خامنه Chant to death to America for decades on the mic, while beating girls, hanging men, massacring the rights. Tens of thousands vanished in your prisons deep. Wives and sons still weeping, but you lost no sleep. Proxy wasn't missiles, resistance was the brand, but missiles flew in faster than your backseat could stand. You were evil, not the West. Revenge is here, no time to rest.
Big shout out to our good friend Ridvan, or Apostate Prophet, for this song. Now, while people in Iran are waiting for the full collapse of the regime, they're still being targeted by many sides. The Islamic Republic continue to be desperate. Some people in the West, across the world, the political left, the Islamists continue to target them. Separatists continue to target them. Tonight, unfortunately, in North London, in Finchley, we had an incident, as the Met Police would call it, and the media in the UK. We had a group of our good Iranian friends, the Jewish community and the British patriots who were out in London. They were targeted. They were attacked. Over the last 3 days, we've had the IRGC supporters and members freely walking around the streets of London with the support of the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Tonight, things went further. The Iranians are not just being targeted by the IRGC, they're not just being targeted by the Islamist Palestinian supporters, but they're also being targeted by the separatists, in this case, the Kurdish separatists. 2 of our friends are now in the hospital in London tonight. The 2CTV reporter Nihat Gorbani was on the ground. I'm glad that tonight we also had both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu calling out the separatists. The Iraqi Kurds, those who want to harm Iranians, they continue to do this. Every single time there's an Iranian gathering somewhere in the world, you always have a minority of militant radical separatist Kurds coming out to attack. This time armed with knives. They stabbed our friends. They are now in the hospital. Let's go to the few seconds of the report from our 2CTV reporter Nihat Gorbani. They closed off the area. The Met Police should be ashamed of themselves for not arresting the Kurdish man. He got away. Tonight, he got away.
This restaurant actually, they got it separated. Just come out and attack the Iranian monarchists with knives.
That's all they can do, the Met Police. We expected the Metropolitan Police to arrest the criminals who brought knives to the streets of London and attacked pro-freedom Iranians. Now, of course, the Kurdish separatists who are violent, who bring knives, who attack, who do terrorist activities, they don't want to see a united Iran. They don't want to see Iran to be free and democratic. It's not in their interest. Fine, we can have a debate. Absolutely. We can have a conversation. I'm already in favor of the Kurdish separatists to have their own land. Obviously, it's part of the eastern Iraq and the southern parts, the southeastern parts of Turkey. But you can't impose your ideology by force with terrorism and take Iranian territory and destroy Iranian people. You can't do it with violence. You can have a debate. Absolutely. Let's have an actual dialogue. That's how we do things in a civilized world. We don't shoot people. We don't knife people. But they continue to do it, and that is a problem. And by the way, they also destroy the image of the rest of the brilliant, lovely Kurds, including the Iranian Kurds. And I also know a huge number of brilliant, lovely Syrian Kurds who've also been suffering for decades under Bashar al-Assad, who refused to give them Syrian identity. And that's all they wanted. They wanted to be recognized as Syrian Kurds. But when you have this small minority of violent communists, by the way, proper socialist, terrorist, Kurdish separatists, who still believe in the hammer and the sickle, who don't have dialogue, they do terror. And they continue to attack innocent Iranians. But they're also against the IRGC, so we should be friends. Oh, well, they're also against... Well, guess who else is against the IRGC? ISIS. Al-Qaeda. They're also against the IRGC. Does that mean we should be friends with the ISIS? No. Daesh don't like the IRGC because Sunni, Shia, different mentalities. Doesn't mean you should be friends with terrorists or communists. Not good people. I have socialist friends. We have good intellectual debates. Anybody who believes in bloodshed and bloody revolutions and violence, yeah, that's the line. Basic humanity. That would be nice to have. Let's take you back to Tel Aviv and get some reaction in the live chat. Bringing back the mood. Come on, guys. Someone says, Tusi's hair is not innocent. It's a lady killer. Yeah, my hair is a terrorist. All right, so... all right, let's go back. Trying to get more information about the latest developments as well, so stay with us while we're here. Oh, we just got another attack. The US oh no! We have a terror attack right now in Norway. The United States Embassy in Oslo has just been attacked. We're gonna quickly bring you guys the statement and then wait for more information and footage. So the sleeper cells and the IRGC terrorists are making their move across the world. We also expect, unfortunately, Israeli embassies and Jews in general to get targeted around the world. So this is what we now have as breaking news for you guys. It's now been confirmed, the loud explosion near the embassy, US embassy in Oslo, Norway. No injuries reported yet. So that is good news. The police are on the scene. We will get more information on this. Obviously, the IRGC issued a fatwa against the Americans and the Israelis around the world. We are expecting global attacks at embassies, at least, around the world, and of course, citizens of these two countries. We're going to keep you guys posted in a second. Just to be clear, is China or Russia is still supplying to Iran? But they were, but now obviously the airspace is closed. So there were still a couple of cargo planes that came, but they already supplied most of the stuff, both Russia and China, over the last few weeks. There was one more that came yesterday, I think. If we join the dark side, do we get cookies? Yes, you will get 2CTV cookies. Yes, just make sure to join the dark side and follow us on X. Did they hit Fordo? They did say evacuate, but we haven't received any updates from the Fordo nuclear site. So I will wait. Someone just said US Embassy in Oslo, Norway has been attacked. Explosion. Yes, yeah, we just reported that as well. Okay. Won't hitting refineries hinder a free Iran from financing rebuilding of their country? No, but yes and no. I explained that earlier. There's a short-term pain, but there's a lot of resources. It's going to take time, but there will be recovery. Just like how Dresden recovered after 1945. Keir wants to fight Russia but can't defend Cyprus. That is a very good point, by the way. Keir Starmer, who's ready to send troops to Moscow, is not ready to defend a tiny island of Cyprus. That's embarrassing. And British citizens. I think it's important for people to remember that this war is not about liberation. Liberation is secondary to cutting off China's oil supplies. Without that, it's the other way around. That's just a bonus that China is losing more of their proxies and their minions. Venezuela, obviously soon Cuba, and Iran. Yeah, this is basically starting the semi-Cold War with China right now. What happened tonight with the oil refineries. Mr. apparently. Please, you forgot to answer my super chat yesterday. You mentioned Brazil and Lula. Why? What's happening with Brazil and Trump? Is Brazil another Ven? Okay. The guy is crazy, obviously. And the Brazilians need to take back control of their country. There is a big wave of pro-freedom, liberty, and free market economy that is going around Latin America in general. We've seen El Salvador, Argentina. There is hope for Venezuela. We will see change in Cuba. Brazil will have to change, and it will change. People in Brazil deserve better than this corrupt, pro-IRGC, pro-Palestinian government of Lula the lunatic. Hey, to see his lyric for your new pub in Persia. We are the media, that's you and us. Our comments add to all the fuss. We strike the like and comment too. The media here is us and you. Quite cheesy, but I like it. To see, appreciate your work, brother, from Louisiana, US. Thank you so much. Oh no. Another breaking news. Saudi Arabia under attack again. Okay, the Riyadh diplomatic quarter was just targeted by Iranian drones. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia managed to destroy the drone before impact. So that is good news. It seems like nobody cares what President Pezeshkian says because he apologized and he said, then we're not going to attack the Arabs anymore. But oopsie, they still do it. And I explained why, obviously. Heard the UK arrested 2 for spying for Iran. There's been a number of arrests in different countries. Won't take it seriously because depending on what country it is, for example, in the UK, if terrorists or spies get arrested, then they get promoted. So they're probably going to get a reward. They're going to join the House of Lords. To see what does Kia means in Pakistani again, I don't know. But I know in Persian, it means penis. Also, Pakistani is not a language because it's not even a country. It's an acronym. Free ale every Friday. Brilliant. Has your dad sent you any videos of the base next to him? No, because we have absolutely no internet connection with him. He's got no internet. So the only thing he's got is he can call me directly on the actual phone. And I can't call him. So he can't really send me any videos. That's a problem. I feel like we're in like 1995 all over again. It's a little bit frustrating. I'm shocked that they work even 1 hour a week. You have a Labour government, and Yardbirds barely work. Yeah, that's about the USS, wow, HMS Dragon, the carrier that needs repair before it gets deployed towards the Mediterranean Sea. And apparently the repair is going to take some time because the staff only work 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. It's so bad, isn't it? I think Kia has screwed up so badly. I think the king will have to make an emergency trip to the US to patch up relations. To be fair, that actually, people might think this is ridiculous, but you might have to use the king, even though the king doesn't like Trump. It doesn't really matter. He's the protector of the crown. It's not about Charles himself. The king will have to probably go to America on a trip to sort out the relationships because it's not looking too good right now. Fake news, question mark. 120 school children killed in Tehran. That was days ago, and that was the IRGC missile. Sissy, have you heard anything about someone posting on Ayatollah Khomeini? I mean, Khomeini died in the 1980s. Khomeini's X account that they were going to detonate a nuclear warhead in Tel Aviv. Good luck with that. Heard this on Pastor Paul something YouTube. What? I haven't seen that, but I can check. I can check right now. It's not difficult to fact check this. Has Khomeini been posting? Not been posting for 2 days. What is this? Zionists will be destroyed, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, it's the same thing that they've been... No, it's not. The last thing he posted was like from 2 days ago. Just the nuclear warhead. Well, it's technically, it's not. It's not a nuclear warhead. It's yeah, it's supposed to be. It's like a ballistic missile. It's a tiny, tiny nuke. It's just an AI picture. Let me show you. Don't take this seriously. They've been doing this for the past few decades, coming up with these images and nonsense. This is it. Oh my God, that's too big. That's not what Khamenei's wife said. It wasn't big. Right, this level of professionalism, you will not get this on CNN or BBC. So that's that. Apparently you have to be scared of that. That's nothing. They did scarier things than this. Remember the Doomsday Clock, which was the countdown to destroy Israel, and then the clock stopped working. They put it in the middle of Tehran, and then the clock ran out of battery or something. But yeah, we don't know when Israel's going to get destroyed. Yeah, it's not a serious threat. But some people take it seriously. So why did the Brits choose to send a warship that needs repair? Might be an excuse, right? Why not send a warship that's actually ready for war? Yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's rhetorical because Starmer didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to be seen to be doing something with an excuse. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come to your birthday, but oh, my mum died. Yeah, my mum's gonna die next week, so I can't really come. What is this? Yeah, we got the video now. We got a very short video. What I reported a few minutes ago. Oslo, the U.S. Embassy in Norway. Explosion outside. This is a few seconds of the situation, and we can quickly show this to you guys, hopefully. The good news is no injuries. Hang on. Bad news is slightly worried about the national security in Norway if they could not detect something like this happening so close to the actual building. This is Oslo, the United States Embassy tonight. See the security forces there, the emergency crew, and there has been an explosion. Obviously, as I said, all US embassies, Israeli embassies, US citizens, Israeli citizens, Jews, they are now an open target for the IRGC and their sleeper cells. So everybody be vigilant wherever you are on this planet for a while until we get rid of this cancer. Hey, when you get a real government, if you change the name, the country back to Persia, no, that's a terrible idea. Well, Persians are, I can't explain this, but a lot of people are new to the channel, so I'm going to do a short version. Persian Iranians like me is one ethnicity in Iran, but you have also so many non-Persian Iranians. You can't like abandon the rest of Iran. That's just really weird. Also, you'll be the smallest country. It's just the center of Iran, which is Persian, and it won't be good. Also, it was always Iran because Iran means the land of Aryans, and different countries around the world decided to call it different things. Persia, Persis, blah 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 blah. So the Reza Shah I, King Reza Pahlavi, gave it an official name, brought back the official name, Iran, and told everybody to say Iran, be normal, instead of Brits and American calling it Persia, like the Greeks for some reason. Anyway, and we got a big super chat here, thank you very much, saying we got sirens in Kuwait. Wait, what? Again? Oh no. I'll check that shortly. Thank you for the heads up. Why is there a question mark? Confused. As long as you guys are okay. Okay, 4 times we have sirens in Kuwait now. 4 times tonight. Why am I not getting these updates? What's happening to me? Thanks for the heads up, by the way. Any idea how the Israeli people feel about Netanyahu? Well, you got a chunk of them supporting him, chunk of them not supporting him, just like any other government and country. So, are there still groups trying to oust him? Oh yeah, always. Or is there an overall consent to... Oh, well, when it comes to the war, even the opposition, the leader of the opposition, admitted that we're going to have unity because we have a common enemy, the Islamic Republic. We can have our domestic political debate after the war. So in this respect, the whole of Israel is united against the Islamic Republic. And one of the beauties about the Israeli culture is the vast majority of whether you are center right or center left, they still believe in the flag. They still fly the flag proudly, liberals and conservatives and everybody else. But you can't really say much these days about, I'm going to be polite here, some aspects of the left-wing liberal side in both the UK, the US, and some in Canada. They're not even proud of the flag anymore, which is not really a good thing. Israel is, they've been built different, obviously. Now, what is this? Mosh says, it's not just Iran. Many rich exiled Iranians said they will donate billions. Uber CEO, for example, a lot of foreign money will pour into Iran post-cancer. Yeah, that's about the recovery. Absolutely spot on. There's going to be so much opportunity. Iran is going to be opening up to the rest of the world. The progress you saw in Dubai, for example, and the UAE, as just one example, in a space of about 30 years, 20, 25 years, but 30 years, let's say 30 years, Dubai, changing from being a desert to this. And actually also Israel, since 1948 till now, don't forget, it's only been a few decades. The progress, the investment going in, the opportunities, because these guys embraced market economy, free market economy, and it helped create prosperity, make their countries great. And that's what will happen in Iran, unless things go wrong, obviously, and if bad people take control. All right, let me just double check what on earth is going on in Kuwait. And also Oslo. Yes, we have it. Okay, we have an update from Kuwait. Oh my God, I almost missed this. Yeah, this is actually filmed by one of the American service members, showing an Islamic Republic drone. I'm going to show you. What is this? Although I know this video is not tonight, so I'm not going to put this on. This is actually from a couple of days ago. That was almost fake news. We have. I will get more information on what on earth is going on in Norway, because we're getting limited intel about the explosion outside the US embassy. And of course, we'll keep you guys posted on everything else. All right, I need a break. It's currently 1:20 a.m. where I am. I probably need a tiny nap before we continue our live coverage, the Iran War Room on 2C TV. Thank you so much for watching. As I said, do me a favor, if you haven't done it already, follow us on 2C TV on X, our official account, at 2C TV Official. We are currently on 93,000. I would like you guys to help us reach 100,000. This is a new account that we've created. If you get us to 100,000, I might do something crazy. I don't know. Surprise for everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Moment, reports of some debris reaching the ground here, thankfully intercepted by the air defences. But yeah, Al Barsha, which is not too far from where I join you now, the Dubai Marina, where we've seen a lot of activity earlier in this war, has shifted in recent days to down towards the airport. And then earlier today we did see the debris of a drone be landed in the perimeter of Dubai International Airport. So it's a really, really tricky time, I would say, for many over here.
The strikes came despite an apology from Iran's president for earlier attacks. Tommy Walker has more for us from the Omani capital.
The last 8-9 days now, conflict has erupted. Very hot time in terms of aerial attacks throughout the Gulf, throughout the GCC. Here in Oman, Omani officials have tried to call for calm and the end of this war, speaking with Iran, saying there are potential off-ramps and try to mediate an end to this conflict, but it doesn't seem that that's going to come anytime soon. I mean, today alone, scrolling through the amount of reports that, of aerial attacks on the Gulf from Iran. I mean, that report in Dubai earlier about the marine tower that was hit. There was an interception, sorry, but the debris fell into a vicinity, and the UAE authorities confirmed that debris from an aerial interception fell into a vehicle, resulting in the death of an Asian driver. So that's just come out the last couple of hours. So there has been one fatality from today. We also saw those, reports of Dubai airport being hit by a drone. There's been explosions in Qatar. Qatar has said they've intercepted missiles. There's been Iran have attacked US bases in Bahrain. And of course, US and Israel have been stepping up their attacks on Iran as well. There's also been missiles fired towards Saudi Arabia. So, it's a very unprecedented time for the Gulf and these states. Many of them are in a defensive posture. They're trying to intercept these aerial attacks. In the coming days, we'll have the GCC states meeting in the Arab League to discuss, what the next steps are, because this bombardment from Iran just seems to be continuing, and there doesn't seem to be any, rest from this conflict right now.
Global energy prices have surged with the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, squeezing Middle East oil and gas production. Meanwhile, Washington is considering lifting sanctions on Russian oil and has authorized India to increase their purchase of Moscow's supplies for a month. Christina Simic has the story for us.
As the saying goes, when the United States sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. The US-Israel war on Iran has entered its second week and global energy prices are already climbing. Before Operation Epic Fury was launched, Brent crude was selling for $72 per barrel. 2 days after the Strait of Hormuz was effectively blocked, oil rose over $77. Then on Friday, it peaked at nearly $93 per barrel. That's almost 28% increase in just 1 week. President Donald Trump projected that the war could go on for 4 to 6 weeks. WTI crude also surged, rising around 34% to $90 per barrel over the same period. Natural gas spiked by 11.6%.
There's no near-term top on it. Essentially, it's inventories filling up around the Middle East. There's limited options.
That could push the world to rely more heavily on another region already fighting a war. Washington has given India the green light to temporarily purchase Russian oil, currently stranded at sea. Officials say allowing Moscow to help fill the supply gap does not ease restrictions imposed over its invasion of Ukraine.
We may unsanction other Russian oil. The other thing Treasury can do here, Larry, is there are hundreds of millions of barrels of sanctioned crude on the water.
Europe is expected to feel the squeeze from the Strait too. Europe's benchmark rose 55% in just 7 days, from about $11 to nearly $17. Qatar also announced it will halt some LNG production, shutting off around 20% of the world's LNG supply for the next month. A Kremlin economic advisor blames Western sanctions for the state of the global energy market. Russia has one of the largest natural gas reserves in the world and is one of the biggest oil exporters. So with oil, gas and fuel prices already hitting households, the Middle East energy shock could reshape global supply and potentially hand an economic advantage to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Christina Shimich, TRT World.
In the United States, protesters have marched in Los Angeles over the war in Iran. Our Martin Markovitz has more for us.
A protest probably attended by 500 people against the bombing of Iran. This included a cross color of people from Los Angeles. We have to remember Los Angeles is a very political, progressive, activist city. This is where major protests against the ICE immigration enforcement of Donald Trump. There's also been major protests against the Gaza war. People I spoke to here said that what Trump did was an illegal act, that there is a big problem of social services in Los Angeles, homeless problems, people not getting paid as much as they used to, that all of this money could be going into that. They also say, a lot of people said that, one of the reasons they think this is happening is because of oil. Trump, after invading Venezuela, is trying to gain control of the oil reserves across the world. And also, a lot of people said that this was a diversion for Trump's name in the Epstein files. Many people say that he was deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and that this was a tactic to divert the public instead to focus on war.
Thousands of people have also been marching in London against the ongoing U.S. and Israeli bombardment of Iran. Protesters want Britain to avoid getting further involved in the conflict. An American bomber arriving at one such base is due to be operational imminently. TRT World's Victoria Innes reports from the protests.
Outside of the US Embassy in central London, the message from demonstrators is quite clear. They say it is a no to war. They have seen over the course of the last week how the situation in the region has escalated so far. Many of them here are Iranians. They have family members, friends back home who are extremely fearful, extremely concerned. They say they are powerless as to what happens next, and all they can do is come here in order to show their solidarity. Many of them said that this is not about the nuclear threat, for example. It is simply about bringing about regime change. Many of the people here are the same people who have marched time and time again in defense of Gaza and the people of Palestine. They tell me that it cannot be the case that the US and Israel can try to reshape the region through force. They call it a so-called doctrine of domination, and they are against it. They condemn it in the strongest possible terms. They want more action from the British government. They want to see more pressure on Washington and Israel before things escalate even further.
We can't accept any other foreign governments. They come, they bomb our people, and they just kill our people.
The first day of the war, they attacked an elementary school. They killed 165 girls, 7 to 12 years old.
Stop appeasing Trump into World War III, and let's make sure we have peace in the world and not yet more wars. They've learnt nothing from the war in Iraq. They've learnt nothing from Afghanistan.
The UK has been quite clear since the beginning of this conflict. Neither was it involved in those initial US-Israeli strikes in Iran, nor are its actions in the region offensive. The British government would argue they are purely defensive. They say it is about protecting British personnel, British civilians, British interests in the region, and those interests of their neighbours. But over the course of the last few days, there has been much more of not only a US military build-up at at British bases, including an American bomber capable of carrying 24 cruise missiles, but also a build-up of British military assets in the region itself. So the overarching concern of people here as they march past the American embassy is the fear of escalation and the fear that Britain and Europe as a whole could easily be drawn into this conflict.
Several organizations in South Africa have been also protesting at the American consulate in Johannesburg, calling on the U.S. and Israel to stop their war on Iran. The protesters have warned that if the two countries do not immediately withdraw from Iran, their actions could plunge the entire region into an unnecessary, devastating war. Thuso Khumalo is at the protests for us in Johannesburg.
These protesters are chanting anti-American and Israeli slogans, condemning the U.S. and Israel's attack on Iran. To many of these protesters, America and Israel's actions are simply a dangerous act of violation of international law that must be stopped.
They anointed their operation with a massacre of between 150 to 180 children, girls particularly under the age of 12. This is how you begin your operations. They boast about their precision munitions. They know exactly where everything is. They knew where the Ayatollah was and 48 members of the IRGC, and yet they targeted this girls' school, and to date, Pieter Hegseth, the Secretary of War, could not give us an answer. These are the crimes of the United States.
The protesters want America and Israel to be held accountable for committing war crimes in Iran.
And we call on the world to take the strongest possible action against the United States of America and Zionist Israel. The United Nations now has to come together, both in the General Assembly and in the United Nations Security Council. No more stories of vetoes from any other nation.
The protesters have described Trump's demand for Iran to surrender and for him to be involved in the selection of the new Iranian leader as bizarre.
We need a new world order. We simply cannot rely on the current one because it doesn't work. In fact, international law has become a fiction. The United States has rendered international law a fiction. The United Nations Security Council is useless at this point, and nobody can depend on it.
The Department of International Relations and Cooperation in South Africa has described this war as a breach of sovereignty and a threat to global security. President Cyril Ramaphosa has called it an act of madness that must be stopped to give room to diplomatic dialogue.
Of course, if you're just tuning into our rolling coverage of the war in Iran here on TRT World, let's take you through some of the latest developments. In Lebanon, Israel says it's targeted commanders from Iran's Revolutionary Guard in a strike on Beirut. Earlier, 4 people were killed after an Israeli strike on a hotel, also in the country's capital city. Meanwhile, Iran has hit multiple countries. Saudi Arabia says it's thwarted a drone attack on Riyadh's diplomatic quarter, while Kuwait's reported fuel storage tanks at the country's international airport were targeted in a drone attack. And Qatar's defense ministry said on Sunday that Iran had fired a dozen missiles at the country. Rami Khouri is a public policy fellow over at the American University of Beirut, and he says across the Arab world, the prevailing sentiment is that the United States has been drawn into this conflict by Israel's full backing for war with Iran. Our coverage of the war in Iran will continue after this short break.
It's being widely interpreted as a war that Netanyahu wanted, that the Americans got involved in and are deeply involved in because of the personality of Trump and his particular brand of political appeal, being a tough guy, and affirming that American power should dictate what happens, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but all over the world. But it's really seen as an Israeli war that the Americans are prosecuting.
Okay, fair enough. You have long written about the gap between government policies and public sentiment in the region. I'm wondering if you see this war deepening that divide between Arab governments and their populations?
Well, this is a very important point because the Arab governments in the Gulf, the 6 GCC states, who are very close to the United States, dependent on it heavily, are also irritated by the United States for launching the war without consulting them. Today, some of them said that the U.S. didn't inform them at all ahead of time and was not responding to requests for more defensive weapons and missiles. So there's some stresses between the Arab governments and the United States. That's clear. And the popular sentiment is very critical of the United States, has been for decades, and will probably be more so. But also the public sentiments and the government sentiments in the Arab world will also be more critical of the Iranian government. So there's just a whole hodgepodge of sentiments.
We all know that Iran has built a considerable influence across several parts of the region over the past decades. If this conflict continues, and it looks like it could, how do you think this might reshape the regional balance of power between Iran and the Arab states?
Depending on Iran's building connections, where you said? I didn't catch that.
The region of proxies.
Oh, you mean with its strategic allies that the West calls proxies? Well, their condition is very different than it was a year ago. They're all weaker than they used to be. Hezbollah is now being directly attacked heavily by Iran, by Israel. So they'll probably be even a little bit weaker. Iran can't support all of them as it used to. So there's no more axis of resistance as it existed for many years. So I don't think this is a regional force that can be calculated to be involved in future activities and according to their present conditions. If the Iranians survive this onslaught from Israel and the U.S. and then there's a truce and then eventually they rebuild their capabilities, whatever, that might change again. It's very hard to tell. The critical link is really Israel and the Palestinians, because all of these problems with Iran, with Lebanon in the region, and Israel, all of them happened because of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. If the Israelis ever one day accept to negotiate a resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and open the road to a Palestinian state, as the latest peace agreement was supposed to do, then you would find regional tensions would lessen very significantly. But there's no sign of that at all. So I think we're going to see the region continue to be hammered by strategic alliances and strategic confrontations between different actors.
Okay, so let's keep that Israeli-Palestinian conflict at the base. I mean, the region has experienced multiple wars over many decades, yet many of the underlying political conflicts, they remain unresolved. I mean, how big of a risk is there that this war simply adds another layer of instability without addressing those deeper issues?
A very big risk. And for instance, in Lebanon, if you look at Lebanon, and if the Israelis keep doing what they're doing, which is pushing the Lebanese, who are mostly Shiites in the south of Lebanon, pushing them away from their homes, and telling the people in the Dahiya, south of Beirut, which is heavily Shiite, to evacuate as well, and bombing the heavily Shiite areas in the Bekaa and other places. This is going to create much more tension within Lebanon between the Shiite community, which has to flee in hundreds of thousands, and they're going to go into areas that are predominantly Christian or predominantly Sunni or predominantly Druze, of the other identities in Lebanon, and this might create more frictions within Lebanon. The Lebanese are going to try very hard to not allow this to push them back into strife, a civil war within Lebanon. They had a civil war, it didn't solve anything, and they're trying to rebuild their country, but they can't. As long as the Palestine conflict with Israel continues, it spills over into Lebanon in various forms. And the Israelis came into Lebanon initially in the 60s and 70s because of the presence of the PLO there, before Hezbollah was even born. So the core conflict of Israel and Palestine really should be addressed much more vigorously, not just by the principal actors, but by the major Western and global powers as well, because as we see now, the impact of continued warfare in this region has a very devastating impact on the global economy and people's well-being all over the world.
Beneath what is visible, beneath what is spoken, there lies a quiet, unanswered call. Not every truth shouts. Some truths linger in the ashes, clinging to what refuses to fade away. Palestinian neighborhood. What we carry isn't truly ours. It belongs to those that don't have the chance to speak.
President Donald Trump is vowing the United States will press on with its military campaign against Iran, saying that the country will be hit very hard this week. He's also in the news over comments he made about the war on board Air Force One, a ceremony for the return of fallen US soldiers, and Trump finally addressed the bombing of an Iranian girls' school, as well as reports Moscow is helping Tehran target US interests in the Gulf. Rosanna Rosejohn has more.
U.S. President Donald Trump was asked about the bombing of an Iranian girls' school, which killed at least 180 people. A New York Times investigation found that it was likely the result of a U.S. missile. The defense secretary, standing right behind Trump, said it's all still under investigation, but Trump laid blame on Iran.
We think it was done by Iran, because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Amid reports that Russia is helping Iran target U.S. interests in the Gulf, President Trump sounded nonchalant about that possibility.
We don't know, but it's not doing very well. If they are, it's not helping much. If you take a look at what's happened to Iran in the last week.
Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, said he's told Russia not to send targeting information or other assistance to Iran. Trump said he wants to have a say in who will rule Iran next, so that, he said, the U.S. doesn't have to come back every 10 years. The president sounds confident about the war's progress, promising the regime will be hit even harder than before. Trump says he's not worried about U.S. fuel prices that are up 14% since the war began, the highest in a year and a half.
Yes. The leaves bring army sends its regards.
Hello everyone, I'm the Enforcer and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1473 of the War News stream. And tonight we have wild scenes coming out of Tehran. We are seeing that Tehran's been obliterated by massive U.S. airstrikes, some of the largest of the war, specifically hitting the oil infrastructure. We've also heard of an attack being reported on a U.S. embassy in Norway, of all places, in Oslo. And also, Russia has been threatened today by U.S. officials over allegedly harming the soldiers in the Middle East. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in every single region of the globe over the course of the day, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, a little bit of Western Europe, as we were able to hear of an embassy bombing that did occur in Oslo, Norway. We have also been able to hear some news out of the United States of America and the Indian Ocean at large once again. We have been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, Tehran, has come under a significant U.S. airstrike over the course of the day. The Shahran oil depot, a critical oil depot within the northern area of the city of Tehran, was hit, spilling oil throughout the entirety of the surrounding area, catching sewers, city streets, and largely the entirety of the northern quarter of the city on fire after its direct hit and explosion. We have also been able to confirm that carnage has been seen throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital city, including the Mehrabad International Airport. On-the-ground photography was made today of the remnants of what is left of the Iranian Air Force at the Mehrabad International Airport, and it is nothing more but charred cinder and ash, which was once aircraft sitting on the tarmac awaiting further orders or awaiting their time to fly in the current conflict. We've also seen that a major refinery near to the area of Karaj, the Karaj refinery, was also hit and caught on fire quite recently, while damage has also been confirmed at the Parchin missile production facility and also near to the area of Kavar Shahar, which is directly along the southeastern area of the city of Tehran. Further on than that, we have also been able to hear that missile storage facilities throughout the country have been hit over the course of the day, and there have been significant explosions at IRGC bases throughout the entirety of the outskirts of the Tehran provincial region. Not only that, the United States has also been conducting more significant aerial campaigns along the Iranian coastline, all the way from the Iranian border near to Iraq and all the way down and into the Strait of Hormuz. We were able to confirm that another MQ-9 Reaper did go down today somewhere around Bandar Abbas, as video evidence did confirm the debris field of an MQ-9 Reaper near to some sort of a marsh near to the coastline, while at the same time we also confirmed that another Iranian ship has been hit and is currently sinking to the west of the Strait of Hormuz, and we've also heard that near to the area of Bushehr, naval facilities have been targeted and destroyed by the United States air arm over the course of the day, and we've also been able to see that missile bases near to the area of Barazjan have also been significantly hit and destroyed by U.S. airstrikes prior in the day, several hours ago. While that has been ongoing, the Islamic Republic of Iran did announce today through the office of their president Pezeshkian that they were going to be ceasing attacks on Middle Eastern allies throughout the region, and the president of Iran, Pezeshkian, then stated that he apologized for the attacks. Not long after, the president of the United States made a statement on social media saying that the Iranians had surrendered and largely were afraid of their Middle Eastern allies, which then led to the Iranians rescinding that statement and then beginning attacks on all of our Gulf state allies once again, with more attacks and explosions being heard throughout the larger area. Attacks have already been attempted on Prince Sultan Air Base, and further attacks have already happened on the United Arab Emirates as a result. We've also seen that Port Solomon within Bahrain has been on fire, and U.S. armed forces are still conducting live fire actions from most of the Gulf state nations towards the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and cause as much damage as they possibly can. We've also seen that within Lebanon, the side war that's currently ongoing as a part of the larger Middle Eastern conflict, that Israeli forces are still conducting significant bombardments of Hezbollah forces within Beirut. The Hezbollah forces did attempt to counterfire today by launching a smaller number of their Qasem bottle rockets at the Israelis, which were intercepted quite heavily by the Iron Domes near to the area of the city of Kiryat Shimona, directly along the Lebanese-Israeli border. A limited amount of missile fire has been seen over the course of the day, but based off of all indications, the Islamic Republic of Iran's Transporter-Erector launcher forces have largely been destroyed at this point, with over 90% of all of their TELs now out of operation. This means that missile attacks have been heavily sporadic and very limited over the course of the day, but drones still pose a significant threat not only to U.S. forces within the region, but those of Gulf state allies, and the drones still pose a threat of overrunning air defenses throughout the entirety of the region, not just for the United States, but for our Middle Eastern allies as well. Moving on outside of that, we also got our first satellite confirmation of the sinking of the IRIS Denna, which was destroyed by the USS Charlotte several days ago. We actually saw from satellite photography the smoke plume coming off of the impact site, and also a small oil slick that appeared to have formed on the water after the direct hit at the stern area of the vessel. We've also seen, moving on up and further north, that in the capital of Norway, Oslo, a U.S. embassy appears to have suffered a significant explosion. Currently, we understand that Norwegian and U.S. security forces have responded to the incident and are currently investigating it, although it is highly believed already at the moment that this is most likely some sort of an attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran on U.S. embassies globally. We've also been able to see that the Swedes boarded a Russian vessel today via the Swedish Coast Guard to stop the vessel and conduct a spot inspection. We believe that they will most likely be seizing that vessel here in the near future. The Russian Federation has also been continuing their war in Ukraine, while the U.S. has directly apparently threatened the Russians through official channels today, generally through back channels, that if they continue to provide intelligence to the Islamic Republic of Iran, that will not make the U.S. all too happy. We've also seen that the Russians have largely been stopped on the front lines today and have been taking significant casualties once again. But before we move on into all of this breaking news and the rest of the news that we have out of the Americas today, I do want to make sure that we get to some breaking news that's just come out while we were live on air right now. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so this breaking news that we're getting right now at the beginning of the stream actually deals with the embassy explosion in Oslo, Norway. We have just gotten word that apparently Norwegian police are now searching for suspects after the explosion apparently occurred at the U.S. Embassy in the city of Oslo, obviously. It's believed to have been caused by a bomb placed at the embassy entrance, and authorities say that they will be issuing a press release as soon as possible about the situation. From what we can gather, it appears to be the explosion or the explosive, was apparently placed at the consular entrance of the U.S. Embassy, and it exploded, and then everybody nearby, of course, heard the loud bang and also saw a huge plume of smoke coming up right from the embassy. So we did see some images earlier of some security forces running around the embassy. It looks like they were armed with probably machine guns, it looks like. So it seems like it is an attack on the embassy. So in fact, it's the consular part of the embassy, which is usually where they're housed. So that is quite disturbing to hear. But once again, no suspects in custody as of right now. So they're on the loose.
We will be covering that developing story as we continue to be live on air. Right before we went on air, there was a large explosion that occurred within the capital of the Kingdom of Norway, Oslo, directly along the area of the U.S. Embassy. We're now hearing that apparently it was the area of the consulate of the embassy that was directly bombed by some sort of an unknown group, which is highly likely believed to be at the moment some group that is operating as a sleeper cell of the Islamic Republic of Iran that has attempted to conduct attacks on U.S. embassies and U.S. governmental installations around the entirety of the globe, with Norway being one of the first that we've heard of such a thing. But we can largely confirm at this point that it is a bomb that did go off, and currently we're trying to see if the Norwegians or U.S. authorities will be able to try and find exactly who set the bomb and who in the world is exactly responsible for this as far as the group is concerned. But with that in mind, we'll be making sure to give y'all any other breaking news and updates that we can on that situation at the moment, and we are hoping that we will not be hearing of any casualties or fatalities as a result of this explosion. But moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into our major news from around the entirety of the world over the course of the past 24 hours, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Moving us on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, and specifically the capital of Iran in Tehran, we have been able to see some significant developments within Tehran over the course of the day. U.S. Air Forces have been conducting what is an unprecedented air attack or airstrike campaign across the entirety of the city of Tehran and its periphery areas within the province of Tehran. Tehran is a major city within the Islamic Republic of Iran and is in fact the largest one in terms of metropolitan population figures. Tehran does house a significant number of military facilities, critical infrastructure facilities, and also governmental installations that make it a high priority target for U.S. attacks. While we have seen that the United States and Israel have conducted attacks in different areas throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran, the heaviest pressure so far in aerial campaigns by both countries has currently been conducted directly at the city of Tehran, and today was absolutely no exception and appears to be producing the largest amount of physical damage that we have seen so far. In the northern area of the city of Tehran, there is actually this larger Shafran oil storage facility right here. Y'all may notice that it already appears burned out on the Google Earth satellite photography, and that's because it is. This was actually hit by the Israelis about a year ago, actually it'd be about 9 months ago at this point, during the 12-day war, and it did suffer significant damage back then. But the Shafran oil depot has still remained operational since the end of the 12-day war, and the larger amount of the intact and still operational oil tanks were being filled with crude oil and were still operating, generally in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran's oil infrastructure and refinery infrastructure around the city of Tehran. The U.S. did attack this oil depot today, and I cannot even explain the scale of which the explosion occurred, because it was an unbelievable one. So let me see if I can get you all one of the clips here showing the fire that has now occurred at the Shafran oil depot after the direct attack by U.S. Armed Forces today. Here's the clip.
Holy cow.
It appears that the entirety of the surrounding area has actually caught on fire with the oil depot.
And I don't think I've ever seen an explosion that large. That might be the largest explosion I've ever seen on camera.
Yeah, and I mean, when we look over the side railing here, it is an absolutely massive explosion. There's no really way to get around the size of this explosion. We currently do not know the area in which the fire is enveloped. We do know that it's definitely surrounding the Shafran oil depot right here, but it appears to have also enveloped a larger area of the surrounding buildings, which we can see right here, right next to the oil depot, and possibly this oil loading facility, which we can see right here, where these trucks appear to be in waiting to be able to get into the terminal and then load up their trucks with oil right here and then exit out and head towards some sort of an Iranian refinery or something similar. The fire has been filmed from multiple angles throughout the city, and this is another picture from really more towards the beginning of the fire after the explosions were conducted, once again giving us the scale and sheer size of this fire that has broken out. We believe that multiple tanks probably were hit and completely destroyed as a result of this strike, and their contents spontaneously combusted along with the vapors that were probably within the tanks and also near to the tanks in the surrounding area, creating the unbelievably large fireball that we've been seeing in northern Tehran for hours now. We've also seen the massive fire from another angle here, but this is largely a duplicate, so we won't be showing you all that. We've also been able to see another clip here, once again showing us the massive fire at a distance. We believe that we're not exactly sure where this is. We do know that this is looking towards the area of the Shahran oil depot, but I can't tell y'all exactly at the moment where the filmer was and where the fire was at this point. It does appear that they stated that it was Iranian oil infrastructure, and according to FlyTug's news, it actually appears that this was an IDF strike, at least this particular one, but we largely have been able to hear that the Shahran oil depot was attacked by a U.S. airstrike. But nevertheless, here is the footage.
Jeez. Can you imagine what it's putting into the air? Like, that has got to be horrific.
A lot of carcinogens.
This guy's coughing. Listen, he's coughing on it right there.
I gotta say, that's definitely not good for anyone's health.
That is a hell of a lot of petroleum getting put into the skies. The fact this guy's already coughing is a bad sign. This guy's breathing really hard too. Maybe he's freaked out, or possibly maybe he's having strained breathing. Possibly, it's hard to tell.
I think he might just be in shock. I don't think he's inhaled anything. I think this guy's just like in shock about what he's watching. And I mean, it's an unbelievably sized fire. I mean, look at the spread of that. From one fire plume to the next on the very other end, it looks like that may be a half mile or more in distance.
Also, by the way, they must have hit the oil storage tanks here as well, because that's not just a refinery, like, exploding.
No, it does not appear that that's the case. But an absolute...
That is crazy. That's a massive facility, by the way. After we get done with this video, can you show us, like, the general scale of this facility? Because that is a large area that's on fire.
There's actually been 2 that have been hit, and while we're watching this video, folks, I do have to say that this looks like the other facility that we're about to cover here in a little bit, which is actually the Karaj Oil Refinery, because there were actually 2 targets that were hit tonight, and we believe that the Karaj Oil Refinery was an IDF strike, and the Shahran Depot, which is this one right here, is actually a U.S. strike. This is the Shahran Depot within the northern area of the city. We have been able to confirm at least several times at this point that this was the facility that we originally saw that was hit and on fire within the northern area. And it appears that from all accounts that we could find, the first video that we saw was made around this area of the Simon Bolivar Boulevard that was heading towards the Shahran Oil Depot, and that's what we were generally seeing then. That seems to be, by all accounts, a U.S. airstrike on that facility, but there is a larger oil refinery that is down here in the southern part of the area of Karaj. I have to see if I can try and find it really quickly, because I'm trying to do this basically at... let me type this up. Karaj Oil Refinery. It's somewhere down there in that area of the city that I'm looking at, but I'm needing to see if I can find where exactly it is. So... let's see, that's not the oil refinery, and that's not the oil refinery either. It's somewhere down here south of the city. I believe that I put the marker as close as I possibly could a little while ago on that confirmed strike that we were able to get at the oil depot, which is somewhere around down here from what I could find earlier. But we did get to see that the Karaj refinery was also hit by the Israeli Defense Forces and also went up in a pyre of flame and explosion along with the Shahran oil depot in the northern side of the city of Tehran. These fires have been absolutely massive and have largely illuminated the entirety of northern Tehran and western Tehran, even towards the area of Karaj, with the major fires that have been burning at these facilities for hours now. As a matter of fact, the oil from the Shahran oil depot in particular was one that is incredibly concerning so far. The Shahran oil depot actually rests atop a hill, and we actually saw a little bit of this last time, but this appears to be happening to an even larger extent this time. This fire actually spreads downhill. The gravity pulls the crude oil, which is still liquid, downhill and into the surrounding residential areas, just south of the oil depot. And we actually saw today on film that those residential areas in the south had actually seen that entire streets were covered in burning oil slicks. And in this particular video right here, the sewer systems within that area actually filled with burning oil, and that oil then started to erupt through the street from the sewer pipes below and started to burn in what appeared to be just a literal line of fire right down the middle of the street, which we can see in this clip right here.
That is insane right there. I didn't know that was even possible for that to happen, like the oil like flowing down the sewers and also down the drainage pipes and stuff like that, and then also catching fire simultaneously. That's I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't even know that was possible either. Somehow it made it into the sewers. And not only that, it still is finding a way to burn. These fires, by the way, folks, require a significant amount of oxygen to be able to burn heavily. And somehow, not only is this existing in the sewers and also venting out flame, but it's somehow also feeding oxygen back into itself in the fire in the sewer and keeping it going. I mean, this fire was quite strong and heavy that we were able to see right here, which is giving us an indication that this oil will most likely continue to burn in the sewers until it eventually runs out of its own fuel, which would be the crude oil. So this is going to be going on probably for hours. We don't even know how long that could be going on, possibly even days within northern Tehran. But the streets literally look like those of hell. I mean, it's just a massive inferno that's now enveloping most streets within that area due to the oil being spread through the sewers. And not only that, it also appears that the oil is continuing to burn from the oil depot itself, quite significantly for that matter. Moving on from that, though, a lot of people are talking about the general overall picture that we're getting out of these oil infrastructure attacks that have been conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces and also the United States Air Forces over the course of the day around Tehran. This is generally giving us an indication that the war may have shifted into what we would consider to be a long-term conflict, or more so long-term damage, because we had actually stated that at the beginning of this conflict in the first 3 days that it was highly unlikely that the U.S. was going to be attacking, or the Israelis, any sort of critical oil infrastructure like refineries or even crude oil depots, because generally if the war was expected to be short-lived, possibly just several weeks or maybe a few months at the longest, then it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to cause irreparable damage to Iran's critical industries that make up most of its economic productivity. So for that reason, they would most likely avoid attacking that. However, with time passing now about a week, and it's become fairly clear that the Iranian government doesn't seem to be collapsing anytime soon at the moment, it appears that the United States and Israel may be moving on to try and cause irreparable damage to the Iranian economic engines which keep the government running, a lot like the Ukrainians have done to the Russians so far in the war in Ukraine, which is to knock out the money-making institutions, which for Iran and Russia are the oil industries. And this has made a lot of people wonder, will this be an effective campaign? May this be the way that the Iranian government is brought to its knees and the U.S. and the coalition is generally successful in its war against the Islamic Republic of Iran? And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we did hear a formal confirmation today that the Israelis and U.S. forces have moved on to phase 2 of the war. They actually stated that today. So they have moved into a new long-term attack strategy as of today. So we saw, of course, the massive fires breaking out in Tehran. That's the targeting of the oil infrastructure inside the capital city. We saw the massive fires. Literally, the drainage pipes are on fire as well. So it's a crazy scene. It's apocalyptic right now inside of Tehran. So will this be effective for whatever it's worth? 50% said yes, this will cripple Iran, while 24% said it will somewhat, but let's see what happens. And 16% said no, this is mainly for show. So what this indicates to me is this war is also expected to take quite a long time to bring to an end. So like the Enforcer was mentioning as well, this is something intended to hurt the Iranian economy.